Chapter 26. Jiao Ma's complexion looked better today. She had more color and looked more energetic. However, after knowing what had happened in the eastern courtyard last night, if Jiao Pa hadn't stopped her, Jiao Ma would have dragged her injuries back. Even if Auntie Ling didn't tell them, the incident in the eastern courtyard had caused a huge commotion last night. The hospital was surrounded by staff and family members of the school. Everyone would know after chatting. Jiao Yuan and Gu Yuzi didn't say much after answering Jiao Ma's questions. Chu Xiangyang was the most talkative. He recounted what had happened last night vividly. Ever since the previous theft, the people on the first and second floors have taken precautions. Some of the residents even added locks to their doors. As for the people on the fourth and fifth floors, they originally thought that they would be safer. But now, it seems that those people have figured out the psychology of the people. The more you think it's safer to live on the higher floors, the more they will target the residents on the higher floors. I heard that they saw the honor list of the Academy of Biological Sciences and knew that Brother Jiao had applied for more than 1 million yuan in the National Natural Science Foundation this year. They also happened to know that something happened to your family. You only have 2 children at home, so they targeted your family. We can't use all the funds we applied for ourselves. They are all used for research projects, Jiao Ma said in an unpleasant tone. But those people don't think so. There are plenty of people who get rich from the funds they applied for. Chu Xiangyang shrugged. He suddenly thought of something and said excitedly, I heard that they investigated overnight. With the help of a few seniors in the courtyard, they really found some results. The theft cases from more than a month ago didn't find anything. In fact, someone stopped them. But this time they couldn't stop them. The mastermind is someone who lives in Building A. His family has some connections. His uncle is the vice principal, the one in charge of enrollment and employment. Chu Xiangyang loved to gossip about those big shots. He wasn't afraid of them making things difficult for him. He might be able to beat them in terms of family background. Besides, he had already graduated. What was there to be afraid of? Usually, everyone would give him some face, but this time no one can tolerate it. There are a few people in the courtyard who have applied for millions in funding, and they are all on the quarterly honor roll of each courtyard. No one would be happy to be targeted because of this. Last night, an old man had called the vice principal directly. I'm guessing that they'll come to the hospital to apologize to you after they've settled the matter in the courtyard. Zheng Tan squatted on the bedding beside Jiao Ma's bed and listened to their conversation quietly. The bedding was brought by Jiao Pa from home. It was much more comfortable and pleasing to the eye than the ones in the hospital. When Jiao Yuan and the others arrived, Jiao Ma had just finished changing her bandages, so no nurse would come over for the time being. After listening to Chu Xiangyang's words, Zheng Tan thought for a moment. It made sense. If he didn't have any connections or abilities, how could he have gotten the access cards for each block of the family building? He even had access cards for the west side of the building. After this incident, he wondered what measures the school would take to prevent similar incidents from happening again. Even if the access cards were changed, Zheng Tan just had to ask the Jiao Pa to get another access card. Zheng Tan wasn't worried about this at all. Hey brother Jiao, I heard that the thief was scratched by your cat before he even entered the house. That thief thought that there was someone in the house, so he scrambled and ran away, not even caring about his partner. But I guess he ran too fast, and when he turned a corner he fell and hit the cement side of the flower bed. His head was covered in blood, and he was bitten by Master Yan's bullhead terrier. A piece of flesh was torn off from his leg. This time, Master Yan's bullhead terrier is really famous, you didn't see it. After listening to Chu Xiangyang's story, the Jiao Pa glanced at Zheng Tan, who was squatting on the bedding with his eyes closed and pretending to be asleep. It was a good thing that he knew how to keep a low profile. Some things didn't need to be in the limelight. The few of them chatted and laughed. The atmosphere was not as heavy as it was yesterday. The Jiao Ma was also not as anxious as when she first heard about the incident. Chu Xiangyang said that he would help take care of the Jiao family's 2 children for the next few days, but the Jiao Pa declined. After Chu Xiangyang left, the Jiao Ma asked about the reason why Chu Xiangyang refused to help take care of the children. I'm going to look for Celestine. That way both of us can rest assured. Xiao Chu has put all his energy into the game. When the time comes he'll probably bring the Jiao Yuan along to play games. Zheng Tan nodded to himself. That was possible. Moreover, that guy was indifferent to everything around him when he was playing games. It was better to rely on himself than rely on him to take care of the children. In comparison, Celestine was indeed more reassuring. After all, as long as he stayed at home at night, he could go wherever he wanted to during the day. That way Celestine should have some free time. However, how was Celestine's investigation going? It had been so long, but the case had not been solved yet. Zheng Tan was thinking about Celestine's investigation when the door of the cubicle rang. The Jiao Yuan and Gu Yuzi hurriedly put Zheng Tan into their school bags and sat back in their chairs. They pretended that nothing had happened, but their faces were too serious. The Jiao Ma smiled and shook her head. The person who came was Xiao Zhuo. She had also come to visit after hearing about the incident in the courtyard. Father Jiao hurriedly gave up the reclining chair for Xiao Zhuo to sit down. Because of the relationship between his cat and Xiao Zhuo, Lord Zheng's attitude had always been very good when he went to the School of Physics to borrow the instruments. Even if he did not smile, he would not be as cold as before. Seeing that it was Xiao Zhuo, Zheng Tan did not hide in the school bag anymore. He jumped onto the bed and squatted on the soft mattress. It was much more comfortable than the school bag. "Yo, Black Charcoal, you snuck over?" Xiao Zhuo was not too surprised to see Zheng Tan here. She even smiled and reached out her finger to gently tap Zheng Tan's head. The topic revolved around Zheng Tan, so Xiao Zhuo and the Jiaoma talked more. The Jiaoma was relieved. If the topic of black charcoal had not been brought up, she would not have said anything. Although they did not know the details of Xiao Zhuo's situation, they could guess some of it. They felt that it was a pity for her. She was one of the 3 trump cards of Zheng in the School of Physics. She had a bright future. There was a big project in the School of Physics recently. If Xiao Zhuo had participated, they would have had another strong trump card in the future. However, this had happened at this time. Xiao Zhuo had decided to keep the child that she had conceived during the radiation experiment. The child's health was not even guaranteed. Young people nowadays. Xiao Zhuo did not stay for too long. After chatting for a while, she put on a loose coat and left. Xiao Zhuo, this person. It's a pity? Because the Jiao Yuan and the others were here, Jiao Ma could not be too clear about it. "Auntie Zhuo, do you have a baby?" the Jiao Yuan asked. "Yes." The Jiao Ma did not want to say more. After chatting for a while, she was a little tired. However, she could not fall asleep. The Jiao Pa thought for a while and said to the Jiao Yuan, "Speaking of babies, there is something you definitely don't know." "What is it?" The Jiao Yuan and Gu Yuzi looked curiously at the Jiao Pa. Zheng Tan was no exception. However, Zheng Tan was already mentally prepared to hear the words, "I'll tell you." "I'll tell you?" The Jiao Pa took out a manuscript. As he spoke, he drew a few strokes on the manuscript. As expected, Zheng Tan pulled his ear. Although it was a little painful to hear the words, "I'll tell you," Zheng Tan was still very interested in the topic the Jiao Pa was talking about. After all, they had been together for so many years. The Jiao Ma could already guess what the Jiao Pa was going to say. She smiled and shook her head. She just wanted to see the 2 children's reactions. Human growth is not achieved in one step. It has to go through many stages. Take the baby you mentioned just now as an example. When a baby is in its mother's stomach, it also has to go through several stages of development. For boys like you, Jiao Yuan, in the initial stages of embryonic development, they are actually similar to girls. Zheng Tan and Jiao Yuan. If one had to describe the current expressions of Zheng Tan and Jiao Yuan, it would be as if they had seen someone eat shit. The Jiao Pa ignored their reactions and continued, "Although they are similar to girls in the beginning, in the subsequent growth process, there are 5 junctions of gender transition." The Jiao Pa drew a Y on the manuscript. The decisive die will send out a signal at the appropriate time. After this signal determines the direction of development, there will be a series of hormone reactions in the subsequent stages. At each stage, the relevant hormone will send out a gender transition signal, causing the embryo to develop from a female to a male. In the process of changing through the 5 junctions, if there is any mistake at any of the junctions, it is very likely that the embryo will develop towards a female. The Jiao Pa was still explaining, but at this time the 2 children and the cat were already in a daze. What would a boy think when he was told that he was actually a girl? Damn, this can't be real, right? I'm a boy. I'm a man. I have a penis. The Jiao Yuan did not care about anything else at this time. He argued and almost took off his pants to take out his penis. "Yes, you're a boy. No one knows this better than us. I'm just explaining this normal fact. This is actually a phase change, a normal change that people have to go through," the Jiao Pa said seriously. The Jiao Yuan still had a constipated look on his face. In fact, Zheng Tan was not much better. However, the cat's face did not have as many changes as the human face, and it was also black. Other people could only see that the cat's face was a little strange, but they did not know that the alpaca in Zheng Tan's heart was galloping again. A boy is a boy, a girl is a girl. It's either a boy or a girl. How can this be? The Jiao Yuan was confused. As expected, biological changes and evolution were always a mysterious and f***ed-up topic. Correction: in fact, many researchers now believe that there are not only 2 types of gender, but at least 5 types. Male, male, bisexual, female, and female. Jing Tan was speechless. The alpaca in his heart continued to gallop. Therefore, sometimes in a gender test without surgery, a person with a Y chromosome might not necessarily look like a man. Although the probability of such a situation is extremely small, a possibility is a possibility. You can't deny that you have to be serious about science. The Jiao Pa's last sentence made Jing Tan's confused thoughts stop. Chapter 27. Jiao Pa was a man of action. After he decided to ask for Celestine's help, he called Celestine after lunch. It was not working at this time, so it was convenient to find someone. Because of Jing Tan, Jiao Pa would sometimes talk to Celestine. They didn't talk much, and it mostly revolved around Jing Tan. Other than Jing Tan, they seemed to talk about other things. Jing Tan didn't know much about it, but he knew that it was about Celestine's future work. Celestine's little smart had changed to a phone, so Jing Tan didn't have to hear Celestine say, "Hey hey f***ck," every time he picked up the phone. As expected, Celestine agreed to come over at night to look after the 2 children. He didn't have much time during the day, but he was still free at night. The 2 children stayed at the hospital until 2 in the afternoon. Aunt Ling came over. She made soup today and sent some over. Jiao Pa just had to find a microwave to heat it up. At the same time, Aunt Ling said that she wanted to take the 2 children home for dinner, so they didn't have to eat the hospital's packed lunches. Jiao Pa and Jiao Ma definitely agreed, so they didn't reject Aunt Ling's good intentions. However, after Jing Tan followed them back to school, he separated from Jiao Yuan and the others. He didn't want to go to Aunt Ling's house. Aunt Ling had a small child at home. It was her relative's child. Last time, Jing Tan saw that rotten child grab Huang's tail. It was still the same saying. Ignorant little brats were the public enemy of all pets. Jing Tan would rather eat biscuits than go to Aunt Ling's house and get his tail grabbed by a child. He wasn't sure if he would stretch out his claws when his tail was grabbed. Standing in front of the door of the Dongfang family's compound, Jing Tan thought for a while. Since he had nothing to do, he might as well go to Celestine's place to take a look. When the time came, he would come over with Celestine. Jing Tan was still thinking about how to tell Celestine about it. The house Celestine rented was converted from a private house into an apartment. It was rented to students and office workers who had just entered society and did not have much economic foundation. The management of the surrounding area was relatively chaotic. Even if something was lost, it would be in vain. It was useless to look for the police. There were so many such cases that they could not find the reason even if they investigated. The good thing was that the rent in this area was cheap, so there were always many people renting. Jing Tan did not often come to the house rented by Celestine. There were too many people and it was troublesome. There would always be people who would find ropes and dolls to tease Jing Tan when they saw Jing Tan. These people did not know that Jing Tan was also looking at them as if he was looking at an idiot. When Jing Tan arrived at the residential area, it was already past 3 o'clock in the afternoon. At this time, there were not many people coming in and out of the area. Some were going to work, some were going to school, and some were taking an afternoon nap. There were also many stray cats here. The landlord had his own cat. Cats were very common here, so no one would pay attention to a black cat that entered the building. Jing Tan had just entered the floor where Celestine lived when he heard a bang sound. Jing Tan, who was about to enter the corridor, stopped and hid at the corner of the stairs to take a look. A young man was lying on the ground, holding his stomach and groaning in pain. Celestine held a freshly peeled apple in one hand and a fruit knife in the other. He slowly walked out, then squatted down in front of the man and used the fruit knife, which was still sticky with apple juice, to pat the man's face. "I just bought you a new phone and you're already thinking about it? You've got guts. You came to steal my phone when I was taking an afternoon nap. Do you think I'm easy to bully or stupid?" Celestine's tone was completely rogue. When the man wanted to get up, he was stopped by Celestine's knife on his neck. The man still wanted to say something, but Celestine pressed the knife down. "I don't want to listen to your bullshit," Celestine said as he threw the finished apple down the stairs. Jing Tan, although the management of the area was a bit messy, there was no need to throw trash everywhere. Jing Tan remembered that last week, Jiao Ma deducted a yuan of pocket money from the Jiao Yuan for throwing used cellophane tape everywhere. But the next moment, Jing Tan's ears twitched. It didn't seem to be the sound of an apple hitting the ground. The ground below was cement, so it shouldn't have been that kind of sound. Although confused, Jing Tan didn't immediately run to the railing to take a look. At this time he mainly paid attention to Celestine. When he looked again, Celestine's hand holding the knife was still the same, but his other hand had already started to dig into the man's pocket. Not long after, Celestine took out a wallet. There was no ID inside, but there was 1,000 yuan. With a look of disdain, Wei Ling took out $1,000 and put it in his pocket. Then he returned the wallet. In addition to the wallet, there were also some small lockpicking tools. Celestine's expression of disgust deepened, but he still put them next to his feet. Then, Celestine took out a small white plastic bottle and twisted open the cap. There was medicine inside, but there was also cotton inside. Zheng Tan heard from the Jiaopa that if the medicine was newly bought and there was cotton in the bottle, the cotton should be thrown away as soon as possible after the bottle was opened. The cotton placed in the medicine bottle when it was manufactured could prevent the pills in the bottle from colliding with each other during transportation. It also had the effect of absorbing moisture in the air to prevent the medicine from getting damp. However, if the cotton was not thrown away after the bottle was opened, the cotton would continue to absorb moisture, which would easily cause the medicine to go bad. Zheng Tan wasn't sure if the man who was kicked on the ground knew that he should throw away the cotton to prevent the pills from going bad. However, Zheng Tan felt that the reason why the man put the cotton in the bottle was to prevent the pills from colliding with the bottle due to his body movements during the theft. Looking at the cotton that Celestine took out, if the cotton was originally in the bottle, it was too much. Looking at the half-torn label on the medicine bottle, it was obvious that the medicine had been bought for a while. Moreover, not all medicine needed cotton, so Zheng Tan was more convinced of his guess. Celestine looked at the medicine in the bottle and patted the man with the knife. It seems that you have used it many times. You have gained a lot, haven't you? I don't understand, what are you talking about? The man explained with some difficulty. That is, my own, motion sickness medicine. Do you think my brain is full of leaks? Celestine stood up and kicked the man again. The man on the ground continued to curl up like a shrimp. Celestine had already noticed Zheng Tan, so he didn't continue to argue with the man on the ground. He poured out 3 pills and forced them to the man. You are welcome to come again next time. Remember to bring more money when you come. This amount of money is not enough. The man who was fed the medicine didn't care about the pain from the kick. He got up and rushed out, not noticing Zheng Tan who was standing next to the stairs. Of course, the stairs were dark and Zheng Tan was also dark, so it was normal that he didn't notice. In fact, Celestine was also a person with bad morals. This was Zheng Tan's understanding since he met Celestine. Celestine could have sent the thief to the police station or directly called the police, but Celestine was a person who did things based on his mood. This time he probably didn't bother with the thief because it was too much of a waste of his time. This time the thief was lucky. When Zheng Tan entered the room, Celestine was sitting on the edge of the bed, putting the 1,000 yuan that he had just extorted into his wallet. The white plastic bottle was on the bedside table, and next to the medicine bottle was a glass of orange juice. Seeing Zheng Tan looking at the bottle, Celestine waved his hand, and Zheng Tan jumped to the chair next to him. Celestine felt that he was still too far away, so he dragged the chair to the bedside table. Zheng Tan squatted on the chair and let him drag the chair. He was too lazy to jump down. Did you see it just now? Without looking at Zheng Tan's reaction, Celestine pointed at the white bottle and continued, This thing is indeed a motion sickness medicine, but that guy also used it to commit crimes. Celestine pointed at the remaining label on the bottle, which said, 1 pill at a time. There was only a little bit of the medicine's name on it, and Zheng Tan didn't know what it was. Most motion sickness medicine will make you feel sleepy after taking it, but if you take too much, you will have adverse reactions such as drowsiness, headaches, and disorientation. You may even have hallucinations, mental disorders, and other mental symptoms. Nowadays people are smart. If you buy sleeping pills, the pharmacy will pay special attention to you, but there are many people who buy motion sickness medicine, so no one will pay extra attention to you. If you buy motion sickness medicine, even if you are caught, you can deny that you've drugged yourself. Sometimes, motion sickness medicine can also be a big killer. After a pause, Celestine got up and poured the glass of orange juice away. This was where the pills were. You should be more careful in the future. Be careful with things given to you by strangers. Celestine also told Zheng Tan about the drugs that he should pay attention to, or some words that he should pay attention to, such as barbiturates and hyoscyamine. Drugs can save people, but they can also kill people. If a person overdosed on drugs, there would be problems, let alone a cat. Celestine casually bought some food and left with Zheng Tan. When they went downstairs, Zheng Tan paid special attention. The apple core that Celestine threw away was in a plastic trash can. Coincidence? Or was Celestine's aim good to begin with? Celestine bought a new motorcycle. When he wasn't using it, he parked it in the garage of his family's compound. After all, the place where he lived was too chaotic, so it was safer to park it in the compound. The guard uncle knew Celestine, so he could help keep an eye on it. Not long after Zheng Tan and Celestine returned to the Jiao family, Jiao Yuan and Gu Yuzi came back. Auntie Ling had sent them over. When Auntie Ling greeted Celestine, Chu Xiangyang opened the door and the three of them started chatting. Auntie Ling had seen Celestine once before, so she had some impression of him. However, this was Chu Xiangyang's first time seeing Celestine. "With you here, we don't have to worry," Chu Xiangyang said. "Xiao Chu, your door was scratched by a cat's claws, right?" Auntie Ling asked. "Of course. I don't even know when it was scratched. Is black charcoal venting his anger on my door? Those scratches are really deep. I didn't expect black charcoal's claws to be so sharp." Chu Xiangyang sighed. "Of course. If a worker wants to do a good job, he must first sharpen his claws. As a cat, you must have the awareness of being a cat. If your claws aren't sharp, how can you do things?" After saying that, Celestine turned his head and looked at Zheng Tan, who was lying on the sofa. "Am I right?" Zheng Tan pulled his ears and ignored them. "You'll change the door when the time comes? Buy a steel one next time." Auntie Ling joked. "I won't change the door. With a cat's claw mark, those rats won't dare to come, right? I'll just put it here to scare the rats." At night, Celestine boiled the bath water. After the two children finished bathing and lay on the bed, he went to the Jiaopa's desk and sat down. He looked through the documents he brought over and used the Jiaopa's computer to do some research. These were all approved by the Jiaopa, so the Jiao Yuan and the rest didn't say anything. However, Celestine closed the door, so Zheng Tan didn't know what he was looking at. Chapter 28. Celestine woke up at 6 o'clock in the morning. He boiled a pot of hot water and placed it there so that the two children could wash their faces with the warm water. Celestine did not grow up in Chuhua, but because some of his friends were in Chuhua, he came to Chuhua to develop his career after he retired from the army. After living here for a while, Celestine's impression of Chuhua was the weather. In Celestine's words, "This weather is sick and needs to be treated." The temperature in Chuhua always made people feel bad. The temperature yesterday was close to 30 degrees, but today it could suddenly drop to 10 degrees. Perhaps it was because the temperature did not drop steadily, but there was still a lot of green in the school. Of course, there were also dead leaves, but among the green and brown beside the road, people would always notice the green first. Perhaps it was because green made people feel better. Celestine did not sleep the whole night. He looked for information until very late. Just as he was about to take a nap, the Jiaopa called Celestine to tell him that the temperature was dropping and asked him to help take care of the two children. After the phone call, Celestine did not feel sleepy. He played spider cards out of boredom. He played from the intermediate 2 sets of cards to the advanced 4 sets of cards. After that, he started to sweep the mines. He kept clearing the records until dawn. Although he did not sleep the whole night, Celestine was still energetic in the morning. It was still early, so he planned to go for a run and bring breakfast for the two children on the way back. In order to prevent the two children from being suspicious when they woke up, Celestine wrote a note and placed it at an eye-catching place on the dining table. He was about to leave when he stopped and looked at Zheng Tan, who was sleeping on the sofa. Ever since he scratched the thief that day, Zheng Tan always felt that there was a bloody smell on his claws. He was afraid that it would affect the children. He heard that the smell of blood would stimulate the children and make them more likely to have nightmares, so Zheng Tan did not sleep on Gu Yuzi's bed. However, Gu Yuzi took out her furry cloak and gave it to Zheng Tan as a blanket. There was a hood on the furry cloak, and 2 cat ears were sewn on the hood as decoration. At this moment, Zheng Tan was curled up in the fur cloak, sleeping soundly like a ball. Zheng Tan had never understood why cats would curl up into a ball and sleep. Wouldn't they be tired of sleeping in that position? But when Zheng Tan turned into a cat, he realized that this sleeping position was quite comfortable for a cat. Sometimes he would unconsciously curl up into a ball when he fell asleep, just like now. "Black charcoal, go for a run." Celestine, who was standing by the door, shouted in a low voice. There was no movement under the fur cloak. "Black charcoal, get up and run," Celestine said again. He didn't believe that the cat on the sofa couldn't hear him. The tip of his ears that peeked out from the edge of the fur cloak twitched, and then, there was no more then. Celestine was speechless. This little bastard was definitely pretending to be deaf again. "Black charcoal," Celestine said for the 3rd time with a hint of warning. Zheng Tan still didn't move, but it was a little better than before. Zheng Tan snorted through his nose, indicating that he heard it. "If there's nothing else, you can go away. Black charcoal. Get up." Celestine said for the fourth time. This time Jing Tan finally moved. He stretched his body and revealed his head from the fur cloak. He squinted his eyes and looked at Celestine. He yawned and waited for 5 seconds. Seeing that Celestine didn't say anything else, he retracted his head and went back to sleep. Black Charcoal, get up and run. Celestine said almost word by word. This time Jing Tan finally made a big move. He kicked off the fur cloak, stretched his body and shook his fur. Celestine was speechless. He didn't know that he had to call a cat 5 times to wake it up. Are you going to step on the breast on the sofa or pee in the bathroom? Celestine gritted his teeth. Jing Tan pulled his ears. He wouldn't do things like step on breast. If he wanted to step on breast, he would step on big boobs. What was the point of stepping on the sofa? Jing Tan always felt that as one of the cat's signature moves, stepping on breast, was quite wretched, especially when this wretched technique was inherited from a group of people. This was almost a common characteristic of cats. Stepping on breast wasn't necessary, but it still needed to pee in the morning. Looking at the black cat running to the bathroom, Celestine helplessly looked at the ceiling. How could the Jiaos treat this kind of cat as a treasure? Because of the sudden drop in temperature, Jing Tan felt a chill as soon as he stepped out of the building, making him shiver. The sun hadn't come out yet, so the campus was still quiet. Other than the sound of things being dragged in the cafeteria, there weren't any other loud noises. However, when Jing Tan was halfway through his run, the school broadcast rang on time. It started at 6:30 a.m. every day and continued until 7:30 a.m. When he passed by the student dormitory, the school broadcast had already stopped playing the initial song and began to play the radio calisthenics. Starting now, the 8th set of radio calisthenics, step on the spot. 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8. F***CK, why are you so noisy so early in the morning? A manic voice came from the dormitory facing the loudspeaker. Before the voice died away, a slipper was thrown out from the window of the dormitory and hit the loudspeaker, but it still couldn't stop the sound of the school broadcast. Jumping exercise 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 2 2 3 4. I'll smash you sooner or later. Just you wait, the day I leave school will be the day you die of old age. Listening to the noise coming from the other side, Jing Tan suddenly had a feeling of joy. Not everyone could get used to earplugs. Poor people who thought that they could avoid the morning self-study after going to university. They didn't need to go to morning self-study, but there was still this kind of nonsense, and the school broadcast that would sound on time every weekday. Jing Tan was glad that he lived in the East Courtyard, where the family compound was relatively quiet. He could only hear the broadcast when he walked out of the compound, so he could still sleep in if he wanted to. When he finished running one lap, the school broadcast still didn't play the news from the Central People's Radio station, which meant that it wasn't 7 a.m. yet. Jiao Yuan and the others all woke up at 7 a.m. Celestine went to the cafeteria to buy breakfast first, and Jing Tan waited for him to buy breakfast before walking back to the family compound. When he returned to the compound, he met Old Man Yen, who came out to walk his dog. Niu Zhuangzhuang, the guy with big head and small eyes, was wagging his tail vigorously after seeing Jing Tan. Although Niu Zhuangzhuang fought fiercely, it was quite nice to the other pets in the compound. Huang often licked its fur. Jing Tan saw that Huang spat out white and brown fur a few days ago, so it must be the fur of Niu Zhuangzhuang and Hua Zhanghua. Celestine sometimes practiced Tai Chi with some old men in the morning, so he was quite familiar with some of the old men in the compound, so Old Man Yen also knew Celestine. When he saw Celestine, he even greeted him. "This dog is quite brave," Celestine said as he looked at Niu Zhuangzhuang, who was led by Old Man Yen. When Old Man Yen heard this, the wrinkles on his face deepened. Recently, Old Man Yen especially liked to tell people about the glorious deeds of his Zhuangzhuang. However, Niu Zhuangzhuang didn't have a good attitude towards Celestine. Perhaps it was an animal's innate intuition, so it kept avoiding Celestine. If Celestine stared at it for a long time, it would even bare its teeth at Celestine. Old Man Yen looked at the breakfast Celestine bought and said disapprovingly, "You bought eggs and soy milk? A few days ago, I heard that if you eat eggs and soy milk together, not only will it not increase your protein intake, but it will also affect the normal absorption of protein." I don't remember the specific principle, and I'm not in that field of research. You can ask little Jiao, they should know. After Celestine thanked Old Man Yen, they said goodbye to each other. Old Man Yen still had to take Niu Zhuangzhuang for a walk, and the 2 children of the Jiao family probably got up as well. The school radio was about to start broadcasting the news from CCTV. On the way home, Jing Tan was still thinking about what Old Man Yen said. Thinking back, when he was in the Jiao family, he didn't seem to have seen eggs and soy milk together. Even if he did, the eggs were for the Jiao Yuan to prevent him from starving, so he wouldn't eat them immediately. In the end, Celestine still made milk for the two children. Lan Tianzhu and Suan came to ask the Jiao Yuan to go to school together, so Zheng Tan didn't have to go with them to Fu Elementary School. Zheng Tan thought that since Celestine was here for the next 2 days, he should find a way to tell him about the matter as soon as possible. Regardless of whether it would work out or not, at least it would be a confirmation of his idea. When Celestine was in the bathroom, Zheng Tan came to the bedroom and jumped onto the Jiaopa's desk. There were some books on the desk that the Jiaopa often used. Zheng Tan's first target was the book, Genetics. The Jiaopa helped people teach genetics classes, and Zheng Tan had seen all of the Jiaopa's PowerPoint presentations so far this semester. Every time after the PowerPoint presentation was done, the Jiaopa would try to teach it himself. Some details would only be noticed when he was teaching. This was the Jiaopa's habit. Zheng Tan pulled out the book, Genetics. What he needed to do now was to find the information he wanted from the Jiaopa's classes that he hadn't taken yet. Zheng Tan wasn't sure if what the Jiaopa said at the hospital that day was the content of this book. He was just trying his luck. If he couldn't find the information in this book, he could always find another one. For a cat, turning the pages was not an easy task, but Zheng Tan was already used to it. He would get used to it after a while. When Zheng Tan was turning the pages, his ears would also pay attention to his surroundings. If he heard Celestine come out, Zheng Tan wouldn't turn the pages like this. After all, a cat flipping through a professional book like this would really scare people. Even if Zheng Tan didn't understand these things at all, it would still look unusual to others. Fortunately, Zheng Tan soon found the information he wanted. No wonder the Jiaopa talked about the development process before birth that day in the hospital. Looking at the time, the Jiaopa would talk about it in his class next week. The Jiaopa just read a little more when he was preparing for the class. When Celestine went into the bedroom to get the files, he saw the black cat squatting next to the computer, fiddling with a bookmark. Don't scratch that out. That's your Jiaopa's record. Because the bookmark had been scratched out by Zheng Tan for a long time, Celestine took the book, Genetics, and opened the page where the bookmark was. He put the bookmark back into the book. Just as Celestine was about to close the book, he caught a glimpse of some words on the page from the corner of his eyes. He immediately stopped. After reading it, he turned another page. After reading the content on the last page, Celestine frowned and read the content several times. In fact, this content was some of the content that the Jiaopa talked about at the hospital that day. The words on the edge of the page related to the human gender controversy were the notes that the Jiaopa made when he was preparing for the class. Zheng Tan didn't put the bookmark directly on the page of the content that he wanted. Instead, he put it on the page before the content, which could serve as a cover. Chapter 29. The person Celestine was looking for was the uniformed man that Zheng Tan had met before. He was Celestine's senior. Zheng Tan had heard Wei Lung call the other party Walnut on the phone before. As for this senior's name, Zheng Tan did not know. Zheng Tan had heard that as long as Walnut solved the case, he would be promoted. Walnut could have been promoted last month, but he was too stubborn. Just like what he had said before, if he didn't solve the case, he would be too embarrassed to be promoted. Zheng Tan thought that Walnut's brain had been kicked by a donkey. He had already made his connections and was waiting for a promotion, but this person was still stubborn. Wei Ling called senior brother Walnut a few times, but the other side's phone was turned off. This caused Wei Ling to reveal a worried expression. After thinking for a moment, Wei Ling made another call. However, it wasn't to senior brother Walnut but to someone else. Some of their words involved code words that only they understood. Zheng Tan didn't understand at all, and wasn't interested in continuing to listen. He had helped as much as he could and he didn't care about the rest. Let Celestine worry about it. Yawning, Zheng Tan ran back to the living room and jumped onto the sofa to catch up on sleep. Cats slept for a long time, and Zheng Tan usually woke up at the same time as Jiao Yuan and the others. He woke up at 7 o'clock, but today he woke up an hour earlier. If he woke up an hour earlier, he had to make up for it. Otherwise, Zheng Tan would feel like he was at a disadvantage. Maybe this was a type of obsessive-compulsive disorder? Who cares? I'm a cat now. Zheng Tan told himself countless times. What was a cat like? It ate when it was hungry, slept when it was sleepy, played outside, and caused trouble at home. Even though Senior Walnut had turned off his phone, the two of them seemed to have other ways of knowing each other's location. It should be a GPS device or something like that. Wei Ling was now looking for someone to help look for it. 10 minutes later, Celestine already knew the approximate location of Walnut. After making the call, Celestine quickly grabbed his jacket and walked out. Just as he reached the door, he turned back and asked Jing Tan, "Want to go out and play?" Jing Tan, who was closing his eyes to cultivate his sleepiness, thought for a moment when he heard this, then immediately got up and ran towards the door. Jing Tan was very willing to go out. Staying in Tsinghua University's campus and seeing the same scenery every day made him feel that his life was limited. From a psychological point of view, this was not a good phenomenon. As for Jiao Yuan and Gu Yuzi, Jiao Pa had 2 classes in the second half of the morning. After class he would pick up Jiao Yuan and Gu Yuzi, so there was no need for Jing Tan. Jiao Ma had recovered a lot in the past 2 days. Her recovery was very good and her life was not in danger. The stitches could be removed in a week. Jiao Pa knew a student who was doing an internship at the hospital. Last year he and a teacher from Tsinghua University's medical school worked together on a project. Jiao Pa asked the intern to help take care of Jiao Ma while he was in class. Since he had decided to take the cat out, Celestine called Jiao Pa to inform him. As expected, Jiao Pa did not object. He only told Jing Tan to be careful and asked Celestine to help take care of Jiao Ma. This time, Celestine was in a hurry, so he used the motorcycle that he often stayed in the family area's shed. The motorcycle did not look special. Its appearance was ordinary and not eye-catching. However, Jing Tan felt that it only looked ordinary. His performance was definitely good. Celestine had modified it before. At least, when it ran, it would not be as bad as EXIN's second-hand bike. Jing Tan came to the front of the motorcycle. He looked at the front of the motorcycle. There was no basket. He looked at the back. There was not even a trunk. Therefore, Jing Tan jumped onto the motorcycle seat. Jing Tan stepped on the motorcycle seat. He felt that it was not bad. After Celestine put on the helmet, he looked at the black cat that was already squatting on the motorcycle seat. He looked at his motorcycle and went to the guard room. When he came out, he was carrying a big red travel bag with 2 holes on his back. Luckily, the guard room has a bag. Celestine got on the motorcycle and patted the unzipped travel bag on his back. "Come in." Jing Tan tugged at her ears and reluctantly jumped into the hole-riddled travel bag. She guessed that the bag had not been used for some time. It still had a musty smell and some of the stains on it had not been washed. When they were in the family area, the speed of the motorcycle was still very slow. However, after they left Tsinghua University, Celestine sped up. Jing Tan did not know where Celestine was going. Jing Tan had never been to this route before. The surrounding buildings were unfamiliar to him. Jing Tan poked his head out of the travel bag and looked at the streets that were quickly passing by. For cars, the most troublesome thing in urban areas was that there were more traffic lights. Even if the motorcycle could go very fast, it could not pass those red lights. While they were waiting for the green light, a bus slowly drove over and stopped beside Wei Lung's motorcycle, waiting for the green light. Beside the window on Jing Tan's side, a person was eating an orange. He opened the window and spat out the seeds. Then the orange seed drew a parabola in the air and directly hit Jing Tan's head. Jing Tan was speechless. *CK. This kind of person who spits seeds everywhere should be fined until he is not even left with his underwear. *CK. The guy riding the motorcycle is carrying a cat. And it's a black cat, the person eating the orange said loudly. "Where is it? Where is it? It's really a cat. I thought it was a cat doll. Mom, I want to see the cat too. Don't push, it's just a cat. Why are you all pushing? Move, let me see." In this era, mobile phones were not as smart as they would be 10 years later. Therefore, there were not many low-headed people in the bus. For a moment, the people who were bored on the bus looked at Jing Tan, who was poking his head out of the travel bag. The black cat head in the red travel bag was very eye-catching. Jing Tan felt like he was a monkey for people to see. The bus driver looked out and continued to stare ahead. He shouted to remind the passengers to be careful. The green light was about to turn green. Unfortunately, many people didn't listen to him. After the green light turned green, the motorcycle rushed out and left the bus further and further behind. However, Jing Tan saw that when the bus took off, it stopped because a private car overtook it. The person spitting the orange seed out of the bus was only looking out the window. He didn't sit properly and hit his head on the seat in front of him, making a bang sound. Jing Tan grinned and felt much better. After leaving the city, the traffic lights were not so frequent. Celestine also sped up a lot. There were factories all around. If he kept going forward, he would be close to the third ring road. However, Jing Tan looked at the signs hanging around. This area was designated as a demolition area. For environmental reasons, the government was preparing to move the surrounding factories. After all, there was a lake nearby. The real estate developers had already started to plan for the empty area by the lake. Celestine rode the motorcycle to the side door of a factory. He parked the motorcycle and looked around. He took out his phone and looked for someone. The factory in front of him used to be a food processing factory. It had just been moved away, so it was a lot quieter. Only some pictures on the surrounding walls told people what it used to do here. Celestine still couldn't get through to his senior brother's phone. However, he was now sure that the person was in the factory. The factory's doors were all closed, so he could only climb over the wall to get in. Follow behind me. If anyone comes near, let me know. Of course, you can help me cover up at the appropriate time. Forget it, you probably don't understand. After saying that, Celestine jumped over the outer wall. His movements were very light and looked very relaxed. Jing Tan also jumped over the wall and looked inside. He followed Celestine purely out of curiosity and excitement. Besides, he didn't need to hide his whereabouts as much as Celestine did. After all, Jing Tan was now a cat. People didn't have to be so wary of cats. Besides, there were many domestic and wild cats around. Jing Tan saw a few when he was on the motorcycle. Therefore, a black cat coming into the factory was nothing new. When Jing Tan came out of the Jiao family, he had already taken off the tag and keys around his neck. Therefore, no one could see anything special about Jing Tan. Even if someone saw him, they would only exclaim, "This cat is really strong." They wouldn't think that someone suspicious was approaching. The factory was empty. It looked very bleak. There were broken bricks and tiles on the ground, discolored advertising paper, and some processing waste. The surrounding air was still filled with the smell of auxiliary materials and additives. Jing Tan was not far behind Celestine. His ears perked up and caught some slight sounds. They belonged to a person, like the moaning of someone being beaten down. However, they didn't belong to Walnut. There were at least 3 people behind the wall 50 meters to the east. Jing Tan heard their conversation. From their whispers, Jing Tan understood that they were waiting for the person in the warehouse to come out and attack. Jing Tan looked at the warehouse not far in front of him. There were relatively few windows and the doors and windows were tightly shut. If they wanted to go in, they would probably make a lot of noise. That senior brother Walnut is inside? However, the moaning of someone being beaten down did come from inside. The people hiding behind the wall didn't notice Celestine's presence. Perhaps they didn't care about that at all. Their attention was focused on the warehouse door. At the same time, Celestine was too well hidden. Even if Celestine moved quickly, it was difficult to detect him. When Celestine was hiding in the shadows, thinking about how to deal with the people behind the wall first and then find a way to enter the warehouse, Jing Tan's gaze landed on an exhaust fan in the warehouse. There was no barbed wire outside the exhaust fan, but the gap between the blades of the exhaust fan was just enough for Jing Tan to enter. Chapter 30. After thinking about it, Jing Tan decided to walk towards the warehouse. Celestine looked at the black cat running towards the warehouse. He calmed himself down and prepared to deal with the people behind the wall first. If the cat went over, the senior would probably notice. Jing Tan looked at the exhaust fan that was not blocked by barbed wire. It was a bit high and he couldn't jump up immediately. So he climbed up a bit using some scraps of wood placed against the wall and jumped to the exhaust fan vent. Looking through the gap between the fan blades, there was nothing but some discarded items. The room with the exhaust fan was not big. Jing Tan went in and looked around. The door was blocked by some scraps of wood and a few big boxes of bottles that had fallen down. Otherwise, someone would definitely come in and take these bottles out to sell for money. He didn't see any bugs or the like. Maybe it was because of some of the auxiliary drugs that were scattered here. Although the door was blocked, there was a gap in the wall next to it. It was probably drilled when the electrical appliances were installed. It wasn't big. Jing Tan tried to squeeze through. It was a bit difficult, but he still managed to squeeze through. The cat's bones were amazing. It could achieve the same effect without yoga. It was just that its body was covered in dust. After leaving the small room, Jing Tan shook the dust off his body and looked around. This was where the warehouse used to store goods. Now that the factory had moved, there were no goods inside. It was full of discarded items. The light was dim and a few rotten wooden beams were lying there. It looked very messy. The wooden beams didn't belong to this warehouse. They should have been dragged from the collapsed small warehouses around. His vision was blocked by the discarded items. His sense of smell was also affected by the pungent auxiliary drugs. Jing Tan could only rely on his hearing to find the person. Following the direction of the sound, Jing Tan walked through the gap between the items. If it was a person, it wouldn't be so convenient. Jing Tan was relying on his body to walk faster. The warehouse was a bit big. Jing Tan walked for a while before he got close to the source of the sound. The area had been cleared out and there were 3 people lying on the ground. Celestine's senior brother, Walnut, was using hemp ropes to tie the hands and feet of the 3 people lying on the ground. Their mouths were stuffed with some packaging so they couldn't scream. They could only make muffled sounds. Senior Walnut wasn't wearing his police uniform today, probably to make it easier for him to move around. There was a woman standing next to senior brother Walnut. She looked like a well-behaved person. She wore a pair of red plate glasses and a jacket that accentuated her figure. If Celestine suspected this woman, Zheng Tan found it hard to associate this girl, who looked like an ordinary college student, with the murderer who had killed several people. However, one couldn't judge a person by their appearance. Just like the 2 thieves caught before, they might look well-behaved, but they weren't necessarily innocent. Zheng Tan didn't show himself immediately. Instead, he hid behind the old wooden plank and observed the situation. His attention was focused on the woman. Senior brother Walnut was obviously on guard against the girl and didn't have his back facing her. After Zheng Tan saw senior brother Walnut tie up the 3 people on the ground, he took out his phone. No signal? Senior brother Walnut frowned and looked around. He walked around with his phone, but there was still no signal. He decided to go out and make a call. After taking 2 steps, he turned around and said to the girl who was still standing in the same place, "Follow me." The girl didn't say anything and followed him obediently. However, she kept a distance of 1 to 2 meters from senior brother Walnut. This was also what some psychologists considered a safe distance between people. Senior brother Walnut wasn't the only one who was on guard against her. She was also on guard against him. Zheng Tan followed quietly. He shuttled through the waste. Not only did he have to be silent, but he also had to maintain his speed. He walked and stopped. Every time he stopped, he would plan the route he would take. He would also take advantage of this short interval to pay attention to the surrounding situation. Therefore, every time he stopped, he moved very quickly. It was like when a cat owner was playing with his cat. Just a moment ago, he found his cat standing 7 to 8 meters away. In the blink of an eye, his cat was already 5 to 6 meters away. Zheng Tan didn't know that his current actions were similar to the actions of a sheriff before he caught his prey. He followed silently and waited for the right opportunity. There was less waste in the direction of the door. Perhaps it was because the first 3 people to enter had already cleared the way, so senior brother Walnut didn't have to expend too much effort. From time to time, he only had to lift some of the obstructions in the corridor and use this opportunity to observe the girl behind him. Just as senior brother Walnut lifted a wooden plank in front of him and lifted his foot to walk forward, Zheng Tan saw the girl, who looked like an ordinary college student, take out a tube from her sleeve and point it at senior brother Walnut. Zheng Tan's intuition told him that the tube was dangerous. Now was the time. Zheng Tan, who had been paying attention to the girl all this time, kicked off his legs and rushed over. The girl, who was holding the needle and preparing to attack, had a cold glint in her eyes. However, this gaze was greatly weakened by her glasses. Just as she thought she was about to succeed, she suddenly felt a strong impact on her chest. She couldn't stand steadily and fell to the side. The needle in her hand also deviated from its course. Before she could react, senior brother Walnut, who was walking in front of her, had already made his move. He twisted her arm and pressed her against a thick wooden beam to the side with a bang. Because the girl's arm was twisted and she was forcefully pushed against the beam, the glasses she was wearing fell off. After his successful attack, Zheng Tan was stunned on the wooden plank to the side. He moved his hand and thought, that person's chest isn't very big. The feeling isn't good. Senior brother Walnut took out a hemp rope. When he was looking for hemp rope earlier, he had found a few extra for backup. He didn't expect to use them so quickly. "I've been guarding against you all this time. You only revealed your killer move now." Senior brother Walnut looked at the needle that had been nailed to the abandoned wooden plank to the side and then looked at the needle tube that had fallen to the ground. The piston rod had been modified, and the front of the needle tube was different from a normal needle tube. When the piston rod was pushed inward, the instantaneous high pressure would push the needle out. There was a drug inside the needle, probably something like a rapid anesthetic. You're done so quickly?" Celestine, who had just jumped in through the window, said. Zheng Tan looked in the direction of the voice. Behind Celestine was a large window. However, he remembered that the large window was tightly shut. It might even have been locked. Moreover, it was 5 meters above the ground. How did Celestine get in so quietly? Senior brother Walnut wasn't too surprised by Wei Lung's reaction. "Just now, it was all thanks to this black cat that helped me. Otherwise, I really would have been hit by that needle. I didn't expect this woman to have such a killer move." Celestine looked at the person who was still calm after being subdued. That's why I said there was something wrong with this woman. You didn't believe that she was the killer. You can test her DNA. It will definitely be the same as the DNA of the previous criminals. Shouldn't it be a man? She's a transsexual? That can't be. I've checked her information. It's her. Her body is a little special. If you want to know more, you can ask those geneticists. With Celestine around, Zheng Tan didn't do anything else. He went through the gaps of the trash and jumped onto the window that Celestine had jumped in through. Opposite the window, there was an abandoned telephone pole. Other than that, there was nothing else that he could use as leverage. Zheng Tan didn't think that he could use a telephone pole that was still some distance away to jump out like Celestine. So he went back along the path and exited through the exhaust fan. There were 4 people tied up outside. All 4 of them had fainted. This was Celestine's masterpiece. Zheng Tan looked around. Using a tree, he climbed into a 5-story building. The bottom 2 floors were probably used for office use. There wasn't much waste and trash. There were some incomplete records stuck on the wall. The top 3 floors were the staff dormitory. There were some simple flower pots made from beverage bottles by the windowsill. Dead cacti lay in the dry soil. Zheng Tan didn't look at those and went straight to the top of the small building. Looking around from here, he could see more than half of the factory. He could also see the other 2 factories adjacent to this factory. One of the 2 factories had been moved away long ago, just like this one. It was quiet and full of waste, while the other factory was more lively. 2 minutes after Zheng Tan came out, Celestine and his senior opened the door of the warehouse and brought out the people inside. The 3 parties looked at each other. One party was the people who had been dealing drugs in the abandoned warehouse, the other party was the woman, and the last third party was the person Wei Ling had taken care of, who had been waiting outside to take advantage of the situation. I heard that in the early years, the International Olympic Committee also checked the chromosomes of all female athletes. It is said that athletes with Y chromosomes have more advantages than ordinary female athletes in competitions. This prisoner is probably in such a situation. Senior, you are so lucky to encounter such a low-probability case. The 2 senior and junior who were guarding the prisoner sat there and chatted with cigarettes in their mouths. They had already called and someone would come to pick them up soon, so they just had to wait here. Listening to Celestine's teasing, He Tao smiled bitterly and shook his head. F***ck. By the way, why did you bring that cat with you? Master said that cats bring good luck. When you are hesitant or don't know where to start, bringing a cat will have unexpected results. So I brought it with me, Celestine replied. He Tao curled his lips. He still couldn't accept his master's words. However, this time the cat did help him. I owe that cat a favor. It's so F***king uncomfortable. It's okay. It's not the first time you owe a cat a favor. You have experience in how to repay it. F***ck. After a moment of silence, He Tao asked again, didn't you say last week that you have plans for a job? Where do you plan to go? What kind of job? Security. Cough. He Tao was so excited that he choked on a mouthful of smoke. He almost coughed out his lungs. You didn't go to the police station or the company, but you went to work as a security guard? What's wrong with your brain? He Tao, who had recovered, almost roared. This is my decision after careful consideration. Did you hit your head on tofu before careful consideration? I'm sober. Also, I already told Master. What did Master say? Master said, oh. But after he said that, I heard the sound of a table being smashed on the other end of the phone. He smashed the table with his bare hands again? The emphasis was on the word again. Judging from the sound, he definitely needs to get a new one. This is the 7th one this year. Even if I buy him a stronger alloy table, he still won't be happy. Of course he won't be happy. He likes to smash the table with his bare hands when he's angry. If he's angry, he has to vent it out. It's better than keeping it in. Anyway, Mao prepared a warehouse full of wooden tables for him. It's enough for a few years. Right? Is there any news about Mao? He Tao asked. No. While the 2 brothers were chatting, Zheng Tan was looking at the situation of the carbonated beverage factory next door. The factory had just started to move. At this moment, large trucks were leaving the factory one after another. Zheng Tan's attention was attracted by a truck that was being loaded. The workers were moving glass bottles of soda onto the truck. Just as they were moving, a few police cars drove over. One of the workers looked over and said a few words to guess the reason for the police car's arrival. He didn't notice that a round bottle cap rolled over under his foot. He twisted his leg and the box of soda fell out of his hand. The impact of the sudden smash of the soda bottles that were being moved around was extraordinary. Jing Tan looked over there. After a bang, the worker closest to him had his clothes torn by the flying glass shards. The exposed wrists and face of his work uniform were scratched. The injured worker was pulled in to treat his wounds. Only then did Jing Tan's attention return to the factory. The people in the police car had already walked in and were talking to Celestine and his senior. Looking at Celestine's condition, it seemed that he wouldn't be leaving for a while. Chapter 31. After finishing his cigarette, He Tao ordered his subordinates to take care of the rest of the work. He Tao lit up another cigarette and sat down next to Celestine. He felt a lot more relaxed after finishing the case. Previously he had been controlling the amount of cigarettes he smoked to make it easier to move around, but now he didn't care anymore. Where are you going to be a security guard? Residential area? Enterprise? Factory? He Tao asked. Enterprise or factory? It depends on the situation. After all, the factory hasn't been opened yet, Celestine answered. Whose factory? Black Charcoal's father and a friend opened it together. I'm also involved, but my knowledge is limited. I can't understand their advanced knowledge, so I invested a portion of my money. As for a job like security, it's more suitable for me. When the time comes, I'll find retired comrades to work with me. He Tao was silent for a while. He held the lighter and pointed at the black cat squatting at the top of the warehouse. Its father? Yes, Celestine flicked the cigarette butt. The people in the residential area call it that. Dog daddy, cat daddy, and so on. Tisk, when did the status of pets become so high? When people are disappointed, the status of pets increases. I heard a while ago that the more people you know, the cuter you find pets to be. This perception is too one-sided and extreme. At least, I don't think those pets are cute, such as that one. Celestine turned his head and nodded in the direction of Jing Tan. It has a bad temper. You can't control it. He Tao clicked his tongue. He was about to make fun of it, but he remembered that he owed the cat a favor, so he swallowed his words. He changed the topic and said, "Oh right, tell your friend to behave himself. The higher-ups are going to crack down on him." Even if you didn't mention it, I would have told him. It's indeed not peaceful recently. It's time to do something about it. The police had already tidied up everything. He Tao didn't say anything more. He patted Celestine's shoulder. If you need help, just let me know. If the factory is ready, I'll go and take a look. Celestine waved his hand to show that he understood. Senior, don't just focus on climbing up. Your skills have deteriorated. If it weren't for that cat, you would definitely be at a disadvantage this time. He Tao smiled. The few of you are all troublesome. In Chuhua City, if I don't climb to the top, how can I protect you? So that you don't have to put on a smiling face and owe others favors. Looking at He Tao walking away, Celestine took a deep puff of his cigarette, threw it on the ground and stamped it out. He shouted towards Jing Tan, "Black Charcoal, let's go back." Jing Tan got up and stretched. He looked around and then looked at the real estate billboard not far away. He shook his fur and went downstairs to go home. On the way back to Chuhua City, Celestine didn't drive very fast this time. He slowed down. Sometimes he even took a detour as if he was relaxing. It was already 3 o'clock in the afternoon when he arrived at the East Family Courtyard of Chuhua University. Jing Tan took a shower after he arrived at the East Family Courtyard. He asked Celestine to boil water for him. Celestine also took a shower with the leftover water. Because he had to go to the hospital to see a patient later and went out in the morning, he was dirty. It wasn't good to go to the hospital like this. His image was secondary, but he was afraid that he would bring too many germs in. Even if it wasn't a sterile room, it was better to clean himself up before going to a ward. When Jing Tan was brought to the hospital, there was a burst of light laughter coming from Jiao Ma's ward. It was Jiao Ma's laughter, and the medical intern called Li Xiaoqian who was helping to take care of Jiao Ma. Hearing the laughter, Jing Tan pulled his ear. Jiao Yuan and the others were in class at this time. What could make Jiao Ma laugh like this? Jing Tan's doubts were answered when he opened the door and saw the situation on the hospital bed. Jiao Ma was lying on the hospital bed. There was a blue figure beside Jiao Ma's uninjured hand rolling around. After rolling around, it lay on its back and spread its wings to let people scratch it. Jing Tan was speechless. How did this guy come back from his business trip so soon? Next to the ward, the owner of General, Professor Tan, was talking to Jiao Pa. Professor Tan, who was about the same age as Jiao Pa, said proudly, "This time, when I went to the National Nature Reserve in the south, I met a blue and purple macaw that looked like General. It was raised by a professor who studied ecology. His blue and purple macaw was quite smart, but its pronunciation was not as accurate as General. They even had a singing competition. In the end, the blue and purple maca's singing talent was not good. It couldn't hit the high notes and couldn't hit the low notes. The low notes sounded like burps and the high notes sounded like slaughtered chickens. The people in the ward heard Professor Tan's words and laughed again. General, who was lying on its back next to Jiao Ma, heard Professor Tan talking about its great achievements. It turned around and raised its head, saying, "General is mighty, General is mighty." "General, sing another song," Li Shaoqian said. General tilted its head as if it was thinking about what song to sing. 5 seconds later. "Sweet honey, your smile is so sweet, like a flower blooming in the spring breeze, blooming in the spring breeze." As it sang, it kept swaying its head. Jing Tan despised it for being so shameless. Jing Tan did not care about generals showing off. He jumped onto Jiao Ma's bed and pushed the parrot next to Jiao Ma to the side. Seeing Jing Tan jump onto the bed, Jiao Ma tucked him in so that Jing Tan could squat more comfortably. Stepping on the soft and warm bedding, Jing Tan felt a lot better. As General sang, it moved closer to Jing Tan. When it finished singing the last word, it did not close its mouth. Instead, it turned sideways to Jing Tan, and was about to bite Jing Tan's cat ears. Jing Tan's palms on the mattress moved, and his ears turned into the shape of an airplane. He squinted at the parrot next to him with a threatening look. "You dare to bite my ears? I'll slap you to death." Maybe it was because it had not seen any cats during its business trip, and the parrot was itching to bite the cat's ears. Being stared at by Jing Tan's threatening eyes, General paused, then turned its neck to the other side, and did not look at Jing Tan anymore. The people in the ward could not help but laugh when they saw the cat and the parrot's actions. Li Shaoqian looked at the time and went out to work. She would come back later to help Jiao Ma change the bandages. Celestine stayed for a while and also left. Jing Tan reclined next to the Jiao Ma. The Jiao Ma's injured arm was the other arm, so lying on this side would not touch the wound. Jing Tan was also careful not to touch the other parts of the Jiao Ma's body. Professor Tan and the Jiao Pa were talking about some of the bigger engineering projects that the university had applied for recently. General was bored and grabbed the plastic medicine bottle on the bedside table to practice opening and closing the bottle cap. Sometimes, when General accidentally approached the Jiao Ma's wound, Jing Tan would whip it with its tail or claws. The room was indeed much warmer than outside and Jing Tan was a little sleepy. A knock on the door woke Jing Tan up. Recently, the person in charge of the Jiao Ma was Li Shaoqian. Occasionally, a few doctors would come by to take a look. Other than the doctors, Li Shaoqian and the others knew about Jing Tan's existence. They knew that the Jiao family often brought their cats here, so they did not say anything. However, if it was an outsider, Jing Tan would be better off staying away. General had already flown to Professor Tan's shoulder with the medicine bottle in its mouth. Jing Tan jumped off the bed and went into the bag next to the Jiao Pa. The person who entered the room was a woman in her 30s. She was dressed in a formal manner and did not look serious. She looked friendly and dignified, but this dignified aura was far from that of Lord Zheng. When the Jiao Pa saw this person, he quickly stood up. "Ms. Yang, why are you here?" This person was the Jiao Yuan's homeroom teacher. She taught the Jiao Yuan's language. Jing Tan had seen her a few times, but he did not pay much attention to her. "I heard that Ms. Gu was sick today, so I came to take a look." Ms. Yang put down the fruit she had bought. Ms. Yang did not live in Tsinghua University's residential area. She had a house outside and had to leave early today. This morning she heard that the Jiao Yuan's mother was hospitalized. This time she brought her mother to the hospital for a checkup and came to visit. Oh right, the school had a power outage today. In this weather, the lights in the classroom are dark at 4 o'clock. The students can't look at the blackboard, so the school ended one class early. I saw the Jiao Yuan's group and a few other students at the fruit shop below the hospital. They came to visit Ms. Gu together. I promised them that I would keep it a secret. Ms. Gu, Professor Jiao, please don't tell them that I was the one who told them, Ms. Yang joked. Jing Tan. Poor kids. They were betrayed in the blink of an eye, and the person who betrayed them was their respected homeroom teacher. Because she still had something to do, Ms. Yang left after a while. In less than 5 minutes, Jing Tan heard the sound of children's footsteps outside. The door opened slightly and the Jiao Yuan poked his head in. After looking around the room, he said, "My classmate heard that mom was hospitalized, so he came to visit." "Then what are you waiting for? Hurry up and let your classmate in." The Jiao Pa pretended to be surprised and stood up to welcome him. The room was not big, so the Jiao Pa and Professor Tan walked out and let the children in. Jing Tan peeked through the gap in the back. Other than Lan Tianzhu, Xiong Xiong, and Suan, who he often saw, there was also a girl. Who is this child?" The Jiaoma looked at the only girl in the room. Although the Jiaoma did not know all the children in Jiao Yuan's class, she still had an impression of some of them. However, the Jiaoma thought about the girl standing in front of her and was sure that she had never seen her before. She is a new student in our class. Her name is Litmus. The Jiao Yuan emphasized the name Litmus when he introduced the girl. Ah, no wonder I don't remember her. She is a new transfer student, the Jiaoma said. Her name is Litmus. The Jiao Yuan emphasized again. I know her name is Litmus. The Jiaoma was confused by the Jiao Yuan's repeated emphasis on the girl's name. However, the Jiao Pa and Professor Tan who were standing at the door smiled knowingly. They already understood the Jiao Yuan's meaning. The Jiao Yuan was helpless when he saw that the Jiaoma still did not understand. He pointed at Suin, whose face was red and the tips of her ears were almost filled with blood. Then he pointed at Litmus, who was glaring at him. Do you understand now? Jiao Yuan. Litmus shouted. What are you afraid of? Everyone will find out sooner or later. Didn't you say that your family will be moving to the East family compound in 2 days? The Jiao Yuan did not care about Litmus's glare at all. The Jiaoma finally understood the meaning of the words after the Jiao Yuan's reminder. She looked at Suin, whose face was red and did not know what to do. Then she looked at Litmus, who was staring at Xiong Xiong and the others who were secretly laughing. Jiaoma smiled and shook her head. This was really a coincidence. The only people who did not understand were General, who was standing on Professor Tan's shoulder, and Jing Tan, who was curled up in the bag. It was not until the Jiao Yuan mentioned the things that happened to Litmus that Jing Tan finally understood what these brats meant. Litmus was an organic acid in chemistry. It was used as an acid-base indicator in chemistry. It would turn red when exposed to acids and blue when exposed to alkalis. It was a common sight in high school textbooks. On the day that the little girl named Litmus transferred to another school, Suin did not go to school because she had diarrhea. She only went to school in the afternoon. After class, Lan Tianzhu, Jiao Yuan, and the others asked Suin, who was sprawled on the table weakly, "Do you know Litmus?" Suin looked up. "Yes, I do. It's an indicator." At that time, Litmus was standing behind Suin. She did not look too good. She hated it when people called her an indicator. Since then, Suin would blush every time she saw Litmus. Because of this, she was often laughed at by the Jiao Yuan and the others. The pinyin of Suin's name was the pronunciation of acid. This was really quite a coincidence. While the brats were joking around, the Jiao Pa's phone rang. Professor Tan left with General. When they left, General flew out of the window and waited for Professor Tan downstairs. It was not good for it to leave from inside the hospital. Before the Jiao Pa went out to answer the phone, he thought about it and went back to take out the bag that Jing Tan was in. The brats did not keep their mouths shut. Besides, there was a newcomer named Litmus. In order to avoid unnecessary trouble, he took out the bag. Walking quickly to the end of the corridor outside the ward, the Jiao Pa answered the phone. Jing Tan stayed in the bag and listened to the Jiao Pa's phone call. The person who called was Jing Tan's university classmate who was called Yuan Zi by the Jiao Pa. They were talking about starting a company. After the call, the Jiao Pa said to Jing Tan in the bag, "Black charcoal, I've put in the 30,000 yuan from the commercial in your card. Treat it as an investment. I'll give you dividends when the time comes." Jing Tan earned more and more from shooting commercials with Xiaogua. Originally he went once a month, but Xiaogua saw that the results were good, so he changed it to once every 2 weeks. Moreover, the remuneration was increasing. Jing Tan did not know how good the results were. Anyway, every time he went, Xiaogua would look at him as if he had seen the god of fortune. Anyway, Jing Tan felt that he did not need the money now. Some time ago he heard from Xiaogua that he could try other commercials. The salary would definitely not be low. If the Jiao Pa lost money, he could earn it back. Chapter 32. Yuanzi Jiao Pa's college classmate was actually Yuan Zi. In addition to Jiao Pa and Celestine, another college classmate of Jiao Pa's who worked in Chuhua named Fei Heng also invested in the project. After old Master Yuan passed away, Yuan Zi officially started his own business. Recently, Yuan Zi had been working abroad, and a lot of precision equipment had to be made overseas. Yuan Zi went over to learn from him. Although old Master Yuan was no longer around, his connections made it easier for young people like him who had just started out in the industry. Jing Tan didn't know much about the industry, but he knew that precision equipment was sold in the tens of thousands in US dollars, not RMB. Jing Tan didn't go to the laboratory often. Every time he did, he would take a quick glance and see that the equipment inside was all in English. Even if there was Chinese, it was just some remarks or the owner's name. Zheng Tan had heard that the Institute of Biological Sciences had invested another 2 million RMB in the equipment. However, when he went to look for Jiaopa yesterday, Zheng Tan squatted outside and looked around. He didn't feel much change. It was no wonder that Jiaopa said that he didn't have enough money. The project fund that he applied for couldn't be used. The money that he used was accumulated over the years, but it didn't exceed 2 million. It really wasn't enough to buy a lot of precision equipment. On this day, Jiaopa received a call and told Zheng Tan that Xiaogua had an urgent job. Xiaogua's job was to shoot commercials. Zheng Tan didn't care. The last few jobs were mostly storyboards and videos, so it wasn't difficult for Zheng Tan. However, since it was an urgent job, the price had to be negotiated. Father Jiao was the one who negotiated the price. Zheng Tan only needed to do a little bit of work. He just needed to go over and strike a few poses. On the afternoon of the phone call, Xiaogua came to the hospital with some tonics. After visiting Jiaoma, Xiaogua and Jiaopa went to the corridor to discuss the advertisement. Zheng Tan was still squatting in the bag and being carried by Jiaopa. Cat food for kittens? Jiaopa was puzzled. Yes. This time, my brother has a client whose mother cat gave birth to 5 kittens. The mother cat was injured when she went out to play, so she's been receiving treatment at my brother's place. The kittens are 6 weeks old and have already weaned. The client said that he would give the kittens away in 2 days and keep one for himself. I took a look and the 5 kittens are very healthy and beautiful. They have the bloodline of Siberian forest cats, so I want to take this opportunity to shoot an advertisement for kittens, Xiaogua explained. Xiaogua's brother was a veterinarian. Before the pet center was built, his brother's pet hospital and Xiaogua's pet supply store were separated. Now that they were merged, it was a one-stop service. Therefore, he knew that his brother had some customers. Xiaogua originally didn't want to shoot a cat food advertisement for kittens so soon. After all, it wasn't as easy to shoot a kitten advertisement as an adult cat food advertisement. The kittens weren't trained, so they wouldn't cooperate with you. Cat food for kittens? What do you want black charcoal to do? Jiaopa was puzzled. I want to let the mother cat and the kittens work together. After all, if there are only kittens, the kittens won't be obedient. If there's a mother cat, she can control the kittens. Although it's difficult, it's better than just having the kittens. What do you mean? Jiaopa still didn't understand. First of all, his cat was a male cat. It was said that wild male cats would kill kittens and some domestic cats would do the same. It wasn't safe for kittens. Second, Xiaogua had a few cats in his store and they were all gentle and kind. They were also famous breeds, so it was better than his bad-tempered native cat. What I mean is, let black charcoal try it first and see how it goes. Yesterday, a few cats in our store tried it, and they didn't meet my requirements. That's why I want black charcoal. After listening to Xiaogua's explanation, Jiaopa nodded and didn't ask any more questions. They started to talk about the price. While the Jiaopa and Xiaogua were talking about the price, Zheng Tan, who was squatting in the bag, was not in a good mood. Except for the 2 children in the Jiao family, he didn't like children, let alone kittens. It was so annoying. After the Jiaopa and Xiaogua finished talking, Xiaogua left. He was going to pick up Zheng Tan at the family compound the next morning. If Zheng Tan could take the job, the price would be the same as what the Jiaopa had agreed on. The kitten food in Xiaogua's store was more expensive, but the quality was guaranteed. As long as they could sell it, they would make a lot of money. That was why the price was higher than the previous times. Hearing the Jiaopa's price, Zheng Tan decided to bear with it. It was just a few hours of shooting an advertisement. Black charcoal, I remember all the money you put in your card. Who knows when you will become a major shareholder. Also, don't let yourself be bullied when shooting an advertisement. You are there to shoot an advertisement, not to be bullied. It's okay if you don't do it. Zheng Tan hummed to show that he understood. The Jiaopa's first sentence was obviously a joke, so Zheng Tan didn't take it seriously. The second sentence was also what Zheng Tan thought, so he didn't feel pressured. Anyway, he would still sleep when it was time to sleep and eat when it was time to eat. The next morning, Zheng Tan didn't go for a run. Instead, he squatted on the tall sycamore tree in the family compound and waited. It was the same for the past few times. That was why Xiaogua didn't need to go into the building every time he came over. He just looked at the biggest sycamore tree. Now, the leaves of the sycamore tree had fallen a lot. Xiaogua looked up and saw Zheng Tan at a glance. After Xiaogua saw Zheng Tan, he smiled like he had seen gold. He patted the black travel bag on his back and said, "Black charcoal, let's go. Let's get to work." Zheng Tan didn't like the special pet bag, so every time Xiaogua came to pick up Zheng Tan, he took a spacious travel bag or a slightly bigger bag. Since the pet center wasn't far from here, Xiaoguo rode an electric scooter and put the bag in the front basket of the scooter. Zheng Tan stayed in the bag, but his head popped out to look at the scenery outside. Xiaoguo's obviously pet center was doing better and better. With the support of old customers and the advertising effect of a few months, more and more people knew about it. After several advertisements in some online forums, some people came to him to order wholesale. Gradually they became long-term customers. They didn't enter the pet center from the front door but from a side door. It was close to the studio where Xiaoguo was shooting the advertisement, and there weren't many people going in and out. Every time the store manager brought this black cat, the staff were already familiar with it. Xiaoguo explained to them that this black cat had been specially trained, so it was very obedient and could shoot the advertisement quickly. Also, it was hired with a high salary. When he introduced it, Xiaoguo specifically emphasized the words hired with a high salary, so that the staff could treat this black cat better. This was their store's god of wealth. The reason why the canned cat food could be sold so quickly was mainly because of the advertising effect. Of course, the quality of the cat food produced by his store was also guaranteed. When he promoted others, Xiaoguo didn't forget to elevate himself. The others didn't doubt the store manager's explanation. They regarded this hired with a high salary black cat as a similar creature to the trained cats of the circus. If Zheng Tan knew that these people had classified him and the circus cats in their hearts, how would he feel? As usual, Zheng Tan jumped off the scooter and ran into the studio. It was still the same people, the same few cats and Xiaoguo's golden retriever, who were watching from the side. However, it was obvious that something was different. In a corner of the studio, there was a circle of about 7 or 8 square meters. Some of the props that were originally piled up there were put on the other side. In this area surrounded by plastic boards, 5 fluffy kittens were playing inside. 3 of them had obvious tiger stripes, and the other 2 were black and white. Xiaoguo said that these 5 cats were of Siberian forest cat lineage, so compared to ordinary cats, their fur was slightly longer. On a cat tree next to the circle, an adult American short-hair cat was squatting on it, its 2 front legs on the edge of the tree, looking at the 5 kittens inside. This American short-hair cat was called Prince. It was a cat in Xiaoguo's store. This coquettish name was also given by Xiaoguo. The cat head picture on the store's self-produced canned cat food was Prince. As for why this cat was put in the head picture, the main reason was the breed advantage of this cat. The cheeks of American short-hair cats were plump, and their physiques were bigger than many cats. Their bones were thick and they looked very fleshy. Their backs were wide and they looked strong. They were not as thin as field cats. At first glance they looked quite dignified and approachable. Their appearance was much better than Zheng Tan's. Therefore, many pet food companies liked to use American short-hair cats as their signboards. Of course, in terms of IQ, Zheng Tan was definitely better than it. However, there was no way to compare. After all, Zheng Tan had always considered himself as a human being, and it was not worthwhile to compare IQ with a cat. Another reason for not using Zheng Tan's head picture as a signboard was the black cat. After all, not everyone could accept a black cat. Many people were still afraid of black cats. Therefore, appearance was also very important. However, Zheng Tan could not change this. Anyway, he would not dye his fur. At this moment, Prince was staring at the 5 kittens inside. Its paws were moving from time to time. It looked like it wanted to go down but it did not want to. Still the same? Xiaoguo asked several employees when he entered the door. Still the same. When Prince went in, these kittens treated it like an enemy. It was the same for other cats in the store regardless of their gender. However, boss, didn't you say that black charcoal had a bad temper? Will it bite the kittens if it goes in? An employee said. Zheng Tan, who had jumped onto a cat tree, heard this and turned to look at Xiaoguo. How dare you speak ill of me? I have a bad temper? What's wrong with me? While thinking, Zheng Tan scratched a deep claw mark on the cat tree. The fur on the shelf was scratched off. Prince, who was not far away, also moved in the opposite direction. It was afraid that the bad-tempered black cat would attack. Looking at the claw marks on the shelf, Xiaoguo's face twitched. There was a moment of hesitation but it was quickly suppressed. He asked several employees to watch together. If the cat was going to bite the kittens, they would rush to save them. Zheng Tan squatted on the tall cat tree and looked at the 5 kittens inside. The 6-week-old kittens had already begun to show curiosity and neuroticism. Everything could become their teeth-grinding tool and everything could become their toys. Furry mice, cat-scratching sticks, wool balls and so on were all things that they liked. When they were not playing with toys, they would also play with their tails, hind legs or front paws. They would treat these as imaginary enemies to bite and scratch. Zheng Tan felt that this behavior was like schizophrenia. Looking at the 5 kittens below, Zheng Tan really did not want to go down with these little psychopaths. However, since he was here, he had to put on a show. Even if he did not want to do it, he had to go through the motions. If he could not shoot this advertisement, there would be plenty of time in the future. Therefore, Zheng Tan, who had prepared himself mentally, looked at an empty space inside and jumped down. The 5 kittens who were playing on their own were startled by Zheng Tan's sudden arrival. 2 of them arched their backs and their fur bristled. They were on high alert. Outside the circle, Xiaogua and several other employees were nervously watching. Once they found that the black cat was going to bite, they would go down to stop it. Xiaogua temporarily kept the 5 kittens because he had promised the customer. After Zheng Tan jumped down, he did not move. He knew that his every move was being watched by several people outside. He could not make any dangerous moves, like extending his claws or showing his fangs. He simply did nothing and stood there, waiting for the kittens to reject him so that he could get away. However, to everyone's surprise, the largest of the 5 kittens, whose fur was originally puffed up, slowly calmed down and started walking towards Zheng Tan. At first, it moved slowly and tentatively, but then it sped up and its tail was raised. Zheng Tan looked at the kitten with tiger spots approaching him and did not know how to react for a moment. It was so big that it looked like it could be sent flying with a raise of his hand. After the kitten with tiger spots came to Zheng Tan's side, it raised its small paw and touched Zheng Tan's forearm. It touched again and touched again. Then it rolled on the ground and played with one of Zheng Tan's palms. Zheng Tan shook his beard. He really wanted to raise his paw and slap this little thing to the side. Soon the other 4 kittens also came over. Some played with Zheng Tan's palms and feet, and some played with Zheng Tan's tail. Zheng Tan felt that he could not be indifferent anymore. He raised his foot and walked over the kitten next to his paw. After Zheng Tan walked, the 5 kittens followed one after another. The big one that ran fast even went up to stroke Zheng Tan's tail twice. However, Zheng Tan was very impatient now. He wanted to get rid of these little tails behind him. As soon as he sped up, the 5 kittens behind him began to meow. The meowing made people feel that Zheng Tan had done something that would make cats angry. Hence, a scene like this appeared. In the area enclosed by the plastic board, a black cat walked along the plastic board. Behind it, 5 kittens followed. When they couldn't keep up, they would start to meow. When the cat in front of them stopped, they would immediately follow. "Are you judging a cat by its appearance?" an employee said. After all, the cats in his shop had not been treated like this, but this black cat was different. Xiaogua pointed at the black cat that was pulling its ears and walking around. "Appearance? Do you think the cats in our shop are prettier or that black cat?" The employee did not speak. Another employee asked, "Then why don't the 5 kittens reject black charcoal?" Chapter 33. Seeing that Zheng Tan was getting along well with the kittens inside, Prince, who had been staying on the cat tree, couldn't sit still anymore. He jumped in after testing a few times. However, after the 5 kittens found Prince, they arched their backs, puffed up their fur and made warning sounds. The only difference was that now, because Zheng Tan was there, the 5 kittens seemed to be more confident. They were all close to Zheng Tan, making it difficult for Zheng Tan to lift his feet. Prince took 2 steps closer and the kittens arched their backs even more. The warning sounds came one after another, and they were even closer to Zheng Tan. Zheng Tan was very annoyed. Why were the 5 kittens so close to his feet? He felt uncomfortable all over, but he was afraid that if he moved too much, he would kick, press, or bump the kittens, so he was impatient and a little stiff at the same time. Zheng Tan's annoyance reached its peak when the prince approached. Zheng Tan's ears twitched, and he looked at the approaching American short-hair cat with an oppressive look. "If you don't King get out of here, I'll beat you to death." Xiaogua, who was standing outside the plastic board, saw the situation and whispered to his cat. It seemed that his cat had no chance to be in the commercial at all. The kittens didn't give him any face at all. Under the pressure from all sides, Prince slowly stepped back, and then jumped out of the circle to find Xiaogua for comfort. Seeing that the enemy had left, the kittens' alarms were lifted, and they continued to play around Zheng Tan. When Zheng Tan walked, they followed. When Zheng Tan stopped, they all went up to him, rolled around Zheng Tan, or played with Zheng Tan's paws and tails. Compared to the kitten's happy mood, Zheng Tan kept a sour face. Cats didn't have many expressions, but anyone who saw Zheng Tan now would think that the cat was in a bad mood. Zheng Tan looked down helplessly at the kittens that were lying on their backs and rolling around his paws. The kittens' feet were very tender, reflecting a soft luster under the light. It was completely different from the roughness of the big cat's feet. Zheng Tan, on the other hand, ran and climbed trees every day. Compared to other cats, the soles of his feet were more worn out. Zheng Tan looked at the little foot that was waving in the air. He raised one of his front paws and compared it with the little pink palm in the air. This gets really small. It can't even compare to the meatball in my palm. However, it was really quite soft. Crack, crack. The sound of a camera taking a picture rang out and the flash flickered. Jing Tan turned his head and looked over. Xiaoguo was holding a camera and taking photos excitedly. He kept changing his position and angle like a monkey. Because there were many obstructions and obstacles, Xiaoguo's posture when taking photos was very strange, just like those wretched uncles who took photos under a girl's skirt. Manager, this is it, right? The employees were eager to try. The black cat should be the one to shoot the cat food commercial for kittens. Other than it, the other cats in the store were far from it. This is it. Get the tools ready, it's time to work. Xiaoguo's eyes were full of excitement. Our commercial will definitely get a lot of orders. The commercial designed by Xiaoguo was very simple. The general plot was, a litter of abandoned kittens was found by a big cat, and then the big cat brought them cat food. There were two kinds of cat food in the litter. One was milk cake for kittens and the other was canned kittens. Both were produced and sold by Xiaoguo, and they were also tested by a special quality inspection department. The quality was guaranteed. This was one of the reasons why the Jiaopa agreed to let Jing Tan take the job. Xiaoguo was worried that the big cat and the kittens would not get along well, but now that he was shooting the commercial, he realized that it was not good to be too clingy. The kittens refused to stay in the props. Even if they stayed in the props, as long as they saw Jing Tan appear, they would run over. The good thing was that this kind of situation was better than not getting along well. The kittens did show that they liked the two kinds of cat food, which made Xiaoguo more confident in his products. It took 4 hours to finish shooting, and the rest was the post-production work. Jing Tan did not care about the post-production work. He just wanted to leave as soon as possible. He did not want to stay here and be a stay-at-home dad. Unfortunately, what made Jing Tan depressed was that the sky was cloudy, and it started to rain. The weather forecast said that there would be no rain. Xiaoguo called the Jiaopa and said that he would send the cats back when the rain stopped. The rain should not last too long. In any case, the cats must be sent back before dark. Therefore, Jing Tan was forced to continue to stay in the studio. The good thing was that the 5 kittens were probably tired from shooting the commercial. After eating the cat food, they huddled together to sleep. There was a heating pad under the kittens' nests. The temperature had been a bit low recently and the big cats were not around, so the kittens could easily catch a cold. Xiaoguo had originally planned to let Jing Tan sleep with the kittens. That would save her a lot of trouble and make her feel more at ease. The heating pad was definitely not as effective as a real cat. Jing Tan closed his eyes and pretended not to hear Xiaoguo's words. Whoever wants to go can go, but I'm not going. During the break, the people who had not eaten lunch ordered takeout. Knowing that Jing Tan did not eat cat food, Xiaoguo prepared chicken rice for Jing Tan. While they were eating, the door of the studio was suddenly pushed open. Guo Xiaoming. Help. It was a woman who came in. She looked very young. She was holding an umbrella and her hair was loose. Jing Tan could not see her face clearly, mainly because of the hair and the black-rimmed glasses. The person who came in was holding a pet bag. Although she was wet, the bag did not get wet. Xiaoguo, who was eating his lunch, almost choked when he saw who it was. Yinzi, my name is Guomingi, not Guo Xiaoming. I've told you so many times, but you still can't change it. What's wrong with you? Help, my Li Yuanba is sick. The person who came in put down her umbrella and ran over in a hurry. Hearing the young woman say the name, Li Yuanba, Jing Tan spat out the chicken in his mouth. How majestic and domineering did she have to look to be able to say such a name? So Jing Tan chewed the chicken rice in his mouth and looked over to see what the pet bag looked like. What's wrong with your Li Yuanba? I remember you said that your cat was very strong. Xiaoguo ate 2 mouthfuls of rice and walked to the side of the studio. There was an empty space and a table there, so it was not inconvenient to treat the cat. After all, everyone was eating and it was not good to treat the cat. If it's sick, you have to send it to my brother. I sell some pet supplies here. Xiaoguo said as he opened the zipper of the pet bag. Isn't this an old classmate? I'm more at ease if he goes through the back door. Yanzi explained with a worried look on her face. As Xiaoguo opened the pet bag, Jing Tan finally saw the real face of Li Yuanba. Holy *T. The color of the cat's fur was like a fire scene. It was very special and domineering. This cat's fur was mainly black with some yellow and white fur mixed in the black. From a cat's point of view, Jing Tan felt that the cat had a strong aura and was not a simple character. It was probably very fierce when it fought. This was also the first time that Xiaoguo saw Li Yuanba. He had only seen photos of it on the internet. After Yan Zi contacted Xiaoguo, the two chatted on the internet. When Yanzi found out that Xiaoguo had opened a pet center, she was very happy and showed Xiaoguo a photo of her Li Yuanba. However, the two did not talk too much. Yanzi had come to the store to buy vaccines and canned cat food, but it was the first time that she brought a cat here. Your cat. I feel that it is very fierce, Xiaoguo said. He did not touch it with his hands. He had seen a lot of cats, and he could also see the emotions that the cat wanted to express at the moment from its eyes. Xiaoguo felt that it was better for him not to touch the cat first. Otherwise, there would be a few more bloody marks or teeth marks on his hands in the next moment. The cat was lying on its side calmly. Other than the slight change in its eyes when Xiaoguo approached it, there was nothing out of the ordinary about it. Xiaoguo just looked at the cat and asked, "How do you know that it is sick?" "It often lies in one place and doesn't move much. In the past it would go out to play. When I teased it at home it didn't respond. Although it didn't play much before, it still had some reaction. Now it basically ignores the toys. It has been like this for a while. It is indifferent to many things and always stays there without moving. My neighbor said that it is probably sick." "Guo Xiaoming, is it very sick?" Yanzi was worried. Xiaoguo thought for a while and asked, "Has its appetite changed?" "Yes, it eats a lot." Xiaoguo nodded and said, "It is nothing. Don't worry, your Li Yuanba is just pregnant." Jing Tan was speechless. Why did this sentence sound so scary? Yanzi's reaction was even stronger after hearing this. She looked as if she had seen a mythical animal. "Impossible, my Li Yuanba is pregnant. It is a male cat." Xiaoguo rolled his eyes at her and pointed at the cat lying on its side in the pet bag. "You don't have to look at anything else. Just look at the color of its fur. Tortoiseshell cats are basically female cats. The reason for this color is due to the random inactivation of the X chromosome. If the inactivated X chromosome contains a linked recessive gene, the color will be black. If the inactivated X chromosome contains a dominant gene, the color will be yellow. The inactivation of the X chromosome in different parts of the cat's fur is random, so the color of the cat's fur will be modeled like this, which is the color of yellow and black tortoiseshell." After listening to Xiaoguo's explanation, Yanzi hesitated. "I studied computer science, not chromosomes." Yanzi and Xiaoguo were high school classmates, but they studied different majors in university. "Didn't the people around you tell you that it is a female cat?" Xiaoguo didn't understand. Yanzi lived in an old residential area. The neighbors should be familiar with each other and should communicate with each other. If one person couldn't recognize it, how could others not recognize it? I don't go out much. Our neighbor said it is a male cat, so I named it Li Yuanba." Yanzi was a little embarrassed. Yanzi's real name was Li Yan. It was a very common name. She was not good at dressing up, so she didn't have much presence among her classmates. The cat was actually a stray cat that was later adopted by Yanzi and brought home. "Your neighbor? The guy with the middle parting who likes to wear shiny leather shoes?" Xiaoguo asked. "Yes, that's him." Yanzi nodded. Xiaoguo snorted. "That guy brought his cat over last week to let the cat have a little dick. His cat is a female, so what's the point of having a dick? That guy probably thinks that it's easy to tell the gender of a cat from a dog." After knowing that her cat was pregnant, Yanzi asked a lot of things to pay attention to, and Xiaoguo answered them one by one. When a female cat is pregnant, drugs and chemicals should be avoided, especially steroids and graymycin used to treat mold. The quantity, quality and type of food should also be paid special attention to. Yanzi brought a recording device and recorded all of Xiaoguo's words. "Okay, let's talk about these first. You can check the information yourself. If you don't understand, you can ask me. You can leave a message online or in the mail. I guess I'll be a little busy recently. When I'm done, I'll take some time to check the messages and mail." "Okay, thank you. Hey, are those kittens?" Yanzi's eyes swept over to the furry ball in the corner. "Yes, a 6-week-old kitten. It just shot a commercial and is sleeping because it's tired." "A commercial? A commercial for kittens? Can I see it?" Xiaoguo thought about it and didn't refuse. He showed some of the unedited clips to Yanzi. "So cute," Yanzi praised. Then she pointed at Jing Tan, who was resting on the highest cat tree after eating, and asked Xiaoguo, "Is this the black cat's kitten?" "No, the mother of these kittens is a short-haired domestic cat, and the father is a Siberian forest cat. This is confirmed. You can tell by looking at the fur of these kittens," Xiaoguo explained. "Then why does it get along so well with the kittens?" "Probably because it has a strong affinity with the kittens." Xiaoguo didn't understand this question. "Then this black cat is really special. Hey Guo Xiaoming, when my kittens are born, bring them over to shoot some videos. We may need to borrow this black cat." Xiaoguo didn't say anything, but looked in the direction of Zheng Tan. Chapter 34. After Zheng Tan finished shooting the cat food commercial, he didn't care about the effect of the commercial. His attention was focused on something else. Jiao Ma was about to be discharged from the hospital. Although she hadn't fully recovered, there was no need for her to stay in the hospital. With the employee benefits and some compensation, staying in the hospital was almost free. Jiao Ma didn't want to occupy the hospital bed all the time. She didn't feel comfortable staying in the hospital. Besides, Jiao Ma didn't feel good about letting the two kids eat cafeteria food all the time. It wasn't that the cafeteria food was bad. Psychologically speaking, the food at home always made people feel better. Therefore, on a fine Saturday morning, the Jiao family went to the hospital to pick up Jiao Ma. Jiao Yuan carried her backpack and Zheng Tan hid inside it. If an unfamiliar doctor or other unfamiliar person came over, Zheng Tan would hide his head inside the backpack. If there was no one around, he would stick his head out and watch them busy packing. The mood of being discharged from the hospital was always cheerful. Everyone's face was full of smiles. During Jiao Ma's stay in the hospital, everyone moved a lot of things from home. Usually there wasn't a lot of things, but when they packed, there wasn't enough to fit in a big cardboard box. There were bowls and cups for the two kids, Zheng Tan's cat bowl and some small blankets. Zheng Tan glanced at the busy people inside and turned to look outside the small ward that was separated from the room. A middle-aged man in his 50s came out with a white plastic bedpan that was commonly used in the ward. He went to the bathroom to wash the bedpan. When he came out of the bathroom, he saw the Jiao Pa carrying the suitcase out of the room. The middle-aged man smiled and greeted him. "Jiao Pa, you're here to pick up Xiaogu?" Although she hasn't fully recovered, she said she doesn't want to stay here anymore. She's not feeling well and wants to go home to rest. The Jiao Pa sounded relaxed today. The Jiao Pa and the uncle were chatting. They were a little tired from packing, so the Jiao Pa took the opportunity to take a break. From their conversation, Zheng Tan learned that the uncle's wife was also hospitalized in the school bus accident, just like Mama Jiao. However, the aunt's luck was not as good as Mama Jiao's. In addition to external injuries, she also had multiple fractures. In addition to her high blood pressure and heart disease, she was in critical condition many times at the time. It was only a few days ago that she was transferred from the intensive care unit to the general ward. Ever since she was admitted to the hospital, she couldn't get out of bed at all. She had to settle her daily needs on the bed. Her husband had always been the one taking care of her. Jiao Ma couldn't get out of bed for the first few days when she was hospitalized, so it was Jiao Pa who took care of her. During that time, Zheng Tan heard Jiao Pa telling Jiao Ma, "Don't worry, I'm here." Sometimes Zheng Tan envied them. Whether it was Jiao Pa, Jiao Ma, or the uncle and aunt who came from the intensive care unit, perhaps they could be called family. "Okay, let's go home." Jiao Ma pulled out a towel bag and Jiao Pa hurried over to catch it. Xin, who had just finished her experiment, also rushed over to help. This time, the Jiao Pa didn't tell Auntie Ling and the others that he was being discharged. He only casually mentioned it to Xin when he was arranging work. He didn't expect Xin to come over. Jiao Pa borrowed an SUV from one of his colleagues in the hospital. He moved the things downstairs and loaded them into the car. Then he drove the people back to the villa that belonged to the owner. While moving the things, Jiao Pa and Zheng Tan both thought at the same time, it's time to buy a car. However, Jiao Pa was a little short of money now. All the money he could use, including the money earned by his cat, was invested in the company. He didn't have any extra money to buy a car. Jiao Pa drove the car and thought, let's wait a little longer. I have to buy a car before the end of next year. Then I'll drive my family in black charcoal back to my hometown for the new year. This year's new year was a little early. Because of Jiao Ma's illness, Jiao Pa decided to stay in Chuhua City for the new year this year. He wanted to let Jiao Ma have a good rest. He had contacted the old people in his hometown in advance and planned to bring the old people from both sides over. However, the Jiao family's grandfather rejected the Jiao Pa's suggestion. The Jiao family's grandfather said over the phone, "Your hometown is not that big. It's more comfortable to live in our town." In order to recuperate and recover fully, Jiao Ma didn't go to school. She had just been discharged from the hospital, so she couldn't be too tired. She took paid leave. Like Jiao Ma, many teachers who were injured in the accident received the same treatment. Therefore, Jiao Ma didn't feel embarrassed. She rested at home and took care of the two children and the cat to make up for the negligence during her stay in the hospital. With Jiao Ma at home, Zheng Tan felt that his life was much more comfortable. In the morning, he woke up with the two children washed up with Gu Yuzi and went to the bathroom with Jiao Yuan. After washing up, breakfast was already prepared. In the morning, there was one more person who wanted to go to school with Jiao Yuan. It was Litmus who had just moved to the compound. After the burglary, the relatives of the vice principal moved out of the compound. The house was empty and it was just right for Professor Schur and his family. The house was well decorated, so it saved Professor Schur and his family a lot of effort. Although there was someone to keep them company, the two children were still used to asking Zheng Tan to go with them. After sending the group of children to the school gate, Zheng Tan began to run again. He ran to the woods to practice climbing trees. During this time, Zheng Tan rarely saw Xiao Zhuo when he went to the artificial lake. He heard that because the weather was too cold, Xiao Zhuo stayed at home to rest. Lord Zheng helped to apply for a room in the family building. On the day of the advertisement, Xiao Zhuo came to the door and brought a magazine. It was the magazine that his friend founded. Many of Zheng Tan's pet advertisements were published in this magazine. He heard that the magazine was selling well. Xiao Zhuo didn't rush to leave after he came. Instead, he called Jiao Ma to sit on the sofa and turned the magazine to the page of Zheng Tan's advertisement. Like the previous few issues, it was a photo story. It was composed of several clips from the video advertisement where Zheng Tan and the 5 kittens shot. Many readers who bought this advertisement would first read the advertisement story on the first page after they bought it. The response to this issue was particularly good. In addition, what was different from the past was that on the page next to the story, there was a clear big picture on it. A big black cat raised its paw to meet the paw of a kitten lying on its back and waving its paw. In the lower right corner of this big picture was the advertising slogan that Ming Ming Pet Center often used: "Ming Ming loves you so much, can you take me home?" After reading it, Jiao Ma directly cut out the 2 pages and put them in a photo album. She also asked Xiao Zhuo to develop a photo for her to keep. In fact, Zheng Tan didn't have a good opinion of the photo that everyone praised. He felt that the photo made his majestic and domineering image a little sentimental and distorted his temperament. No matter what Zheng Tan thought of this kitten advertisement, the sales volume determined everything. Xiao Zhuo's store also had more orders for kitten food. In fact, many people who contacted Xiao Zhuo mainly wanted to learn from him how to take such a picture. Were there any traces of Photoshop? How to make the cat do such actions? Xiao Zhuo had been playing Tai Chi with people all the time. Anyway, there was no truth. Following Xiao Zhuo to the pet center studio where the advertisement was shot, Zheng Tan immediately found something strange. Li Yan was here and there were some strange and familiar smells around her. Zheng Tan walked over to Li Yan and looked at her. Li Yan was staring at her computer. There were some pictures on the computer. Many of the pictures were very bad, but some of them could be seen vaguely. The pictures were of 2 cats. One of them was the big cat, the domineering Li Yuanba. The kitten was not big and it was just born. It was mainly white with some yellow spots on its body. It was much smaller than the 5 kittens that Zheng Tan had worked with before. Was this the child of Li Yuanba? Zheng Tan looked at the name of the folder again, Li Yuanba and Peanut Candy. Looking at the kitten in the blurry picture again, the pattern was indeed quite similar to the peanut candy. Knowing that the tortoiseshell cat had a baby, Zheng Tan was not very interested. He just wanted to finish shooting the advertisement and go home early. However, 2 of the employees who participated in the shooting today had something to do, and it would probably take another 1 or 2 hours before they could start work. While waiting, Zheng Tan jumped onto the highest cat tree and rested with her eyes closed, just like she always did. Not far from Zheng Tan, Li Yan was holding the computer and discussing something with Xiao Zhuo. Listening to their conversation, Zheng Tan learned that Li Yan and the tortoiseshell cat were living in the pet center during this time. There were some staff lounges and living rooms in the pet center. Because of her cat's pregnancy, Li Yan was always worried that something unexpected would happen. She had no experience in taking care of a pregnant woman, let alone a pregnant cat. After thinking about it, she directly moved to the pet center and paid the rent for 2 months. With Xiao Zhuo here to help take care of her, Li Yan was relieved. As for herself, she did not have high requirements for where she lived, as long as she had a computer and the place she lived in had internet access. A few days after moving in, Li Yuanba gave birth to a kitten. It was rare that she only gave birth to 1 kitten, and this kitten was bigger than an ordinary newborn kitten. Li Yan wanted to take more photos or videos as a souvenir, but Li Yuanba looked like a King Kong when it saw the camera, and its fierce face became even more ferocious, which made Li Yan very distressed. Xiao Zhuo could not help. He could not even get close to the cat. As long as a stranger approached, the cat would be in a state of war, and it would be asking for trouble. When Yanzi took photos of her cat, she did not turn on the flash, and all the photos were taken secretly. The tortoiseshell cat had very sharp senses, so most of the time the swallow would fail to take a peek. Often it would only capture a tail or an afterimage. The pictures that she had shown to Xiaoguo in the past had taken her a long time. Later, Li Yin installed a camera and peeped at the laptop every day. Now, after looking at the photos, Li Yin turned on the camera and began to peep again. I heard a few days ago that tortoiseshell cats are very docile and quiet, and they are better than ordinary cats. They are also very good at taking care of their offspring. Is this true? I think my Li Yuanba is very suitable for this saying, Li Yin said proudly. Xiaoguo thought for a while. I heard my grandma say that tortoiseshell cats are either docile and quiet, or they are bandits. I think your cat is more inclined to the latter. Guo Xiaoming. Li Yin picked up a cat stick next to her and hid it. After playing for a while, Li Yin started to worry about her cat's daily life, such as food, insulation and all other things. Are you crazy? Xiaoguo rubbed the arm that was hit and said, many cats don't let their owners see their cubs. Your cat is considered good. In fact, you don't have to care too much about cats. You just have to make sure that their nutrition keeps up. Cats are not like dogs. Most of the cats in nature are solitary animals. You may often see some dirty stray cats squatting on the walls or on objects like stone blocks, squinting their eyes and leisurely basking in the sun. But compared to stray cats, stray dogs are much more miserable. Canines in nature tend to live in groups, so you often see stray dogs with their tails between their legs, looking frightened and uneasy. Stray dogs die easily, but many stray cats can survive alone for a long time. Cats can hunt independently and look around their territory with the eyes of a king. As for dogs, many like to follow their owners. Some even need someone to accompany them when they want to pee or poop. After listening to Xiaoguo, Zheng Tan looked at the golden retriever lying not far away. It was a golden retriever. Perhaps some people would think that since the American short-haired tomcat in the store was called Prince, then this one should be called Princess, right? Unfortunately, this golden retriever was not called Princess, but Lord. It was said that it had also won an award at a pet show. The certificate was posted in a conspicuous place in the store by Xiaoguo as publicity. Because of its appearance, many of the canine pet food in Xiaoguo's store had icons of this golden retriever. The golden retriever's body was very eye-catching. It was lively, smart, and kind to its family. Gradually, it was recognized by more and more people. At this moment, because Xiaoguo mentioned stray dogs, Li Yan also looked at the golden retriever. Xiaoguo followed Li Yan's gaze and saw his lord, looking at them with a grin and wagging its tail. What are you looking at? I'm talking about you. Xiaoguo shouted at the golden retriever. He didn't know if the golden retriever's lord understood. Because of Xiaoguo's words, it stopped wagging its tail for a moment, then continued to grin and wag its tail. You're a foodie? Xiaoguo said helplessly. Withdrawing his gaze from the golden retriever, Zheng Tan lay down and thought. Xiaoguo's words just now made Zheng Tan think of some questions. He didn't know how to define himself. Did he belong to the solitary type? Or was he a social type? Humans were social animals. He now had the mentality of an adult man, but the blood of a cat flowed in his body. If one day he was wandering outside, what kind of situation would it be? Would he still be able to squint his eyes and enjoy the sunshine leisurely? Or would he anxiously survive in this cramped social environment with his tail between his legs? Zheng Tan really didn't know. When the two employees came back, Zheng Tan collected his thoughts and began to work. The advertisement this time wasn't difficult. It wasn't about kitten food, so it didn't take long. After shooting, Xiaoguo sent Zheng Tan back to the eastern courtyard. After eating and drinking to his heart's content, Zheng Tan lay on the sofa at home and accompanied the Jiaoma to watch that kind of slow TV series for a while. After a nap, he went out to play. Chapter 35. Since the Institute of Biological Sciences had brought in a few professors who had studied abroad, and due to the expansion of enrollment, the Institute of Biological Sciences had decided to redistribute some of its resources, including the faculty's office. The Jiaopa's original office had been allocated to the 3 young lecturers' offices. The Institute of Biological Sciences had also given the Jiaopa a separate office. However, the new office was smaller than the original one. It was less than 10 square meters. At first, the Institute of Biological Sciences was afraid that the Associate Professor Jiao would complain. However, they did not expect the Associate Professor Jiao to express his understanding and move to the new office the next day. Because of this, the Institute of Biological Sciences leaders had a better impression of the Associate Professor Jiao. Of course, the reason why the Associate Professor Jiao moved so easily was definitely not because he cared about the Institute of Biological Sciences higher-ups. Zheng Tan could also guess part of the reason. Since the Institute of Biological Sciences had already decided on this allocation, the Institute of Biological Sciences had no choice but to accept it. If they continued to argue, they would be at a disadvantage. Moreover, the Jiaopa was just a small associate professor. However, not only did the Jiaopa agree to move to the new office, but it also did not seem like he was unwilling. The main reason was because of the location of the new office. The new office's window faced south. In the winter, the Institute of Biological Sciences could enjoy the sun very well. Most importantly, the new office was located at the corner of the second floor. There was a big sycamore tree next to the road below the building. The branches of the sycamore tree extended towards the window. It was convenient for Zheng Tan to jump out of the window every time he came to look for the Jiaopa. Therefore, many times when Zheng Tan was tired and bored, he would run to the Biological Sciences building and jump directly from the sycamore tree to the Jiaopa's office's windowsill. Under normal circumstances, the Jiaopa would not lock the windows. He would only lock the windows when he left at night. Therefore, after Zheng Tan jumped onto the windowsill, he could easily use his claws to pry open the screen in the window. The window was flat, so as long as it was not locked, it could be easily opened. There was a small chair beside the Jiaopa's computer in his office. Usually, when the Jiao Yuan and the others were not around, Zheng Tan slept on it. Today was the same. Zheng Tan accompanied Jiao Yuan and the others to school after taking a nap at home. After that, he ran to the biology building and directly climbed into Jiaopa's office through the window to sleep. At this time, the sun just happened to shine on the chair. Zheng Tan lay on the small chair and slept under the sun without being disturbed by anyone. After sleeping until 5 o'clock, Zheng Tan looked at the clock on the wall and stretched himself. Jiaopa probably wouldn't be home for dinner again today. Recently, he had been asking his students to bring food for him. Currently, Jiaopa had 3 students under him. One of them was Exan, who was a postgraduate student under him. The other 2 were Jiaopa students who were doing their undergraduate thesis under him. Recently, Jiaopa had been eating with them. The 4 of them were often busy until midnight. Although Jiaopa had previously said that he would accept a few more postgraduate students this year, when it came to choosing students, he still chose based on his previous standards. Some of the teachers in the institute had several postgraduate students who had already entered the laboratory to follow up on their projects. Jiaopa still only had 1 direct student, Exn. The good students who were about to graduate either went abroad or were taken in by a few big names in the institute. The rest of the students who were slightly better were divided up by the teachers who had more projects and were relatively rich. In the end, Jiaopa did not take a fancy to any of the postgraduate students. He wanted to wait until after the national postgraduate examination to see who had applied for it. In addition to being busy with research projects, Jiaopa also had to pay attention to Yuan Ziyi's company. Yuan Ziyi's company was called Tian Yuan Biology. Tian was taken from a word in Professor Yuan's name, and Yuan was a homonym of Yuan. Zheng Tan heard from Jiaopa and Yuan Ziyi that they might set up a special research and development department in the future. However, the company had limited talents now. Many outstanding talents were not willing to join a small company that had just been established. Therefore, for Jiaopa and Yuan Ziyi, there was still a long way to go. Associate Professor Jiao bought some of the experimental equipment and supplies from the company. He could use less money to buy more experimental necessities. Yuan Ziyi also expressed his support. If the project was done well, it would be very useful for Jiaopa to become a professor. Associate Professor Jiao also recommended the company to some teachers who wanted to save money on projects. He did not explicitly say that he had a share in the company. Instead, he casually mentioned it when the teachers were chatting. These teachers had a lot of projects in their hands. The funds approved by the higher-ups were in the hundreds of thousands or even millions. They wanted to make a fortune with these funds and buy equipment and supplies. Associate Professor Jiao and Yuan Ziyi knew the trick, so they did not say much. After waiting for another 10 minutes, when the hour hand pointed to 6, Zheng Tan jumped out of the window. He closed the window and went home for dinner. After dinner, he continued to hang out outside. During this time, Huang was under strict supervision. However, the sheriff and Depang were still the same. They played with Zheng Tan until late at night. Because of the cold weather, except for some students who came out for classes and self-study, many places were empty at night. This was a good thing for the cats. At least no one would disturb them when they were playing. Occasionally they would run into young couples who were doing something they liked in a remote corner. At that time Zheng Tan would hide and watch them. He missed his old self. When he first entered university, he often asked a few girls to play in a remote corner of the school. It was new and exciting. Every time he encountered such a thing, Zheng Tan could not help but wonder why he did not pay attention to whether there were cats peeping around when he was doing things. Maybe even if he saw a cat in the past, Zheng Tan would not have taken it seriously. Zheng Tan brought the sheriff and Depang to the forest where he usually climbed trees. During this period of time they played here at night. There were some cats from other places. Some were cats raised by the staff in the logistics department, and some were cats from outside the school. After all, this was the edge of Tsinghua University. It was very close to the side door. Many cats from outside the school often came here to play. When there were many cats, it was natural to fight. Anyway, the sheriff had fought many times. As for Depang, it was still the same. No one dared to provoke it, and it was too lazy to care about other cats. Zheng Tan had fought once, and it started with a female cat. Zheng Tan swore that he had no interest in that female cat. In his heart, Zheng Tan still saw himself as a human. He could not get excited about a cat. He would rather go to a remote corner of the school to see those live sex scenes. However, that female cat came up to Zheng Tan, and this made Zheng Tan hostile. Therefore, Zheng Tan fought with the cat that came from outside the school. Actually, it was not really a fight. Zheng Tan slapped the cat and the cat rolled away. He did not control his strength well and used a little too much strength. Therefore, when the cats that saw that scene saw Zheng Tan again, they all retreated. The cat that was slapped by Zheng Tan did not come to the forest for a long time after that. Later, even if it came, it did not dare to provoke Zheng Tan. In the forest at night, other than the rustling and falling sounds caused by the wind, there was also the sound of cats scurrying in the forest. Cats could express their feelings in a direct way, but they could also be shy. Two cats that got along well would lick each other's fur. As they licked, they might bite each other. As they bit, they would kick their legs and fight. After the fight, they would stay together and be lovey-dovey. Therefore, Zheng Tan would often see two cats chasing each other in the grass. He would hear the screams of a cat being bitten. Then, not long after, the two cats would lick each other's fur again. In the grass under the tree, cats were running around, and from time to time they could be heard meowing. Zheng Tan did not care about them. Zheng Tan liked this kind of night when he was not disturbed. Under the cover of the night, even if his behavior was shocking, he would not be discovered. This way he could run around without fear. The cats scurried in the bushes while Zheng Tan scurried from tree to tree like a monkey. Under the moonlight, one could only catch a glimpse of a blurry shadow. If one did not look closely, one would not be able to see it. Night black cats. Zheng Tan quickened his steps. The sense of security and self-satisfaction of standing at a high place made Zheng Tan unwilling to stop. He ran along the branches, and when he was about to reach the top, he jumped onto another tree. Facing the night wind, sometimes he would bump into the falling leaves. He rushed through the leaves and continued to move forward. It was as if he had broken through a heavy obstacle. His heart seemed to be suddenly enlightened, and this made Zheng Tan very excited. When Zheng Tan stopped and came back to his senses, he found that he had already left the cat some distance behind. However, Sheriff and Depang would definitely come over later, and the other cats would follow. Standing on a branch, Zheng Tan panted and breathed in the cool night wind. The coolness stimulated his nerves, and his emotions gradually calmed down. He raised his arm to scoop up the fallen leaves and stepped on them. He sharpened his claws and cut the leaves into small pieces. A gust of wind blew, and the small pieces of leaves scattered. Zheng Tan finished scratching 2 leaves. He still hadn't heard the movements of Sheriff and Depang, and he complained in his heart about why they hadn't come yet. Suddenly Zheng Tan's ears moved, and he looked in a direction in front of him. There was the sound of dragging and other noises. It seemed that someone's mouth was covered, and they could only make noises from their nostrils. The struggle made the surrounding bushes make a heavy, fast, and short rustling sound. Listening to the sound, the person whose mouth was covered was a woman. In addition to her, Zheng Tan also heard a man's low voice. He didn't know what he was saying, but the sound went deeper into the forest. Zheng Tan lightened his steps and carefully jumped onto another tree. Under the cover of the sound of the night wind blowing the leaves, he moved in that direction. Soon, Zheng Tan understood what had happened. In fact, even if he didn't see it with his own eyes, Zheng Tan could guess. Every university had 1 or 2 doctors' roads. This wasn't a good term. In fact, this term was full of sarcasm. In many high schools, especially those with a larger area, there were 1 or 2 remote areas that were far from the center of the school. Once in a while, bad things would happen. The most typical cases would be rape and rape. For those victims, the university would give different degrees of compensation according to the severity of the situation. For example, the university would pay for postgraduate studies and doctorate studies. Over time, this area with high incidence of accidents was given a doctor's road, or some other name by the students. As Zheng Tan often wandered around this area, she heard the conversations of the students and school staff who were resting here. There were many gossips about this kind of incident. Tsinghua University used to have a lot of incidents in this area. Because it was located in a remote area, there were many half-abandoned old houses around. The history was too long, so the original plan wasn't suitable for the current situation. There were too many turns on the road. Other than some necessary engineering vehicles, private cars were unwilling to use this area. The surrounding street lights were often smashed. After being repaired, they would be smashed again in less than a week. No one knew who did it. The university's broadcast system would also be destroyed. No one could catch the culprit and no evidence could be found. Later on, the university simply didn't care. They just asked some homeroom teachers or counselors to tactfully tell the students not to go to these remote areas alone at night. This forest was one of the areas they were told to pay attention to. This was also the reason why Zheng Tan rarely saw female students in this forest. Perhaps this was also the reason why the university demolished the surrounding old houses and built new ones to attract more people. It made the area lively and reduced the probability of such incidents happening. Chapter 36. When Zheng Tan moved toward the source of the noise, she saw signs of a struggle and a phone that had fallen to the side, as well as a ladle-like bag that was lying on the ground. There was also a strong pungent smell in the air. Zheng Tan sniffed and followed the smell to scan the area below. He saw a key ring in the grass with a small tube on it. It looked like a pepper spray. The girl was well prepared, but Zheng Tan didn't hear any screams. Did that mean the guy wasn't hit? From the looks of it, either the girl didn't spray the target, or the guy was probably a habitual offender and had been prepared. It was much faster to walk through the trees. Zheng Tan didn't need to take a detour to avoid the uneven areas. The man stopped under a big tree. He was quite a distance away from the walkway. Even if he made a sound, no one would hear him. Zheng Tan heard the sound and looked over. The reflection of metal flashed past. *CK. This pervert actually carries such sexy handcuffs with him. What kind of disgusting taste is this? Zheng Tan cursed in his heart. The man cuffed the girl's hands and then took out a small roll of tape from his pocket. There was a piece of paper attached to the end of the tape, making it easy to tear. The man removed the hand covering the girl's mouth. Before the girl could make a sound, the tape sealed her mouth. She could only make weak noises through her nose. Zheng Tan looked. The man was wearing gloves and a hat that only revealed his eyes and mouth. He looked like a bank robber. He was indeed a well-prepared habitual offender. Zheng Tan quietly jumped onto the big tree and climbed to the top. He aimed at a branch below and jumped down. Bang! The branch swung down with the leaves on it. Many leaves fell as it swayed. The rustling sound of the branches swinging was especially clear in this quiet environment. The man in the hat held the girl down with one hand and unbuckled his belt with the other. He was ready to fight with his gun when the sound above him startled him. The man looked up warily, but it was too dark to see anything. He could only see the swaying branches in the dim moonlight. However, there was no wind now and the surrounding branches were all still. The swaying branch above his head was like a ghost, waving at him. Was it a bird? The man thought. At night, all the birds had returned to their nests to rest. Furthermore, it was the middle of winter and it was at night. How could there be birds coming out? Could it be that there was a bird's nest in this tree? Or was it some other animal? The man held down the girl who was still struggling and listened to the movements around him. There seemed to be some noise, but it didn't seem to be human. Shaking off the doubts in his heart, the man turned around and prepared to continue unbuckling his belt. However, there was another bang above his head, louder than before. Originally, he didn't want to pay attention to it, but the cracking sound above his head made him forcefully suppress his desire. This was because a branch as thick as a child's arm had fallen from above, carrying some leaves that hadn't fallen yet. When he raised his head, it just happened to hit his face. Ah! The man let out a cry of pain. In addition to the pain of being hit by the branch on his face, the leaves also swept into his eyes. The girl who was pressed to the ground took advantage of this gap to get up and stagger, wanting to escape. However, she only took 2 steps before the man grabbed her ankle. She tried to kick but couldn't break free. She was already exhausted. A woo! A strange cry made the two people's movements stagnate at the same time. This cry made it difficult to distinguish what animal it was. Oh, there definitely wouldn't be one here. After all, it was on campus. Wild dog? That was possible. The man took out a folding knife from his pocket. The blade reflected a cold light under the moonlight. Zheng Tan hid behind a tree. From the beginning, he didn't intend to rush up directly. It was fine when he was a human, but now he was a cat. If he really fought, he would be at a disadvantage. Moreover, he felt that since the other party came prepared, they would definitely bring a knife. If he rushed up rashly and exposed himself, it was likely that not only would he not be able to save people, but he would also lose his life. Rustle, rustle, rustle. Some noises came from the bushes in the surrounding forest. This made the man even more nervous. Please don't let it be a wild dog. He heard that some starving wild dogs would eat people. He had some chance of winning against one wild dog, but if he were to face a group of wild dogs, he would probably be lucky to escape safely. The rustling sound was getting closer and closer. The man pressed down the person under him with one hand and held the knife with the other, paying attention to the direction of the rustling sound. At this moment, the man suddenly felt a strong force hit his arm from the side. His arm went numb and the knife fell. He himself was also thrown more than a meter away by the force. Zheng Tan was waiting for this opportunity. He even calculated the angle and the position of the collision. When the other cats came over, they would create a noise to attract the man's attention. Zheng Tan would then succeed in one hit. There was a slope here. After the man landed, he rolled down the slope directly. Zheng Tan followed him to take a look. The man probably twisted his ankle and limped away quickly. He probably thought that someone was coming over and found out what happened to him, so he wanted to escape. The man would never have thought that it was a cat that knocked him down the slope and not a wild dog or someone else. Because the girl was still there, Zheng Tan did not chase after him. However, if he met the man again, Zheng Tan would definitely be able to recognize him. A cat's nose was very sensitive. Even if the man changed his hat, Zheng Tan would be able to pick him out from the crowd. When Zheng Tan walked up the slope, he saw a coat thrown in the bushes. It had the same perfume smell as the girl. The girl had probably just attended a banquet or something. She was wearing a long dress, and the woolen coat outside had been torn off and thrown to the side in the previous struggle. A gust of wind blew. Zheng Tan felt the coolness in the air. After thinking for a while, he went over and bit the woolen coat and dragged it up the slope. When he saw the girl, she was holding the knife that the man had dropped and looking around vigilantly. The moment Zheng Tan appeared with the woolen coat in his mouth, the girl instantly made a move to attack with the knife. However, with the faint moonlight, the girl did not see anyone. She looked down and found the coat that she had dropped with difficulty. Then she saw the cat next to the coat that was hard to see in the night. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, one by one the cats came out of the bushes. When they ran over and saw that there was a human here, they did not immediately show up. They only came out when Zheng Tan appeared. The first to bear the brunt of the attack was Sheriff. He jumped out from the bushes as soon as Zheng Tan appeared. He even meowed and jumped into the air to swat away the leaves that had fallen to the ground. He was playing with the leaves. However, no one was in the mood to watch the sheriff's performance. When the girl saw the cats appear one by one, she strangely felt a lot more at ease. She listened carefully and did not notice anyone approaching. After her heart relaxed, the girl sat on the ground with her legs curled up. Her handcuffed hands were still holding the knife, but they were trembling. Zheng Tan paused, dragged the woolen coat over, and put it next to the girl's feet. What should he say at this time? Lend you my shoulder to lean on? Lean on my ass. How could you lean on a cat's shoulder? Zheng Tan was thinking when a pair of hands reached out and pulled him over. The girl hugged Zheng Tan in her arms and rested her chin on Zheng Tan's back. Her body was still trembling and the knife was put aside. The cat's body temperature was slightly higher than that of a human's. She felt that the chill had been dispelled, and her stiff and tired limbs were gradually recovering. The way the girl hugged Zheng Tan made him uncomfortable. He was a little hurt by her kneecaps. However, the girl hugged Zheng Tan tightly as if she was clutching at a life-saving straw. Zheng Tan could not see the girl's eyes, but he felt the coldness of the girl's hands and the fear that had not yet subsided. The girl was too tight. Zheng Tan could not help but shake his tail on the girl's arm, indicating that she should relax. The girl did not respond. He shook again. Still no response. Zheng Tan stopped shaking. It was useless. Instead, he slowly moved his tail from the girl's wrist to her elbow and then to her arm. Zheng Tan would never admit that he was taking advantage of her. The girl also did not know that the cat she was hugging was thinking in a dirty direction. Her breathing was still a little short, and her mouth was still closed after the tape was removed. Her breath made Zheng Tan's ears itchy, but he could only shake his ears. Every time the girl breathed, Zheng Tan's ears would shake twice. When Zheng Tan came over, he hid the tag on his neck on a tree so the girl did not know whose cat she was hugging. The wind blew and the leaves in the air swirled and fell. Some of the fallen leaves on the ground also moved with the wind. The forest in the winter night was bleak and gloomy. However, the bleakness and gloominess faded a lot in the presence of the cats. The night wind blew the girl's messy long curly hair. Zheng Tan, who was being hugged, felt that this scene should be very moving. Unfortunately, before Jing Tan finished sighing, he saw the sheriff run over and play with the girl's hair with his paw. Then, maybe he suddenly felt that his butt was a little itchy, so he squatted on the ground and bent down to lick it. *CK, this idiot. He really ruined the mood. I won't call you the next time we come out. Not far away, a cat was teasing Depang, who was squatting there. In the end, the impatient Depang jumped up and pressed down on the cat, causing it to scream. The other cat was originally chasing and playing with other cats, but its attention was attracted by the scream. It did not look in front and directly hit a tree. After hitting it, it pretended that nothing had happened and rolled on the ground. Jing Tan wanted to cover his face. *CK, this was too embarrassing. However, because of the stupid actions of these cats, the girl's body gradually relaxed. She was no longer tense and her trembling subsided a lot. Although it was not very comfortable to be hugged in such an awkward position, Jing Tan enjoyed the feeling of being trusted and relied on. When he was released, he felt a little regretful. Thank you all really very much. The girl's voice was still trembling, but from her tone he could tell that she was in a much better mood. After a while, the girl stood up, held the knife and carefully moved down the slope. Jing Tan led the way in front of her, and helped to drag the small bag she dropped over. The girl took out her phone from the bag and made a call. Jing Tan originally thought that she would call the police, or find her roommates or bodyguards, but it did not seem like it. After hanging up the phone, the girl walked to the road and stood under the streetlight at the corner. The poorly connected streetlight flickered. Because of the road, the streetlight here was broken, and the school would not repair it very diligently. On the other side of the forest, a few cats were scurrying back and forth. Because of the light and angle, the girl could see a few pairs of shining eyes in the dark when she raised her head slightly. If it was any other time, she would definitely feel that this situation was very scary and that these cats were very evil. But now, she felt that these pairs of eyes were more reassuring than the streetlights. Jing Tan stayed next to the girl, waiting for the people she called to come before leaving. Jing Tan did not leave, so Sheriff and Depang did not run far. The other cats saw that these 3 cats were staying here, so they also stayed around. 10 minutes later, a Land Rover drove over. There were 2 men and a woman inside, and they were all very respectful to the girl, but they did not say much. After the girl got into the car, she looked out the window. The black cats that were originally squatting there were no longer there, and the shadows of the cats in the forest were also gone. Jing Tan did not care too much about what happened that night. He went back to take a shower and let the Jiaopa help him dry his fur. Then he crawled into Gu Yuzi's warm bed. Usually he would eat, sleep, run and walk. That afternoon, Jing Tan was lying on the small chair in the Jiaopa's office, sleeping. The Jiaopa next to him was helping a student edit a thesis. Suddenly the Jiaopa's phone rang. Hello. Yinzi, what's up? Jing Tan's ears moved, but he did not open his eyes. He listened to the conversation between the Jiaopa and Yuanzi. However, the phone was not very loud, and a construction vehicle happened to pass by outside, making a rumbling sound. The rear of the biology building was being expanded, so Jing Tan could only guess a few things from the Jiaopa's answer. Associate Professor Jiao listened to Yuanzi on the other end of the phone, and his expression gradually became strange. I don't know anyone from Changwei Group. You know that I've been busy with a project recently, and I don't have much time to go home every day. How could I know someone like that? Yuanzi said something else, and one of his sentences made the Jiaopa's expression change, and the corner of his mouth twitched. Is there really a cat on the business card that the chairman of Changwei Group gave you? Or is it a black cat? Associate Professor Jiao's voice rose as he spoke, and he seemed to be in disbelief. I think I have a guess. I'll let you know when I confirm it. After the phone call, Associate Professor Jiao put the phone on the table and flapped it twice on Jing Tan's head. Chapter 37. Jing Tan laid on the sofa and looked at the person in front of him expressionlessly. The person in front of the sofa stared at Jing Tan for 2 minutes before reaching out his hand in front of Jing Tan. Come on, shake hands. Jing Tan was speechless. Jing Tan looked at the big hand in front of him, then looked at the person in front of him. He ignored him and continued to lie on the sofa, not moving at all. You don't even know how to shake hands? Whatever, roll around, or turn around, the person in front of him said again. Jing Tan's paws on the edge of the sofa moved, but he still resisted the urge to wave his paws at the person in front of him, so he continued to stare blankly. The person in front of him gave a few more commands, similar to those used to train a pet. Unfortunately, Jing Tan maintained his original position and completely ignored his commands. What the *CK, can you at least meow? The fat cat downstairs that can't even catch a mouse doesn't know how to shake hands, turn in circles, or lie on the ground pretending to be dead, but at least it has some reaction and meow. I say, Professor Jiao, what kind of cat is this? Yuanzi retracted his hand and looked sideways at Associate Professor Jiao, who was calmly sitting next to the table. Jiao Pa slowly took a sip of tea and replied, a field cat, commonly known as a mongrel. Yuanzi pointed at the black cat lying on the sofa and said to Jiao Pa, a cat like this, it's only around 50 yuan at the market. How could the president of the famous Changwei Group personally help us with this? Obviously, Yuanzi didn't believe that the president of the Changwei Group had anything to do with this ordinary cat. As far as he knew, the president of the Changwei Group just came back from the capital. How could he have anything to do with this black cat? Their company had just been established not long ago. At first, they only did some reagents or reagent kits, sold some small instruments, and more basic things like DNA sequencing and PCR primer synthesis. Now, most of the company's employees were still in sales. They went to various universities to promote and build a reputation. It was just that Yuanzi and the others did not expect that they would suddenly receive an order from Changwei Group. Although it was only a QC quality inspection department of a branch of Changwei Group, the order was not small. The total value was about 2 million yuan. Using the words of Yuanzi's wife to put it bluntly, they were purely here to give away money. They could even use this cooperation to curry favor with the Changwei Group. However, how could such a big company not have a long-term partner? Could it be that he would not receive preferential treatment? Why did he choose a small company like ours that has no reputation? That was why Yuanzi didn't sleep the whole night after he ended the call with the Jiaopa. This morning he drove over early in the morning to stop Associate Professor Jiao at home. He had to get to the bottom of this or else he wouldn't feel at ease. Say something, Yuanzi urged. I'm not sure yet. What should I say? I just suspect that there might be a connection, but I can't let my cat say it, right? I think it's in a daze. It's confused? Yuanzi turned to look at Zheng Tan again. Zheng Tan continued to be confused. Yuanzi shook his head. I still don't see anything. I just feel that it's been quite confused. Poof poof poof. The sound of the cat's claws scratching the sofa was heard again. Yuanzi looked at the Jiao family's sofa, which was full of cat claw holes, and clicked his tongue. What's so good about having a cat? It's just asking for trouble. However, Yuanzi wasn't satisfied that he didn't get a satisfactory answer this time. Zheng Tan was also confused about the reason for the conversation between the Jiaopa and Yuanzi. In the past 2 days, Zheng Tan thought that he had been very well behaved. He didn't go far, didn't get into fights, didn't provoke fleas, and didn't even peek at the young couples. At most, he accidentally broke a cup on the Jiaopa's desk. When he stretched, his claws scratched a hole in Gu Yuzi's pillow. In the morning when he squinted his eyes to pee, he sneezed and peed on the Jiao Yuan's shoes. He even wrinkled the clothes that the Jiaoma had just finished ironing. Sai, why was it, again? Yuanzi stood up and moved his numb legs. Anyway, I don't think it's because of this cat. If it's really because of this cat, After looking around, Yuanzi's eyes fell on the dining table. There was a bowl of leftover black rice porridge in a big soup bowl. It was cold and the porridge was a lot thicker. I'll go out with this bowl of black rice porridge, Yuanzi said. While listening to their conversation, Zheng Tan's ears twitched and he looked at the door. Soon there was a knock on the Jiao family's door. Who is it? You sit down, I'll go open the door. Yuanzi waved at the Jiaopa. He walked over, swinging his legs. His legs were a little numb from squatting for too long. Yuanzi was still mumbling something, but when he opened the door, it was as if his neck was being strangled. He couldn't make a sound. The person standing in front of the door was someone Yuanzi had seen yesterday. He still had this person's business card in his pocket. Zhao. Chairman Zhao. Yuanzi was so shocked that he stuttered. It was no wonder Yuanzi was like this. Even the Jiaopa didn't expect the busy Chairman Zhao to come in person. They hadn't even found out the reason, and he had already come. The person standing in front of them was the chairman of Changwei Group, and behind Chairman Zhao was a young girl. Because Yuanzi was blocking the door, Zheng Tan, who was too lazy to move, couldn't see the person outside the door. From the voice, it was a middle-aged man. However, Zheng Tan smelled a very familiar perfume. Was it the girl from the other night? Seeing Yuanzi standing in front of the door, the Jiaopa quickly went up to him. He raised his finger and poked Yuanzi's back where the two people couldn't see. Was he trying to be a door god? This guy's brain probably wasn't working properly right now. His reactions were much slower. Yuanzi snapped back to reality and quickly moved aside. Please come in. Auntie Jiao and Auntie Ling went to the hospital for a checkup. Auntie Jiao wanted to check on her recovery, while Auntie Ling wanted to check on her stomach. Therefore, after breakfast, Auntie Ling dragged Auntie Jiao away before she could clean up the dishes. Now, only Jiao Pa and Yuan Zi could handle the reception. Jiao Pa pulled out 2 armchairs with backrests and pushed the stools under the table to save space. The area here wasn't big to begin with. Now that such a big figure was here, it felt a lot more crowded. In the past, 3 to 5 people wouldn't even feel like this. Seeing Associate Professor Jiao pull a chair over, Yuan Zi originally wanted to say, "Just let your cat move its butt from the sofa. It's better for guests to sit on the sofa." But seeing that the 2 people who came in didn't look unhappy, and Associate Professor Jiao had already pulled a chair over, Yuan Zi didn't say anything. Chairman Zhao looked to be in his early 40s, but he was actually in his 50s. He took good care of himself and looked energetic. At least, Zheng Tan's first impression of him was quite amiable. The smile on Chairman Zhao's face was genuine. Putting down the gifts in his hands, Chairman Zhao smiled and said, "I just met Professor Lan downstairs. I followed him upstairs." "A Chairman Zhao knows Professor Lan?" the Jiaopa asked. Yuan Zi and Associate Professor Jiao both knew that Old Man Lan worked with many companies, but they didn't expect Changwei Corporation to be one of them. It seemed that Old Man Lan and Chairman Zhao were quite close. "We hired Professor Lan to guide us in the past. Now we often invite Professor Lan to give lectures. We also ask Professor Lan to solve some of our engineering problems," Chairman Zhao explained. Chairman Zhao introduced his daughter, Zhao Lu, who was also studying at Tsinghua University. After that, he stopped talking about Zhao Lu and changed the topic to other things. Because they talked about Professor Lan, the distance between the 2 parties increased. Chairman Zhao also didn't show his usual alienation, which made Jiao Pa and Yuan Zi feel less restrained. When they talked about the direction of Yuan Zi's company, both parties were very engrossed in the conversation. Yuan Zi was very happy to be able to learn from this business tycoon. From some of Chairman Zhao's stories and experiences, Yuan Zi's new company could take fewer detours. Yuan Zi knew a lot of people in the academic world, but there was only one real tycoon in the business world. Yuan Zi felt that Chairman Zhao looked a lot friendlier today. Unlike yesterday when he was smiling and not too distant, but he still had a strong aura that made people unable to get close to him. Yuan Zi glanced at Chairman Zhao and was even more certain that Chairman Zhao had restrained himself a lot. It was as if he was guiding the younger generation. He also felt a lot more sincere. Chairman Zhao didn't immediately promise to help, but he did impart some of his experience. What he meant was that he had high hopes for their new company. Now was also a period of opportunity. After the company developed, both parties might have more opportunities to work together. When Chairman Zhao spoke, he wasn't just saying it. As long as his requirements were met, he would fulfill his bottom line. This made Yuan Zi's heart burst with fireworks. While the 3 men were talking about the direction of the company and current trends, the girl had already walked over to Zheng Tan. Zheng Tan had been lying in the middle of the sofa ever since the guests came in. A quarter of the originally small sofa was taken up, and there were 2 pillows and a plush doll on the sofa. There was even less space left. It was a bit difficult for a man to sit on the side, but it was still possible for a slim girl to sit there. Zheng Tan looked. The wounds on Zhao Li's face and hands could no longer be seen. He guessed that the reason why he had waited so many days was because of those injuries. After all, the cause of those injuries wasn't easy to explain. Zhao Li's eyes lit up when he saw the black cat lying on the sofa, and the smile on his face deepened. After sitting down on the sofa, Zhao Li carried the black cat that was lying on the sofa and looking at him on his lap and stroked its fur. Zheng Tan's heart rippled for a while, but it wasn't very comfortable. After thinking about it, Zheng Tan jumped off the sofa and ran to Gu Yuzi's room. He opened the second drawer and took out a comb. He went back to the living room and jumped onto the sofa to put down the comb. Zhao Lu thought that the black cat didn't like him, but he didn't expect to encounter such a situation. After being stunned for a while, he chuckled. Zhao Lu picked up the comb and began to comb the black cat's fur. Its fur wasn't long, and Zheng Tan usually had Gu Yuzi comb it for him. Its short fur didn't knot easily, so the comb went smoothly. The short fur on its head was also combed. Zheng Tan narrowed her eyes and followed the movements of the comb in Zhao Li's hand. The tip of her tail also moved up and down. It was indeed more comfortable like this. The Jiao Pa and Yuan Zi who were chatting saw this scene and their faces twitched. They really wanted to go over and pinch the little bastard's cat ears and scold him. "You're a guest, an important guest. You're so important that you can't even compare to his little finger. You're actually letting this important guest comb your fur. You even look like you're enjoying it." Chairman Zhao and Zhao Li didn't stay for too long. After half an hour they bid farewell and left. Chairman Zhao didn't say much about the reason for his visit, but he clearly pointed out that the Jiao family's black cat had helped his daughter a lot. As for the details, Chairman Zhao kept his mouth shut. The Jiao Pa and Yuan Zi sent the two of them downstairs. There were already people waiting there. There were 2 cars parked in the parking lot. Chairman Zhao and Zhao Le got into one of them, and the other was the Land Rover Zheng Tan saw before. After the two of them returned to the 5th floor, Yuan Zi closed the door and stared at Zheng Tan. It was as if he wanted to see if there was anything wrong with Zheng Tan. I remember that you said you wanted the black rice porridge. The Jiao Pa crossed his legs and said. Yuan Zi paused. He walked to the dining table and picked up the bowl of black rice porridge. Just when the Jiao Pa and Zheng Tan thought Yuan Zi was really going to leave with the bowl of black rice porridge, Yuan Zi dragged a stool over and placed it in front of the sofa facing Zheng Tan. After placing the bowl of black rice porridge on the stool, Yuan Zi went to the kitchen and took out 3 wooden chopsticks. He stuck them into the bowl of porridge, then stepped back and bowed. Nice to meet you. Zheng Tan and the Jiao Pa. Chapter 38. What are you doing? Father Jiao asked as he looked at Yuan Zi, who was fooling around. I'm just bowing to your cat. Our $1 million order depends on your cat. Who knows what good things your cat will do for us in the future. Yuan Zi straightened the chopsticks in the black rice porridge. Come on, another bow. Do you believe in ghosts and gods? I don't remember the old man having such a tendency. The Jiao Pa said. The old man is a pure researcher. He doesn't believe in those things, but the old lady does. The few of them would also mention old Master Yuan when they were chatting with each other. It was as if old Master Yuan was still there, and they would not deliberately avoid it. Yuan Zi put the bowl and chopsticks back on the table, turned around and sat down. He asked the Jiao Pa, Oh right, you are going to the neighboring province for a meeting the day after tomorrow, right? Yes, there is an annual academic meeting there. I'm going to attend it. A few big names will be there this year. It's a rare opportunity. The Jiao Pa said. That's great. After the annual meeting you can come with me to take a look at the equipment. Yesterday I contacted the boss of a biological company there. His company had an accident, and he is not going to continue operating the company. He is going to sell some of the equipment. I contacted him and asked him to keep it for us. We can go take a look at it. Some of the equipment is still under warranty. The boss said that the warranty cards and receipts are still with them. I'm thinking that if it's okay to look at them, we should buy them first. After all, a new equipment is too expensive. Some of the businesses our company is taking on now don't need those high-end and complicated functions. It's fine as long as they are practical. Okay, I'll contact you then. When are you leaving? I'm going tomorrow with an engineer. I'm just going to take a look first. After all, the second-hand equipment is worth tens of thousands. Some of them cost at least 100,000. The boss won't sell the more expensive equipment at a low price. For a giant like Changwei Group, this amount of money is nothing. But we are tight on funds now. We can't waste money. The Jiao Pa was going on a business trip. There were many things he had to arrange before he left. Jiao Ma's follow-up examination results were very good. She had almost recovered. Jiao Pa could also go on his business trip without worrying too much about his family. As for her work in the institute, the most stressful time had passed, and the research project was progressing smoothly. EXIN had already submitted a paper with a good impact factor to a foreign magazine ahead of her classmates, and another paper was still being prepared. She was probably going to be selected for an excellent master's degree and a national scholarship next year. Jiao Pa was on a business trip and would only be back in 3 or 4 days. Zheng Tan also didn't go out at night during this period. The temperature at night was low. Now, Zheng Tan could not wear a real leather jacket or a down jacket like when he was still a human. He only had short hair. Jiao Ma had bought Zheng Tan a small cotton-padded jacket for pet cats, but Zheng Tan never wore it. It was very restrictive and troublesome. He couldn't even stretch himself to climb a tree. Therefore, now Zheng Tan would only go out for a walk during the day except for running and climbing trees in the morning. The weather was good and the sun was just right. Otherwise, why would he go out? Looking for trouble? Zheng Tan went to the woods to play for half a day in the morning. He went home for lunch at lunchtime, and then wandered to the Institute of Biological Sciences. He looked around and found that the window of Jiao Pa's office was not locked. Zheng Tan jumped from the branch to the windowsill and looked inside. If there were other people, he wouldn't go in. Fortunately, there was only EXIN in the office. At this moment, EXIN was lying on the table taking a nap. EXIN was not other people. Speaking of which, this guy could be regarded as half a nanny of the Jiao family. He had helped to pick up children, take care of cats, and helped Jiao Pa with his undergraduate thesis. Where else could he find such a good student? Jing Tan opened the window with his paws and jumped in. The computer was on. Yexian was sorting out his second thesis. It was all in English. Jing Tan didn't understand many professional names and Latin words. He was too lazy to read them. He was not interested. However, Jing Tan was interested in a small notebook next to Yexian. This was not Yexian's experimental record book. Jing Tan had seen the experimental record books used by people at the Institute of Biological Sciences. They were much bigger than this one. However, it was obvious that this small notebook was frequently used. Could it be that there was another little secret? Jing Tan was interested. He was so bored that his balls hurt. He had to find some fun to make himself happy and kill time. Creak creak creak. Hee. Hearing the sound from the side, Jing Tan was about to open the small notebook. He thought that his secret had been discovered. He looked up and saw that Exan was still sleeping. There was no sign of her waking up. F***ck, she was grinding her teeth while taking a nap. Not only was she grinding her teeth, but she was also smiling. It was very scary. Jing Tan pulled his ears and withdrew his attention. He hooked his paws and opened the small notebook. A lot of things were recorded in the notebook. The first few pages were brief records of some large academic reports. Although Exian's handwriting was not very good, the format was neat and the records were in order. However, Jing Tan was still quite disappointed. Anyway, he felt that these things were boring. Just as he was about to close it, Jing Tan's gaze fell on the edge of the small notebook. It was obvious that the back of the small notebook was often flipped. Therefore, Jing Tan simply flipped to the last few pages of the small notebook. Then Jing Tan saw Exian's accompanying records and excerpts. The more he read, the more speechless Jing Tan was. There were many excerpts of poems in it. There were quite a lot of types recorded in it, but it was obviously not the ordinary poems but professional poems. Why did he say that? There was a lingering type, such as, I think of you like an antibody thinking of an antigen. Your beauty is the choline that makes me impulsive. Several spring and autumn seasons are countless sleepless nights. Every base represents our eternal vow. Looking forward to such a day we can meet again, intertwining into the most beautiful double helix in the world. There was a sorrow type, such as, heart dividing like the centromere in the late stage of cell division. We are also like the chromosome moving to a different side, covered by the fog-long pavilion, ancient road, fragrant grass and green sky. Only our figures are fading finally like the chromosome at the end, unable to see. There was a confusion type, such as, the afterglow of the setting sun. The plants in the afterglow are translucent, as if you can see wisps of oxygen emerging from the chloroplasts. Reducing carbon dioxide to sugar, silently gathering energy. Everything is so hurried. Are they also worried about the silence in the night? Hesitation in the silence? There was also a nauseating type, such as, you are the nucleus, you control my genetics and metabolism. You are the mitochondria, without you, I lose energy. You are the chloroplasts, let me have new nourishment. You are the lysosome, you can dissolve everything in me at any time. Actually, you are the ribosome, capture me like amino acids. You are the endoplasmic reticulum, processed me like protein. You are the Golgi, wrap me up and give me up so easily. Why? I still love you so much. There was even a deep type, such as, the figure of the great man gradually drifts away like individuals turning into clouds in the river of time. Their thoughts are precipitating in the think tank like genes in the gene library, passed down from generation to generation, reorganizing the minds of the predecessors, making us no longer simple like genetic recombination. Variations are numerous and common. Quietly, I think my kind of thinking, is it genetic recombination or mutation? The person who wrote these poems, Jing Tan, could only think that the person must have been possessed by deoxynucleotides, ribonucleotides and amino acids at that moment. Closing the small book, Jing Tan wagged his tail, jumped off the desk and left through the window. When he left, he closed the window on his way out. Coming out of the biology building, Jing Tan walked to the East Family area. Walking in the flowers and grass, when he passed a corner, Jing Tan heard someone talking about something again. Jing Tan often heard it in the past 2 days. It was said that a senior student was found hanged in the dormitory. The rumor was that it was because he failed too many subjects and was too stressed. When Jing Tan heard it, he didn't think too much about it. This kind of thing was not rare, and it was not an isolated phenomenon in a certain university. I heard from my classmate that the police found some sexy handcuffs, tape, masks and even anesthetics in his cupboard. There was also a small DVD player in the locked cupboard, and the CD case was filled with some perverted and heavy flavored discs. Jing Tan's footsteps paused. Hearing this, he suddenly thought of something. Did director Zhao and Zhao Lu really do something? That's quite efficient. Also, Zheng Tan heard from Jiao Pa and Yuan Ziyi that Director Zhao had some background. He could even find out the details of his cat, so it shouldn't be difficult for Director Zhao to find someone. Also, he was ruthless enough to cut off the person's escape route. After perking up his ears to eavesdrop on the students' discussion, Zheng Tan pulled his ears and continued to walk towards the Eastern family area. However, before he could take 2 steps, Zheng Tan heard a brother on a bicycle shouting to his classmates, "Quick, there's a large group of foreign guests heading towards the International Academic Lecture Hall. Brothers, hurry up and grab a seat. Otherwise, there won't even be a place to stand." Zheng Tan was shocked. A large group of foreign guests. International Academic Lecture Hall? It didn't seem far from here. Zheng Tan turned a corner and headed towards the International Academic Lecture Hall. He was about to run over, but before he could accelerate, he saw a figure jump out from the grass. It ran in front of Zheng Tan and suddenly stopped. It moved sideways, raised its white glove-like paw and waved it at Zheng Tan twice. Zheng Tan wasn't in the mood to play with it. He was still confused. Why was the sheriff here? Shouldn't he be taking a nap near the east area? The person that ran out was the sheriff. Not long after the sheriff ran out, Zheng Tan saw Huang and Depang. Zheng Tan turned his head and saw a chihuahua being led by its owner towards the school gate. The sheriff must have run over because he was tired of the chihuahua. Huang was just there to join in the fun. Depang was still following behind slowly. Its eyelids were half closed as if it was not interested in anything. Zheng Tan was thinking about the large group of foreign guests. He continued to run towards the International Academic Lecture Hall. Unsurprisingly, the other 3 cats were following behind him. There were quite a lot of people at the International Academic Lecture Hall. Fortunately, there were big trees on both sides of the road in front of the lecture hall. Zheng Tan climbed up a sycamore tree near the entrance of the lecture hall. He squatted on a branch and looked around. The large group of foreign guests didn't seem to be here yet. Seeing Zheng Tan squatting on the branch, the other 3 cats ran over one after another. The 4 cats squatted side by side. Zheng Tan turned his head and looked at the 3 cats beside him. He continued to look for the large group of foreign guests. There were indeed quite a lot of people outside the lecture hall. After the doors of the lecture hall opened, the people waiting were let in by the staff. The foreign guests arrived 5 minutes later. A few school leaders were there, and the principal personally accompanied them. It seemed that the foreign guests this time were very influential in the academic world. But, what about the large group of foreign guests? Where did the large group of foreign guests come from? Most of them were men in their 30s and above. Zheng Tan did not consider that this big wave was not as big as the big wave he was talking about. However, after a careful search, Zheng Tan found 2 good-looking women among the group of foreign guests. Only the 2 assistant blonde girls caught Zheng Tan's eye. Their perky breasts made one's imagination run wild. Zheng Tan was looking at the big-breasted girl when a group of people walked towards the lecture hall. When they passed by the sycamore tree, a middle-aged professor stopped and asked his assistant to take a photo. This professor was also a cat lover. His family also raised cats on the other side of the ocean. He suddenly saw 4 cats here, and their expressions were quite similar to his own cats. Therefore he wanted to take a photo. When the professor came under the tree, his assistant came over and took a photo. While taking a photo of the person, he also took a photo of the 4 cats squatting in a row on the tree. At the bottom of the tree, Zheng Tan and the rest were squatting on a branch that was 4 or 5 meters above the ground. In order to take a photo of the person and the cats, the assistant changed several angles and distances. The other people laughed at the side. They didn't disturb him and didn't go up to take a photo. Some people were not interested in the cats and some people were embarrassed. Didn't they see the people around them laughing? However, no one would have expected that this photo, which included a person and 4 cats, would be enlarged in the future and left on the wall of Tsinghua University's exquisitely decorated academic report hall's celebrity profiles. Below the photo, the text introduced the professor in the photo who won the Nobel Prize in Physics. The background of the photo was the International Academic Lecture Hall of Tsinghua University. However, everyone who saw this enlarged photo would be attracted by the 4 cats squatting side by side on the branch. They would stop in front of the photo for a long time and discuss with their companions what the scene was like when the photo was taken. Why did the 4 cats squat there? Some people guessed that the 4 cats had predicted the future Nobel Prize in Physics winner and came over. Some people guessed that this was a deliberate arrangement by the university. They knew that the person liked cats, so they trained the 4 cats to squat there in advance. Chapter 39. After squatting in the tree for a while, Zheng Tan became impatient. Several people under the tree looked at the 4 of them as if they were rare animals. Huang and the sheriff would have gotten up and run away if it weren't for the fact that their other two friends were still squatting there. As for Depang, it still completely ignored those irrelevant people. After Jing Tan was swung by Huang's tail again, he looked at it sideways. Huang meowed softly, indicating that it really didn't want to stay here now. Forget it, the big-breasted girl has seen it anyway. Let's go. However, when Jing Tan was about to get up, he suddenly heard a familiar voice. Looking over there, Lord Zheng was accompanying a foreigner to the International Academic Lecture Hall. He didn't go with the previous group of people. It seemed that the foreigner had gone to the School of Physics, and Lord Zheng had been accompanying him. The two should be familiar with each other. Jing Tan wasn't interested in Lord Zheng and the foreigner, but the two frequently mentioned a name that caught Jing Tan's attention. They always mentioned Mary, and when Jing Tan accompanied Little Zhuo by the artificial lake, one of Little Zhuo's original materials was written, "For my dear Mary." There were also some blessings at the back. In addition to the original materials, there were a few books that also had the name Mary, and Little Zhuo would usually annotate the books directly. In other words, these books should belong to Little Zhuo. Therefore, Mary should be Little Zhuo's English name. With that thought in mind, Jing Tan put down the foot that he had just lifted. Huang, who was next to Jing Tan, was more alert when he saw him. He was ready to rush down the tree, but when he looked back, he found that Jing Tan had squatted back down again. He lowered his ears and meowed again. This time it was a little longer than before. Unfortunately, this time Jing Tan was busy eavesdropping and ignored it. Jing Tan's ears perked up to listen to the conversation between Lord Zheng and the foreigner. Jing Tan didn't understand a lot of the technical terms, but other than these he still understood some things such as Little Zhuo's matter. That foreigner was obviously interested in Little Zhuo, but he didn't know about Little Zhuo's current situation. Lord Zheng didn't look too good. What happened to Little Zhuo was an eternal pain in Lord Zheng's heart, but she couldn't say it out loud. This bearded foreigner obviously didn't know how to read people's expressions. Didn't he see how forced the smile on Lord Zheng's face was? Jing Tan shook his head secretly. "My dear Mary is taking care of the baby at home. You can give up now, bearded foreigner." What made Jing Tan curious was that Lord Zheng said that Xiao Zhuo was preparing to go abroad. He would probably go abroad next year and would not come back for at least 3 years. The bearded man asked some more questions about Xiao Zhuo, but was evaded by Lord Zheng. He did not say where he was going, or whether he was going to do a postdoctoral exchange. He only said that he would be away for a few years. It was because Jing Tan was clear about Xiao Zhuo's current situation that he was even more confused. It was reasonable to say that Lord Zheng was not the kind of person who spoke casually. Just now, when he said that Xiao Zhuo would go abroad, his expression was very certain. Otherwise, the foreigner would not have believed him. With Little Zhuo's current situation, could he still go abroad for an exchange? To follow up on the cooperation project? What about her child? Unfortunately, until Lord Zheng and the foreigner walked into the lecture hall, Jing Tan did not hear the information he wanted to know. The electronic screen outside the lecture hall showed the topic of the report that was about to start. Now, it was talking about some things related to the theory of quark particles. From time to time, there would be people rushing in from outside the lecture hall. As the report began, the outside of the lecture hall had become quiet. Jing Tan stood up and stretched. He turned his head and looked over. Huang and the sheriff squinted their eyes as if they were asleep. Jing Tan used his tail to shake them, then jumped down from the tree and walked towards the family area. The 3 cats behind him followed one after another. Walking into the courtyard of the East family compound, Jing Tan saw an old man dragging some things towards Building B. Jing Tan did not know this person, but when there were people downstairs, Jing Tan rarely jumped up to swipe the access card to open the door. Therefore, Jing Tan followed the old man leisurely not far behind. When the old man threw away the cigarette butt, he glanced at the black cat behind him and waved his hand. "Go away, whose cat is this? Go away, don't think about my fish." Jing Tan was speechless. "Do you think I care?" Below the things the old man was dragging were 2 plastic buckets. There were a few small holes in the buckets and the smell of fish came out. However, Jing Tan did not want to do anything to the fish. He never ate raw fish and other cats would have diarrhea if they ate some of the things he could eat. Jing Tan ignored the old man and went downstairs to the entrance of Building B. He squatted down and watched the old man move towards him. The old man dragged the things and looked at the black cat squatting in front of the door. He hesitated for a moment, then walked up and pressed the electronic lock on the entrance. Soon Jiao Ma's voice came from inside. "Ronghan, it's me," said the old man. "Hey Dad, why are you here? I'll go down and pick you up." "You don't have to come down. Just stay at home and open the door," said the old man. With a click of the door, the old man dragged the things in and Jing Tan followed behind him. There were too many things for the old man to carry in a short time. However, since they were already in the building, he was not afraid of theft. He trusted the people here. After thinking for a while, he looked at the black cat that had already rushed to the front. The old man took down a box from the plastic bucket containing the fish, then carried the 2 plastic buckets below, and walked upstairs step by step. Although he was old, he walked steadily while carrying the 2 plastic buckets filled with fish. As the old man walked upstairs, he noticed that the black cat was also walking upstairs. The old man was still wondering whose cat it was when Jiao Ma's voice sounded. "Hey Dad, why did you come up with black charcoal?" Jiao Ma leaned on the railing of the 5th floor and looked down. She could see the old man's figure. "What black charcoal?" "My cat. It's the black cat walking in front of you." "Hey, so this cat belongs to your family?" "I was wondering whose family it was." "This cat is well raised. It's not thin and has no fat. Does it catch mice?" The old man said as he walked upstairs. There was no one else in the corridor at this time, so it was very quiet. The old man did not need to speak loudly because Jiao Ma, who was standing on the 5th floor, could also hear him. "Of course. My black charcoal is good at catching mice." "That's good. I heard some people say that many cats in the big cities don't catch mice. Why would they keep it if they don't catch mice? Isn't it a waste of food?" The old man couldn't understand those people. Knowing the old man's temperament, Mama Jiao didn't say much. If she said anything, she would be criticized. According to the thinking of the older generation, a cat that didn't catch mice wasn't a good cat, and a dog that couldn't guard the house wasn't a good dog. Many of them had gone through the dark ages and did not understand the meaning of raising a pet that ate for free. Jiao Ma was glad that her black charcoal really caught mice. Otherwise, the old man would have gone crazy again. "What are you carrying?" "I'm carrying fish, 2 old turtles and some eels. There's also a box of grapefruits downstairs. It's a new variety of grapefruits this year. I heard that the grapefruits this year will be supplied directly to the city government and not sold outside. I managed to get a few of them." "What's the use of a bank card? Don't you have to show your face to buy things? Nowadays it's not good to have a bank card without face." Yes, you have a lot of face." "Of course. If I didn't have a lot of face, how could I know that you were hospitalized from an accident?" the old man said angrily. Jiao Ma laughed and did not explain. In front of old man Gu, the more you explained, the more the old man would think you were guilty. Standing at the top of the stairs, Jiao Ma wanted to go downstairs to help, but she knew the old man's temper. If she really went downstairs, the old man would definitely go crazy. Even when the old man walked to the door, he did not ask Jiao Ma to help him. When the old man put down the plastic bucket, Jing Tan went up to take a look. Looking through the hole, the 2 old turtles were indeed quite big. As for the eels in the other bucket, Jing Tan only glanced at them and did not pay much attention to them because the old man was still staring at him as if he was a thief. After resting for a while and drinking a glass of water, the old man went downstairs to carry the grapefruits upstairs. The small luggage trailers were just left downstairs. Anyway, there was no need to worry about them being stolen. Jing Tan looked at the grapefruits the old man took out. They were quite big, but he did not know how they tasted. "Why did you buy so many apples and oranges?" the old man asked as he looked at the 4 boxes in the living room. Jing Tan was also puzzled. He did not see them this morning, but now there were 4 more boxes. 2 boxes of apples and 2 boxes of oranges. Moreover, they were the 2 types of oranges that were very expensive in the supermarket. "A student gave them to us. We helped her last time. This time, her company bought fruits for the employees and gave us 4 boxes. After Jiao Ma said this, Jing Tan knew who had sent them. What Jing Tan did not know was that Zhao Li sometimes went to the Institute of Biological Sciences to ask Associate Professor Jiao about Jing Tan's situation. He knew that this guy did not eat cat food and only ate with him. Therefore, he did not send any cat food and changed the gift to fruits this time. Jiao Pa and Jiao Ma thought that the Zhao family was afraid that people would harshly mistreat the black cat. Old man Gu sat on the sofa and chatted with Jiao Ma for a while. The topic was mainly about Gu Yuzi. Jing Tan lay on the sofa and listened to them. Even when the old man glared at him, he did not move. In the past, Jing Tan did not know much about Gu Yuzi's background. He only knew that Gu Yuzi was the child of Jiao Ma's younger sister. Her parents divorced and her mother stayed abroad. From the conversation between old man Gu and Jiao Ma, Jing Tan knew why Gu Yuzi had always been so quiet. Gu Yuzi, or Little Pomelo in old man Gu's words, had been living abroad with her mother. Gu Yuzi's parents were very capable people, but they often quarreled. It was not until this year that they confirmed their divorce. Little Pomelo followed her mother and even changed her surname when she came back to China. Her mother handed her over to Jiao Ma. Every month or half a year, she would transfer her living expenses to the bank card she left behind as Little Pomelo's living expenses. When she first came over, Little Pomelo had some communication difficulties. After all, she had stayed abroad for a long time and was not used to suddenly coming back. Moreover, she was a person of few words, so she was even quieter. However, after a few months of adaptation, Little Pomelo was not as gloomy as before. Zheng Tan felt that he was in the same boat as Little Pomelo. They both had irresponsible parents. One was materialistic and the other was self-centered. They were both young and capable but cruel and unscrupulous. Zheng Tan had seen many such people. In the next 10 years, such people would grow along with the economic development of China in a J shape. Because he had changed his surname, Old Man Gu directly asked Little Pomelo to call him Grandpa. Old Man Gu only had 2 daughters and no one called him Grandpa. Now that he had Gu Yuzi, Old Man Gu was quite fond of this granddaughter. When the 2 children returned home in the afternoon, Old Man Gu had already peeled a grapefruit and passed it to the 2 children. Then he casually put the grapefruit skin over Zheng Tan's head. Zheng Tan. *CK. Old Man Gu carried Little Pomelo. You've put on some weight. Our Little Pomelo has grown taller. Little Pomelo revealed a rare smile and called out, Grandpa. After eating the grapefruit, dinner was not ready yet, so the 2 children went to do their homework. Go ahead. Grandpa will make eels for you later. Zheng Tan did not want to stay on the sofa and stare at the old man, so he followed Little Pomelo into the room. Little Pomelo was in a good mood today because of Old Man Gu's visit, so she was more talkative. She softly complained to Zheng Tan about today's art class. Usually she would talk to Zheng Tan when there was no one around. Many people were less wary of animals. Some people felt that talking to animals was the same as talking to oneself, but that was not the case. The speaker would feel differently. The teacher told me to draw familiar food or things that I often see in my life. I did, but Little Pomelo opened her sketchbook and placed it in front of Zheng Tan. She was a little disheartened. Zheng Tan looked at the sketchbook that Little Pomelo took out. It contained the results of today's drawing. Little Pomelo's drawing was not bad. The teacher gave a score of 92 on the spot. In Zheng Tan's opinion, it was already high enough. Back then his drawing was like a handicap, hovering around 70 to 80. That was the result of the teacher's kindness. However, the focus of Little Pomelo's sketchbook was not on the front, but on the teacher's comments. Although not many second graders were literate, the teachers would still write some simple comments when leaving the results. However, the handwriting was not as casual as the middle school teachers. It was much neater, and they would also annotate the complicated words with pinyin. This was also a process for the students to learn how to read. On the left side of the page that Little Pomelo drew today, there was a red watercolor pen that gave the results and comments. Under the score 92 was written, Soybeans and edamame are not bad. Keep up the good work. There was also a childish smiley face stamp at the end. Soybeans and edamame your sister. Zheng Tan looked sympathetically at Little Pomelo, who was frowning. The teacher's comments were too self-righteous. There was no other reason. The drawing that Little Pomelo had drawn was actually the cover of a biology magazine that had been placed on the coffee table in the living room recently. The 2 organisms on the cover were actually Staphylococcus aureus and Paramecium. Chapter 40. After Old Master Gu returned to his hometown, he sent people to deliver things to him every few days. Because the 4 members of the Jiao family were not going back to their hometown for the new year, the elders of both families were worried about them. Once they found out that they were from the same hometown, they would send people to bring New Year goods over. In his hometown, preparations for the new year had started early. This year, many people went to the provincial capital to sell things to regular customers, such as fruits and meat products. Therefore, at the end of December, people would call the Jiaopa every few days to get things. The aquaculture industry in his hometown was very developed. Many people contracted fish ponds and there were all kinds of fish. The Gu family raised eels, so it was safer to eat their own food. But that had nothing to do with Zheng Tan. Ever since Celestine moved to the company, Zheng Tan went to Xiaoguo's place, which was the furthest away from the school. There was nowhere else he could go. During the day he couldn't run around outside the school. Outside the school was not as simple as inside. On campus, Zheng Tan could go to many places to relax. Some of the university students who saw Zheng Tan were mostly kind to him. After all, compared to those who had been in society for many years, students were more innocent. But after leaving the school, many people looked at Zheng Tan as if he were a dish. If he was still a human, Jing Tan wouldn't have noticed anything. But from the perspective of a cat, Jing Tan could feel what those people were trying to say. Cats who often wandered the streets were very sensitive to people's movements. After walking around for a while, Jing Tan's feeling became stronger and stronger. Therefore, Jing Tan always went for walks outside the school at night. There weren't many people at night, so he didn't have to be startled all the time. Most of the working-class people who entered society went home in a hurry at night, so they didn't care too much if they saw a cat. But at the end of the year, many people caught stray cats for walks, set traps, and then sold them to restaurants. Some people directly shipped them to other provinces to avoid trouble. This was what cats should pay attention to the most. Jing Tan had never met a cat trafficker, but he still met a lot of obstacles. As a cat, Jing Tan still felt a lot of pressure. He had underestimated the mentality and persistence of male cats to fight for territory. Those restless cats would fill a pile of feces, piss, or fight with each other. Jing Tan tried to walk further away by himself, but in the end he came back disappointed. Although Jing Tan wasn't so bad that he couldn't beat those cats, and those cats weren't so ignorant, there were always two exceptions. One night, when Jing Tan was walking towards Xiaoguo's pet center, he met a black cat just like himself. However, that black cat was always surrounded by other cats. Jing Tan thought that they should be its underlings. To put it elegantly, they were called direct descendants. To put it simply, they were called followers. However, Jing Tan had never lost a single fight. What annoyed Jing Tan the most was that this black cat did not learn its lesson. After being beaten down once, it would jump out aggressively the second time. As the saying goes, it was indomitable, and the more it fought, the braver it became. Jing Tan thought that this guy was purely stupid and looking for trouble. Originally, Jing Tan thought that this kind of fight was necessary for a cat, and that he had to fight wherever he went. However, one day Jing Tan found an exception. Christmas was coming, and some of the international students in the school were busy preparing for it. Xiaoguo thought about a cat food commercial about Christmas, letting Jing Tan play Santa Claus, and letting the golden retriever Lord play the elk. When Jing Tan was taken to the studio by Xiaoguo, he saw a lord squatting next to him. There was a pair of plastic antlers on its head, and it was squatting there with its mouth open, panting. It had probably been practicing some of the movements needed in the commercial, and it was only now taking a break. The few cats in Jing Tan and Xiaoguo's shop had all worked with this golden retriever before. Although there was no so-called tacit understanding, it was not to the extent of discord. The few pets got along well with each other. In Xiaoguo's shop, except for Prince, the few cats had all been sterilized. Although Prince was also a male cat, because it was used to indoor confinement, it was much less aggressive than the cats that Jing Tan saw on the streets. Moreover, there were so many cats in Xiaoguo's shop that they were used to the existence of cats other than themselves, and rarely fought to occupy a certain area. They had already filmed many commercials, and the staff here were all old acquaintances. They all knew that as long as they trained the other roles in the commercial well, it would be fine. As for the black cat, it was an expert that was hired with a high salary, and did not need any guidance at all. Therefore, there was a situation where Lord was so tired that it was panting, and Jing Tan was squatting on the side and taking a nap. Finally, when Lord was able to complete a series of movements, Xiaoguo woke Jing Tan up and started filming. Putting on the silly Christmas cat costume, Jing Tan felt that his IQ was about to be pulled down. It was uncomfortable to wear it. Although it was not too tight, it always felt uncomfortable. Not only that, but Xiaoguo also took a big beard and put it on for Jing Tan. When he put on the hat, it was as silly as it could be. People who saw this commercial would probably complain, Santa Claus is a black cat, black. Forget it, for the sake of the commercial, I'll endure it. I'm also dedicating myself to art. Jing Tan found comfort in his heart. The task of the Christmas cat was to drive the golden retriever sleigh and deliver gifts from the obviously pet center to the cats and puppies. There were cat food, dog food, pet clothes, pet nests, and so on. After the bumpy shooting, Jing Tan kicked off his clothes as soon as he walked out of the set, got rid of the big beard, and squatted on the high cat tree, waiting for Xiaoguo to send him home after he was done. The post-production work was done by Xiaoguo and Yanzi. Yanzi was now a permanent customer of the pet center. Seeing that Yanzi's computer skills were good, Xiaoguo often asked Yanzi to help. Of course, the help was not for free. Yanzi stayed here for free, ate and drank for free, and fed the cats for free. Over there, a group of staff was sorting out the post-production work. The side where Jing Tan was squatting was much more deserted. He had taken a nap before, but now he couldn't sleep. He was bored and looked around. Finally, Jing Tan's eyes fell on Li Yuanba and his mother. Li Yuanba was still the same. The few cats in the store always stayed far away from it. When a few curious cats approached it, it would be forced to retreat by a glance. It didn't even need to raise its paws. A glance was enough to deal with them. This was something that Jing Tan admired. The cat with a mole next to Li Yuanba was its son Peanut Candy. Xiaoguo called him Peanut for short. When Jing Tan saw the photo for the first time, he didn't look carefully, so he didn't see the mole next to Peanut Candy's mouth. Peanut Candy's mouth was basically covered with white fur, but the yellow spot next to his mouth was particularly eye-catching in the surrounding white. Looked very funny. Jing Tan thought that in a few months, this mole, the size of a mung bean, would probably grow to the size of a soybean. As for whether this mole would grow to the size of a quail egg by the time Peanut Candy grew to adulthood, that was unknown. However, Jing Tan was looking forward to it and was happy to see it. Peanut Candy's fur was longer than that of other short-haired kittens, but it was different from those long-haired kittens. Zhang Ziyan guessed that its father was a long-haired kitten or a skewer kitten. Another thing that Jing Tan found strange was the serious expression on Peanut Candy's face. For Huang, the word serious was just a facade, but Peanut Candy's serious expression was really serious. It had deeply inherited the expression of Li Yuanba. However, Peanut Candy was still young and his eyes were still ignorant. He didn't have the aura of his mother. After squatting on the side for a while, Li Yuanba walked into the house with Peanut Candy in its mouth. There was a room that belonged to a swallow, and there was an entrance under the door that was specially designed for cats. Jing Tan could see the room from where he was. He saw Li Yuanba walk into the room with Peanut Candy in its mouth for a while, then walk out again. This time it was alone. Then it didn't walk towards the studio, but went to the other end of the corridor. Jing Tan remembered that there was a back door there, but that door was only opened when moving goods or large props, and was usually closed. Why was Li Yuanba walking there? Since he had nothing to do, Jing Tan jumped off the cat tree out of curiosity and followed it. Li Yuanba looked back at Jing Tan, who was not far away, and didn't respond. It continued to walk to the back door. There were some goods piled up at the back door, but it was far from the door. There was a small window near the corner. The window was high and open, probably for ventilation. Many of the goods that were shipped in had a strong smell. The height of the small window was not within the range of the cats in the shop, so Xiaoguo was not afraid that the cats in the shop would run out of the small window. Li Yuanba walked toward the window. While Jing Tan was puzzled, it suddenly sped up. It was not running toward the window but toward the side wall. It jumped over it, and when it touched the side wall, it quickly changed its angle. With a kick of its hind legs, it jumped toward the small window with the help of the side wall. It landed accurately. What the F***ck? This skill is F***king awesome. Behind them, Jing Tan's jaw almost dropped. It was really impossible to guard against it. Xiaoguo would never have thought that a cat could escape from the small window by jumping. There were some empty boxes piled up outside the door, which formed a staircase for Li Yuanba to jump down safely. Soon it disappeared from Jing Tan's sight. Jing Tan squatted there and hesitated, then tried to jump directly to the small window. His jumping ability was slightly stronger than the average cat's. After a few tries, Jing Tan gave up. It was so close. Jing Tan started to try the jumping method of Li Yuanba. The first time he didn't control the angle and strength well, and directly hit the wall. Fortunately, Jing Tan could still control his body at that moment and landed safely, but his legs were a little numb. The second time it was a little better than the first time. He didn't hit the wall but hit the open glass window, making a bang sound. Jing Tan moved her legs and waited for the pain to subside a little before she tried for the third time. This time she finally reached the edge of the window. She kicked her legs and used her claws to push herself up. Then she poked her head out to look. What Jing Tan didn't expect was that not far away, Li Yuanba was squatting on an empty box and looking at him. Waiting for me? After seeing the black cat at the window, Li Yuanba turned around, jumped off the box and walked out. Jing Tan quickly followed. Trapping a cat was harder than trapping a dog. Jing Tan now had a deep understanding. He didn't know where Li Yuanba learned about it, but it found a few gaps and went in. After a few turns, it left the pet center without being discovered by anyone. At first, Jing Tan was unfamiliar with the place he passed by, but gradually the scenery became familiar. Jing Tan had been here before when he was walking from the school, and he met it here. Meow. Just as he was thinking, Jing Tan heard the voice that annoyed him to no end. F***ck, it was that stupid cat. Looking up at the sound, Jing Tan saw the black cat squatting on the short wall, and there were two cat brothers around it. Different from the previous encounters, Zheng Tan felt that there was something wrong with the stupid cat today, and the two cats around it didn't come up to join in the fun. After observing, Zheng Tan found that the three cats were staring in the direction of Li Yuanba, as if they were facing a great enemy. When the indomitable cat faced Li Yuanba, it would only make a few weak woo-woo sounds and then run away. It was completely different from when it faced Zheng Tan, when it knew it was going to lose, but still rushed up to look for abuse. The other cats also ran away. Not only these three cats, but as he walked deeper into the alley, Zheng Tan also saw a few cats. Two of them were quite large and there was the smell of their enclosure around them. But Li Yuanba just looked straight ahead and fearlessly walked through their territory. When the cats saw it, they just made a few woo-woo sounds, and when Li Yuanba turned its head to look, they ran away as if there was a big dog chasing behind them. Zheng Tan was deeply moved by this situation. From this, it could be seen that as a cat, Zheng Tan was still far from being a cat. Strength was one thing but aura was also another. And Li Yuanba could be regarded as a strong woman among cats, a cat in the eyes of the minions. Her ferocious appearance, coupled with her domineering aura, could completely suppress this alley where stray cats and domestic cats were mixed together. The strong sense of territory of the cats seemed to have disappeared at this time. Zheng Tan could see the fear in the eyes of the cats when they saw Li Yuanba. Zheng Tan looked at the tortoiseshell cat in front of him that didn't change its pace. It was a kind of aura that was inadvertently revealed. It wasn't an act and it wasn't something that could be imitated by anyone. Zheng Tan still remembered that when Xiaoguo first saw Li Yuanba, besides opening the pet bag, he didn't get close to it. Xiaoguo understood pet cats, but on the other hand, it was also related to a kind of message that Li Yuanba itself silently transmitted. The language of cats wasn't lacking. Different tones, different lengths, and different ways of speaking could express different meanings. However, since leaving the pet center until now, Zheng Tan hadn't heard this tortoiseshell cat speak. It was completely relying on a kind of silent aura and aura. For people who didn't understand, they might not be able to see this difference, but now Zheng Tan could clearly feel that the tortoiseshell cat in front of him was far different from other cats. Appearance was determined by nature, and aura was polished by worldly affairs and time. Zheng Tan didn't know what Li Yuanba had experienced, but if a seemingly ordinary cat could have such an aura and aura, its experience was definitely not simple. Chapter 41. Following Li Yuanba around outside, Zheng Tan learned a lot. This trip was very enlightening for him. He heard that Li Yuanba was a stray cat. Obviously, it had more experience surviving outside than other domestic cats. It could distinguish the good and evil elements of all kinds of people and animals in the environment very well. Even if it was walking on the sidewalk, it would still be calm. When it encountered people with malicious intentions, the way it dealt with them was different. For some people, if you threatened or intimidated them, they would stay away. For others, the more you threatened them, the more they would be motivated. This was the case for humans. As a cat, its status was even lower, and the situation it faced was even more severe. Therefore, many animals that wandered the streets would run away when they saw people because they couldn't clearly distinguish who was kind and who was malicious. After being hurt a few times, it would form a kind of conditional discharge and they would run away when they saw people. However, Li Yuanba could choose the best way to deal with it in a short time. For example, when passing by a milk tea shop, there was a couple sitting on the chair next to it. The man called out a few times, holding a string in his hand and swinging it to attract the cat's attention. Cats were always more sensitive to the sound me, and preferred the kind of string that moved. But he didn't expect Li Yuanba to walk away from him. Zheng Tan was very curious because before that, there were also people who called Li Yuanba like that. Although Li Yuanba didn't go over, it didn't change its route. But this time, after it pulled its ears, it walked away directly. It was very straightforward. Zheng Tan followed it and changed his route. Not far away, Zheng Tan heard the man sitting next to the milk tea shop holding the milk tea call out again, so he looked back. There was a cat passing by, standing on the flower bed. It looked like a domestic cat with clean and soft fur. Hearing the man's call and seeing the swinging string, the cat moved closer. The next moment, the man sprayed the milk tea with the straw in his hand. The cat dodged quickly and only some of its fur was stained by the milk tea. Therefore the cat was unhappy. It lowered its ears, puffed up its fur and growled. If Xiaoguo were here, he would definitely know that this was a warning from the cat, and that it could attack or run away at any time. Generally, it was best not to provoke it under such circumstances. In the end, the cat's reaction made the man even more excited. The cat was sprayed with milk tea and ran into the greenery, leaving only the laughter of the couple behind. Trash. That laughter was too ear-piercing. Jing Tan tugged at his ears. Looking at those two faces, he couldn't help but want to scratch them. Jing Tan looked at Li Yuanba. It had already walked far away as if it did not know what had just happened. It was nonsense for a cat to lend a helping hand in the face of injustice. No one was a superhero, not to mention a cat that was just trying to survive. A cat's life was worthless. Jing Tan retracted his gaze and quickly followed Li Yuanba. At the corner of the street they met another couple. Similarly, the man also made a mee sound and made some movements to attract the cat's attention. Seeing that the cat in front of him ignored him, he threw a small stone at Li Yuanba. What made Jing Tan different was that Li Yuanba had a completely different behavior from before. It lowered its ears, raised its whiskers, showed its fangs and made a low growl. The man was obviously a little scared. His action of picking up the stone froze. At this time, his girlfriend next to him pulled his arm as if she was afraid of being scratched. Therefore they patted the dust off their hands and quickly left. For different people, different ways of dealing with them. It did not blindly retreat. When it should be strong, it was strong. When there was no need to be strong, it was also nimble to avoid conflict. This was the attitude that Li Yuanba adopted when walking on the street. It was different from the way of other cats. Jing Tan had been following it not far behind, so he could see everything that had happened before clearly. The couple in front and the couple in the back did show a difference in personality. Their momentary change in expression allowed Li Yuanba to choose the most suitable method. Those that could not do what Li Yuanba did could only be like other stray cats. They could only avoid people when they saw them outside. No matter how attractive the other party was, they could not go over because they did not know if they would be sprayed with dirt or thrown stones in the next moment. They also did not know if their warning was effective on those people or if it would make them worse. It was not a golden pet in Beverly Hills. As an ordinary domestic animal living in the city, it could either be satisfied with the status quo or learn more survival skills. For a cat that could not stay indoors, survival was not easy. The lack of experience in a social environment was the biggest test for Jing Tan. Jing Tan was used to thinking from a human's point of view, but now he was slowly changing. He did not know how long he would stay in this cat form. If he could never go back in order to survive, he had to learn a lot. He had to learn how to look at problems from the point of view of an ordinary cat. Jing Tan did not want to give up his cat life so easily. After walking around with Li Yuanba, when he returned to the pet center, Xiaogua and the others had just finished their work and were calling Jing Tan's cat name. Seeing Jing Tan coming from the back door, Xiaogua did not suspect anything. He thought that Jing Tan was just curious and walked around there. He did not know that the back door of his studio area had been searched again and again. After returning to Tsinghua University and entering the area belonging to the owner, the hustle and bustle outside seemed to have settled down. It was suddenly much quieter. The students that he saw on the way were rushing to and fro for year-end activities or various exams. Most of them were inexperienced. The mentality of students in this era was much simpler than that of 10 years later. What made people mature was experience, not age. Even if these students with no background and no family background went out now, they would probably not be as good as their peers who had been through hardships for many years. Jing Tan jumped out of Xiaogua's car and looked up. Huang was lying on the lawn, basking in the sun. This guy never left the campus area. Perhaps, for it, such a large area was enough for it to play around. Niu Zhuangzhuang was tied up next to it, and Xiaohua, the Saint Bernard dog, was napping on the grass. In terms of body size, Xiaohua was now several times bigger than Niu Zhuangzhuang. However, Niu Zhuangzhuang was tied up, while Xiaohua was not. Niu Zhuangzhuang was quite friendly to the animals that it had been familiar with since it was young, but when it came to other unfamiliar pets, it would rush up and start fighting. Everyone in the courtyard remembered that the thief's leg was bitten during the theft. They would be worried if Niu Zhuangzhuang was not tied up. As for Xiaohua, the children in the courtyard often played with it. Everyone knew that Xiaohua had a gentle personality. Other than the fact that it liked to drool, it had a good impression of it. Seeing Jing Tan, a Huang lay on its side and stretched. Meow. It meowed. When it meowed in a low and gentle tone, it meant that it was greeting and welcoming you. It also meant that it was in a good mood and was answering your question. When it meowed loudly, it could be complaining or begging. For example, it was hungry and wanted to be fed. Xiaogua followed Jing Tan upstairs. Every time they came back, it was like this. One was in a hurry to go home, while the other was walking slowly behind. Sometimes, when he sent Jing Tan home after shooting a commercial, Xiaogua would bring some photos from the commercial to the Jiao family. It was the same this time. When they entered the house, Jiao Ma was cooking dinner. In the living room, Jiao Yuan, who had come back early from school, was sitting on a small stool. Jiao Pa was sitting on the sofa. They seemed to be talking about something. It seemed that Jiao Pa was teaching him something other than books. Little Pomelo had a group interest class today. She was having an art class and would be back later. When Auntie Ling picked up the children, she also picked up little Pomelo. Therefore, there was no need for the Jiao Pa and Jiao Ma to go over. When they saw Jing Tan and Xiaoguo come in, the father and son stopped talking. When Xiaoguo put down his things and drank a cup of tea, they talked about today's commercial. After he left, the father and son continued their conversation. Jing Tan squatted on his special chair and listened to their conversation. The Jiao Pa was talking about the broken window effect. This topic started when Jiao Yuan came home and complained about some things in class. For example, copying homework. In the language class today, the teacher severely criticized a few students who copied homework. In Jiao Yuan's opinion, copying homework was also a problem in other classes. Why was the language teacher so serious? When the Jiao Pa heard Jiao Yuan's complaints, he pulled him over and started the lesson. The broken window effect meant that if someone broke a window in a building and didn't fix it in time, others might be implicitly encouraged to break more windows. The result was that in this kind of apathetic atmosphere, crime would breed. Behavior and environment are strongly suggestive and inductive. If the first broken window isn't fixed in time, something more serious might happen. Similarly, your classmates will think that copying homework is a useful and effective way to save time. They will continue to copy. Jing Tan looked at the Jiao Pa and then looked at the Jiao Yuan. He was conflicted. Why was he talking about such profound principles with a primary school student? In any case, Jing Tan had done everything from elementary school to university. He had copied homework, been late, gotten into fights and blackmailed people. Other than a few words from his teacher, he had not been restrained. In the end, it was all problems that could be solved with money. Since money could solve the problem, why should he complicate it? Jing Tan still squatted there and listened to the Jiao Pa's lesson to the Jiao Yuan. The topic had already extended from the classroom phenomenon to business management. There are usually two types of environments for business development. One is the hard environment, such as office conditions, machinery, road facilities, etc. The other is the soft environment, such as the work atmosphere, corporate culture, interpersonal relationships, management style, etc. For example, your Uncle Yuan is now paying attention to these broken windows in the company. In the hard environment, the broken windows will be fixed as soon as there are problems. In the soft environment, the influence of broken windows is even greater, so you can't let your guard down. Behind any major problem is the result of the accumulation of many other problems, so your Uncle Yuan is always paying attention. Once he discovers a problem, he will immediately take measures to deal with it because it may affect the company's reputation. And reputation is a curse that people put on your Uncle Yuan's company. No matter how capable you are, no matter how arrogant you are, if you want to develop well, you can't ignore these broken windows. Take your class for example. If the reputation is bad, you won't be able to talk about your classmates, right? Jiao Pa's last sentence made Jiao Yuan agree with him. There was a class in their grade that had a bad reputation. At first, when they heard that someone in that class had a pen eraser stolen, the class and the teacher didn't care much. Later, there were rumors of people stealing money and so on, so everyone was especially vigilant against the people in that class. The students in that class were too embarrassed to report to their class, afraid that they would be despised and ostracized. Let me give you another example. This kind of chain effect can be explained from another perspective. For example, if your mother bought you a new pair of socks with the Transformers pattern, you will definitely subconsciously choose the newer and cleaner shoes when you wear the new socks. If you wear the shoes, you will definitely pair them with a pair of trousers that are suitable for the shoes. After choosing the trousers, you will also have to match them with your jacket. After you wear them, you will definitely avoid getting dirty. So, after this process, your entire image will change. Oh, I understand. Take Xiong Xiong for example. His mother told him many times that a hunchback wouldn't grow tall because he likes hunchbacks, but he still doesn't listen. He usually hunches because he is already considered tall in the class, so he doesn't care. However, ever since he wore the new clothes that his mother carefully picked for him, he stopped hunching. He also pays attention to straightening his back. Because when his mother gave him the clothes, she said that the clothes look good with a straight back and attract girls. Jiao Yuan said. Jing Tan. Is this encouraging puppy love? When Jiao Pa heard Jiao Yuan's words, he thought for 2 seconds and said, So what you are saying is, when can I buy new clothes for the new year? You won't just give me a pair of socks, right? Jing Tan. Listening to this father and son talk is so king tiring. It was just a normal class phenomenon, but there were so many theories and hidden topics. The custom here was that the children would buy new clothes during the new year. As for the adults, it would depend on their family's conditions. Jiao Pa was not surprised by Jiao Yuan's answer. He said, "What kind of clothes you can buy and how much you want will depend on your performance. Of course, if I get into the top 5 of the class, will you listen to me when it comes to clothes?" "Yes. Even if I buy clothes that are a little more avant-garde, a little less mainstream, and a little more domineering with rivets." "Yes. If you want to spray mousse, I will also satisfy you." "Okay." Jiao Yuan got the answer he wanted. He dragged his bag and went back to his room to do his homework. It was almost the end of the semester, and he had to give it a shot for his New Year's gift. After Jiao Yuan went back to his room, Jiao Ma came out with a plate of food. She looked at Jiao Yuan's closed door and said to Jiao Pa, "Did that kid ask for something again? How can I not know what that kid is thinking? If he really gets into the top 5, will you let him wear that kind of clothes?" "It's okay. You just have to bring him to the toy gun store and he will change his mind. If he can only choose between the toy and the clothes, he will definitely choose the former. Last year he wanted that toy but he got 6th place and couldn't buy it back. What if he doesn't get into the top 5? Jiao Ma asked again. He set the standard for getting into the top 5 himself. He has to be responsible for what he says. If he really can't pass the exam, buy him a toy gun. Don't buy the big one, buy the small one. We can't let this kid think that he can get what he wants even if he doesn't keep his word," Father Jiao said calmly. Chapter 42. Early in the morning, Zheng Tan was sleeping soundly in little Pomelo's bed. Jiao Yuan ran over and knocked on the door to wake up the boy and the cat. The final exams for affiliated primary school affiliated to Renmin University of China were over. They just had to wait for the results. Jiao Yuan felt good about himself after the exams, so he was always in a state of excitement. He often discussed with his friends what kind of clothes to buy for the new year. In the 2 days after the exams, the 2 kids slept until they woke up naturally. Last night, they watched Sky Slam Dunk on the movie channel and went to bed at midnight. But now it was only 7 o'clock. They used to wake up at 7 o'clock, but after the exams they woke up after 9 o'clock. Especially Jiao Yuan, he slept until noon and woke up for lunch. Little brat. What's wrong with him today? After hearing Jiao Yuan's knocking and shouting, Zheng Tan covered his ears with his paws and continued to curl into a ball. The winter was too cold and Zheng Tan didn't want to get up. Since the 2 kids were on vacation, Zheng Tan would run and climb trees until the afternoon. In the morning he would sleep in. Get up, it's snowing outside. It's all white. Get up and go play in the snow." Jiao Yuan was still shouting outside. Little Pomelo lifted the blanket and got up. When she got up, she didn't forget to cover Zheng Tan again. Zheng Tan yawned. It was boring to sleep alone. Forget it, get up. Zheng Tan grew up in a coastal city in the south. It basically didn't snow in the winter there. But when he was in middle school, he and a few of his friends drove to other provinces to see the snow without a license. No matter what, Zheng Tan didn't experience much snow. He hadn't seen snow since he came here. This was the first snow of the year. Zheng Tan got out of bed and shook his fur. He stretched and got out of bed. Jiao Yuan was already dressed. He was washing up in the bathroom with an excited expression on his face. When the phone rang, Jiao Yuan threw the towel that he hadn't wrung dry on the rack and rushed to answer the phone. He already knew who would call at this time. Jiao Yuan's laughter came from the bedroom. Zheng Tan thought it was his friends asking him to go out and play. After Zheng Tan peed, little Pomelo helped wipe his face and comb his fur. After eating the breakfast that Jiao Ma prepared, the 2 kids went downstairs. Zheng Tan followed behind them. It was really cold outside. When Zheng Tan went downstairs and turned the corner, she jumped a few times. Chu Xiangyang, who was about to go downstairs to take a picture of the snow, saw the black cat jumping around the corner of the stairs like a lunatic. He paused, greeted it and hurried downstairs. The snow outside would be ruined if he was late. When Zheng Tan walked out of the building, Jiao Yuan and little Pomelo were on the basketball court next to the lawn in the family area. They were building a snowman. Jiao Yuan's body was still covered in snow. He probably threw snowballs at Xiong and the others. Xiaohua was playing with the kids. He had thick fur so he didn't feel cold even when rolling in the snow. He ran around with the kids in the courtyard, leaving dog footprints. As for Niu Zhuangzhuang, he was being led by his owner for a walk in the snow. He didn't have much freedom. From time to time he would stop and lick the snow on the ground. Then he would bark at the basketball court in envy. However, his owner would persuade him to go away with 2 meat buns. Zheng Tan certainly wouldn't join the group of kids playing in the snow. He looked around. De Pang was squatting by the balcony railing looking outside. He didn't seem to want to come out. Huang came out and walked around. Then he shrunk to the corner. It was said that the habits of animals were related to the month they were born. For example, some dogs born in hot days liked to play in water, while some dogs born in cold days always avoided water. However, it seemed that this saying wasn't completely correct. Huang and the sheriff were born in the same month, but their habits were very different. Other than the fact that they were both neurotic at times, they were poles apart. Now, for example, Huang was hiding in the corner of the building to avoid the wind, while the sheriff was running around in the snow. A child in the yard took off his plush hat to play with Huang, and the sheriff was having fun. The only cat footprints on the snow were Huang's. After a while, Huang came out from the corner of the building and walked to the basketball court. There, Xiaohua was lying on the ground, panting. He stuck out his big tongue and breathed out clouds of white smoke. After Huang went over, it squatted beside Little Blossom. It was on the leeward side so that it could shelter from the wind and keep warm. After climbing a few trees, Zheng Tan's body warmed up a lot. He didn't feel too cold anymore. He was still a little sleepy. There was no sleeping atmosphere at home. After thinking about it, Zheng Tan decided to go to the Jiaopa's office to continue sleeping. The Jiaopa's office had air conditioning. The electricity was reimbursed. During summer and winter, all the offices and laboratories in the school would turn on the air conditioning. Some of them left it on all day and night. They would only tell the freshmen about saving electricity. Zheng Tan jumped onto the flower bed and walked along the edge of the flower bed to the Reborn Science Building. The road had already been swept clean. The cars coming and going had already crushed the snow on the road. The school's greenery was done well. Even if the sycamore trees on both sides of the road had all lost their leaves, there were still camphor trees, pine trees and other plants that were green all year round. The snow was still falling. It wasn't as heavy as before, but it was still very wet when it landed on one's clothes. Not far away, a few students holding umbrellas walked over. They had also come out to take pictures. Maybe they were like Zheng Tan. It rarely snowed in their hometown, so they were curious. A girl pushed away the umbrella that a boy next to her passed to her. "I don't want an umbrella. I want to be soaked in the snow." "Ignore her. She's so embarrassing." Another girl scolded jokingly. "She's seeing snow for the first time. Let her be." "Hey look, there's a black cat in the flower bed. Hurry up and take a picture." Someone shouted. Zheng Tan pulled his ears, looked away and ignored them. "I want to take a picture with this black cat." The girl who shouted that she wanted to be soaked in the snow ran over to Zheng Tan. Zheng Tan didn't hide. He gave her face and paused to let her make a silly peace sign. This girl was quite good looking. "I want to take a picture with a cat too." A boy came over. Hearing the boy's words, Zheng Tan walked away without looking back. He only left cat footprints on the flower bed. After turning a corner, he could already see the science building. Zheng Tan, who was about to speed up, suddenly stopped. He heard someone say Jiaopa's name. Looking sideways, he saw two people on the sidewalk walking towards the science building. They still smelled of spicy hot pot. He guessed that they had just come out of the snack bar on campus. "I'm not trying to discourage you, but if you don't get a high score, you'll probably be eliminated. In our department, the instructors like to recruit students from our school or those who have high scores. In addition, our school students have priority at all times. For example, my score is about the same as yours. We both just passed the cutoff, but my chances of being accepted are much higher than yours. Of course, different instructors treat students differently. For example, Jiao Mingxing's requirements are very high. Many people applied for him in this year's postgraduate entrance exam. He didn't accept any of the previous candidates. I heard that his requirements are very strict. If your score is below the cutoff, you definitely won't be accepted." The student was still talking non-stop. Zheng Tan just remembered that tomorrow was the weekend. It was also the time of the national postgraduate entrance exam. Jiao Pa often stayed in the office these days. He had to mark the students' final exam papers, hold meetings about the postgraduate entrance exam, guide research projects, and pay attention to the company's situation. A few days ago, Zheng Tan heard from Jiao Pa that he wanted to recruit a satisfactory postgraduate student to share his work. EXN couldn't handle it alone. Jiao Mingxing? The other person was a little confused. He was from another school and was not familiar with the instructors of Tsinghua University's Faculty of Biological Sciences. He only knew a few big names in the faculty. "I knew you didn't know him. Jiao Mingxing is not famous in other schools, but this year he became popular. A few students who didn't apply for his postgraduate entrance exam regretted it. He's a new rising star. Zheng Tan pricked up his ears to listen to the gossip. Usually he didn't hear about this kind of thing. So, Jiaopa was a new rising star in the eyes of the students. However, Jiaopa was famous for two reasons. One was the project fund, and the other was EXIN. Among the postgraduate students in the same year, EXIN was far ahead of the others. In the faculty, the most direct way to evaluate a student's excellence was to look at their SCI articles. Although some people criticized this evaluation method and attitude, it was indeed a recognized evaluation method. EXIN had already published 2 articles in half a year. The impact factor was not bad. In other people's eyes, this was mostly due to Associate Professor Jiao. If the project was not good, how could she produce results without the project and the funds? Some of the other famous instructor spots are either full or have already been decided. You don't have to bother to compete. You can consider the marginalized instructors. Although they don't have many projects, at least you have a higher chance of being accepted. Okay, I have to go back and revise. Take a good look at the printed courseware. After chatting for a while, the two of them separated. The student from the faculty walked towards the direction of the dormitory, and the student from another faculty went to the past life research building. Then he came out and walked towards a nearby shed. Zheng Tan followed the student from another faculty. Just now, he saw from the flower bed at the entrance that this person only stood in the hall on the first floor of the past life research building for a while. He looked at some of the honorable introductions hanging in the hall, such as the projects that the faculty had won and so on. There was also a list of the winners of the annual academic meeting. Zheng Tan remembered Jiaopa saying that EXIN had won the first prize, and that there was a 3,000 yuan bonus. When this person walked out of the building, Zheng Tan heard him mumbling something. He mentioned Jiaopa and EXIN's names. Therefore Zheng Tan was curious. Ever since Zheng Tan turned into a cat, his curiosity had increased a lot. However, Zheng Tan didn't think so. He just thought that it was purely because he was bored and wanted to have fun. There was a roof above the shed, so no snow would fall. The undergraduate students were on vacation. Recently, they were busy preparing for the courses that they hadn't finished yet. Some students who had finished all the courses had already bought train tickets to go home. Therefore, there were fewer bicycles in the shed and the space was much more spacious. There was a wooden shelf next to the shed, and there was a wooden cable roller on the ground. Zheng Tan saw this person drag the roller to the shelf, pat the dust on it and put the bag on his back on the shelf. He took something out of the bag and then sat on the wooden cable roller. Zheng Tan was in the flower bed behind him. Due to the cover of some green plants, this person wouldn't notice him even if he turned around. The person who was sitting down spread out a thick printed document on his knees. Zheng Tan thought that this should be the printed courseware mentioned before. So damn thick. Can I finish reading it in one night? Zheng Tan didn't know much about the postgraduate entrance exam. Now it seemed that it wasn't just about the exam. Skills? Who cares? Zheng Tan didn't bother about the so-called skills. He just came over to take a look out of curiosity. Anyway, he had nothing to do, but it didn't seem to be interesting. Just as he was about to leave, Zheng Tan saw the person sitting there take out a bag. The bag was filled with what looked like jerky. Beef jerky? What a big piece. Zheng Tan was curious and didn't pay attention to his feet. He stepped on a branch, making a cracking sound. Looking up, Zheng Tan saw the examinee from another school looking at him with a piece of beef jerky in his mouth. Zheng Tan didn't feel that this person showed any malice. This person even handed Zheng Tan a piece of beef jerky. Looking at the clean and unbitten piece of beef jerky, and then looking at the person in front of him, Zheng Tan shamelessly opened his mouth and took it. Then he leaned to the side and began to focus on eating the beef jerky. Zheng Tan didn't like the food he was eating falling to the ground, so he squatted down, put the piece of beef jerky on his arm and slowly chewed. Hey, you can really eat Inner Mongolian beef jerky. Before the examinee from another school could finish his sentence, he saw a familiar-looking person walking towards the car shed. He had just seen the introduction of the person walking over in the hall of the biology building. Teacher Jiao? The examinee from another school hurriedly stood up. He was obviously a big guy, but now he didn't look imposing at all. He looked a little reserved. Associate Professor Jiao had originally planned to go to the administration building to do something, but as soon as he came out of the building, he casually glanced at the surrounding snowy scenery and saw the familiar figure of a cat. His cat was squatting there, happily chewing on the beef jerky. The person next to him was unfamiliar. This size was very conspicuous in the courtyard. If he had seen him before, Associate Professor Jiao thought that he would definitely remember him. You are? Oh, my name is Su Chu. Su as in threonine, Chen as in fun. I'll be here for the exam tomorrow. As soon as Su Chu said this, Associate Professor Jiao knew that this person must be a student from another university in the city, not his own school. Associate Professor Jiao didn't immediately leave. He also didn't eat the beef jerky that Su Chu handed over. He stayed there and chatted with Su Chu for a while. It was all about professional matters. Zheng Tan chewed on the jerky while listening to their conversation. At first, the content of the conversation between the two was somewhat familiar to Zheng Tan. After all, he had been following Jiao Pa for so long and listened to so many PowerPoint presentations. Even if he didn't understand the content, he was familiar with it. However, as time went on, Zheng Tan became more and more confused. The conversation between the two gradually became a simple and direct way of asking and answering questions. If each letter in this sentence represents an amino acid, what is it? Cheese, gu, si iliang, cysteine, si tiandong. What is the principle behind transforming isolated B-type blood into O-type blood? The B-type antigen on the surface of the blood cell membrane. The reason for Dolly's premature aging? Here's what I think. First, the length of the telomeres in the cell. Light is an essential condition for the development of chloroplasts and the synthesis of chlorophyll. Without light, the leaves of many plants will turn yellow. However, the heart of the lotus seed also can't see sunlight. Why is it still green? The two of them were very straightforward with their questions and answers. Zheng Tan, who was lying next to them, was at a loss. At the same time, he was chewing the beef jerky in his mouth. When he finally finished chewing the beef jerky, Jiao Pa's conversation also ended. Yexian came to the caravan 5 minutes ago. He originally wanted to push his cart back to the dormitory to sleep. However, he found that his boss was in the caravan and was talking to a stranger, so he came over to listen. The more he listened, the more he felt that something was wrong. Why were the questions at the end of the conversation similar to what a teacher taught a few days ago during the last class before the exam? One had to know that most of the questions in the last class before the exam would appear on the exam papers. These questions were the final secrets of the students. It was also an open secret of the university. It was just that many people outside of the university did not know about it. However, Jiao Pa had brought up some of the questions. Was he trying to leak the questions? After Su Chu left, Yexian said to Associate Professor Jiao, "Boss, are you leaking the questions?" "This is not leaking the questions. This is called answering the questions." Zheng Tan. "Jiao Pa, you have lost your integrity." On the other hand, Su Chu, who had received guidance, was happily walking back to his rented apartment. He did not answer some of the questions, so he would go back and look through the information later. Since he was able to talk to Associate Professor Jiao for so long, did it mean that as long as he passed the exam, he would have a chance to be recorded by Associate Professor Jiao? Chapter 43. It was almost Chinese New Year, and the children were quite free. They were thinking about what to do all day. But for the adults, it was a busy day. The school was officially on holiday, and there were not many people in the school. 2 days ago, Exan left the school and went home. Jiao Pa and the other teachers held a summary meeting and did not go to the school. They took the test papers home and marked them. At the same time, they made Zhao Yuan do the hard work. Little Pomelo helped them from the side. There was one professional course and one elective course. But there were still a lot of papers from a few classes. Jiao Yuan helped to change the questions. He did not know the other professional knowledge, but he could still solve the multiple choice questions ABCD, ABCD, and so on. After tallying the papers, he wrote down the score on the blank space beside the paper. This way, Jiao Pa could calculate the total score after he marked the other questions. Jiao Pa asked Little Pomelo to help him check the papers that Jiao Yuan marked. Little Pomelo was only in 2nd grade, but she was very familiar with addition, subtraction, multiplication, and division. Jiao Pa even placed a calculator beside the paper. Little Pomelo could use it to check the papers. As for Jiao Yuan, he was almost in middle school. Why would he need to use a calculator to do basic addition, subtraction, multiplication, and division? Jiao Yuan could not afford to embarrass himself. The results of the affiliated school were out. Jiao Yuan ranked 4th in the class. Jiao Pa had never asked him to rank or score. It was all Jiao Yuan's own standards. Sometimes he would meet the standards and sometimes he would fail. But this time he got what he wanted. Things developed as Jiao Pa expected. When Jiao Ma led him to the shopping mall, they passed by a toy gun stall. Jiao Yuan stared at the toy guns. In the end, he chose the guns and gave up the choice of clothes. As for why Jiao Yuan sat here and helped mark the papers today, he mainly wanted to earn some pocket money. One paper cost 10 cents. There were about 200 to 300 papers in here. When they went out to play, they could buy some junk food. Zheng Tan squatted on the foldable table with the Chinese chess pattern on it and watched them mark the papers. The papers were filled with childish red numbers. Sometimes, Jiao Yuan would see people who were bored during exams and draw on the back of the papers. Then he would sit there and laugh. "Hey, I know this teacher. Dad, isn't this the teacher who always likes to carry a loudspeaker? His drawings are real." Zheng Tan stretched his neck to take a look. On the back of the paper, there was a simple drawing of the invigilator with a ballpoint pen. Jiao Yuan added a few strokes. Little Pomelo wanted to see it, but Jiao Yuan blocked her view. He put the paper under the table and handed it to Jiao Pa after he finished marking it. This was because he added a stroke on the invigilator's crotch to draw a small penis. He also used a ballpoint pen of a similar color to avoid arousing suspicion. He did not use a red pen to mark the invigilator's crotch. Anyway, the final papers would not be given out unless the students who had doubts about the results requested to check the papers. Under normal circumstances, no one would see these drawings. Therefore, Jiao Yuan did not say anything about Jiao Pa's actions. Zheng Tan tugged at her ears. This little brat really had a bad taste. Not long after, Zheng Tan heard Jiao Yuan exclaim again. "Dad, this person said that he has never learned English. He wants you to be merciful." Jiao Yuan pointed to the multiple choice questions on the test paper in his hand, which were all English nouns and explanations. Zheng Tan saw that the first question of the test paper was written in English, and there was a note in the blank space behind the explanation. "Dear Teacher Jiao, I am from the XX ethnic group. I have never learned English before, and I was tested in language R for the college entrance examination. If I don't answer well, please have mercy. According to Tsinghua University's requirements, those who failed a subject had to retake it. In the past it was a make-up exam. Later the university discovered that some people were trying their luck. If they failed the exam they could just take a make-up exam. Anyway, the make-up exam would usually be missed. Therefore the university cared less and less. In the end, the university came up with a new policy this year. Those who failed a subject had to retake it. At first, many people protested. When Zheng Tan went out for a jog in the morning he saw some notes on the walls and tree trunks. They were anonymous people's protests. Because the other universities in Tsinghua City were not so harsh, the students condemned the university for being too inhumane. However, in the end they gave in. Some people felt that it was embarrassing to have to go to class with juniors who were 1 year younger than them after failing a subject. However, some people were more optimistic because they could get to know more beautiful juniors. After hearing Jiao Yuan's words, Jiao Pa looked at the name on the paper and said, "I know about this person's situation. The other teachers also know about it. When the time comes, they will definitely loosen the standards for him. So there's such a good thing. When I take the Chinese exam, I will write at the end of my essay, 'Teacher, my hand is injured. My handwriting is not good while I am taking the exam. Please be merciful.' Maybe the grading teacher will be soft-hearted and give me high marks." Jiao Yuan's essay scores were his pain. The essay scores were the ones that dragged down his Chinese results. Because his handwriting was not good with a fountain pen, his handwriting would always drag down his scores. Sometimes, a difference of 1 or 2 marks would cause his ranking to drop by a few places. If his ranking fell behind, his family would not be able to fulfill his wishes. Therefore, Jiao Yuan had a deep resentment towards his essay scores. However, although Jiao Yuan's handwriting was not good with a fountain pen, his calligraphy was the complete opposite. When Jiao Yuan participated in the primary school students' calligraphy competition, his form teacher could not believe his handwriting. Every word written with a fountain pen looked like they were malnourished. How could a brush be written like this? Even some secondary school students might not be able to match up to his calligraphy. In the words of his form teacher, Jiao Yuan's calligraphy had some strength of character. Later on, his form teacher lamented, "Jiao Yuan, when will your fountain pen have some strength of character? Don't always be malnourished." Zheng Tan had seen Jiao Yuan's fountain pen handwriting before. There was a piece of calligraphy hanging on the wall of Jiao Yuan's room. There were also some notes written with fountain pen in the room. The contrast was too strong. If he did not know the truth, Zheng Tan would never believe that these were written by the same person. Jiao Yuan looked at the test paper in his hand and twirled his pen. He started to think of a plan. The final exam was cross-marking. His own teacher would mark another class's test paper, and the teacher marking his own test paper would not be able to recognize his handwriting. Jiao Yuan nodded. Yes, this plan could work. Get rid of that little trick in your head. If you do this during the primary school exams, it will backfire. Do you think those teachers are fools? Jiao Pa did not even look at them. When he heard Jiao Yuan twirling his pen, He knew that this kid was starting to think dirty again. Oh. Jiao Yuan sighed and continued to mark the rest of the test paper. Do. The phone in the bedroom rang. Jiao Pa looked at the caller ID and the expression on his face became a lot calmer. Hello? Jing Tan's hearing was much better than the two children's. The bedroom was not that big and it was not that far away, so he could hear the conversation on the phone. It was a female voice. Most of the time it was just the female talking. Occasionally she would say a few words in English. Jiao Pa stood there with the phone in his hand and simply responded. He did not say much. Although Jiao Pa did not talk much, according to Jing Tan's understanding, Jiao Pa was not usually so cold when talking on the phone. The other party mentioned her a few times, but Jing Tan did not know who this her was referring to. The most the other party said was that she would send money and hoped that Jiao Pa could take care of her. After talking for a few minutes, Jiao Pa finally stopped saying oh, and okay. Instead he asked, do you want to talk to her? The other party was silent for a while and said, okay, I have something to do here. I'm afraid I can't talk for more than a few minutes. Jiao Pa did not listen to the other party's whispers. He turned to look at little Pomelo, who was working on the calculator, and said, Pomelo, your mother wants to talk to you. Jing Tan's ears perked up. Little Pomelo's mother? The mother who was overseas and did not want to come back at all. She sent her 7-year-old daughter back to the country so that she could enjoy herself outside? Jing Tan did not think of Pomelo's mother at that moment. It was mainly because the words and the tone of the person who spoke were too distant. It was as if she was trying to evade something and was afraid that Jiao Pa's people would stick to her. No wonder Jiao Pa had such a reaction. If Jing Tan had been there, he would have started scolding. Unfortunately, Jing Tan could not speak. He could only howl like a cat. Jiao Yuan did not continue marking the papers. He looked at little Pomelo with a sympathetic gaze. Little Pomelo spoke even less than Jiao Pa on the phone. She only said oh, and then that was it. The other party had hung up. Jing Tan could not help but scratch his feet with his paw. Pomelo's mother only said 2 sentences. One was to ask little Pomelo, are you okay? The other was to remind her, be good at Auntie's house. Little Pomelo pursed her lips and hung up the phone. She walked over and continued to work on the calculator to check the papers. After she was done, she made a tick on the papers to show that there was no mistake. The papers still had scratches left by Jing Tan's cat paw. Alright, that's all for today. Jiao Pa clapped his hands and sorted the papers from Jiao Yuan and little Pomelo. Oh yeah, Pomelo, your mother sent some money over to buy you a New Year's gift. What do you want to buy? Little Pomelo thought for a while and answered, a bicycle. Me too. Jiao Yuan was excited. How could he forget about the bicycle? He would have to ride a bicycle after he entered junior high. He should have practiced in advance so that he could go racing with Xiong and the others. There were not many motorized vehicles in the school anyway. It was suitable for racing. Jiao Pa looked at Jiao Yuan. His expression did not change. Rejected. Why? Your mother said that she would buy it during the summer break. Xiong, Suin, and the others are the same. They will not buy a bicycle in advance. The mothers had already discussed the matter of buying a bicycle. They had unanimously decided not to buy one for the time being. There was still half a year to go. If they bought one now, the children would go crazy again. They would buy it during the summer break. When the time came, they would go together. They had already chosen a shop. It was an acquaintance of Xiong's mother. They could get a discount together and it would be easier to solve the problem of the bicycle. Jiao Yuan felt better when he heard that the others would be treated the same. For children of little Pomelo's age, they would definitely not buy a bicycle like Jiao Yuan and the others. She would buy a children's car. The place where they bought the bicycle was near the central department store. The 3 of them walked there in the afternoon. Jing Tan did not follow them. It was almost the new year and there were many people there. It was inconvenient for Jing Tan to follow them, so he decided to sleep at home. Or he squatted in the kitchen and watched Jiao Ma prepare some New Year's food, such as fried rice balls, fried lotus root, and braised food. When Jing Tan was squatting there, Jiao Ma would occasionally pass him a freshly fried meatball. Jing Tan chewed the meatball in his mouth. He felt that his days were so good. This was the so-called life where he could just open his mouth and sleep when he was full. He did not have to worry about anything. The 3 of them left quickly and returned quickly. When they returned, Jiao Pa was carrying a pink and purple children's car that had been assembled. Choosing a children's car was not easy. Don't think that it would be safe just because there were 2 protective wheels on the back wheels. It also depended on the size of the handbrake on the car. If the handbrake was too big, the child would not be able to hold the handbrake tightly and would not be able to stop the car. It also depended on whether the braking force was too strong and whether the chain cover was well covered. Only then could the child's chances of injury be reduced. Therefore, Jiaopa asked little Pomelo to choose the car and test it herself. After testing the car, little Pomelo requested to change it to a bigger basket. The original basket was too small. Although the big basket did not look as good as the original, little Pomelo liked it. Jiaopa and Jiao Yuan could also guess the reason for such a big basket, so they did not object. "Yo, this car is quite beautiful." Jiao Ma came out of the kitchen wearing an apron. When she saw the basket, she smiled and said, "Is this specially prepared for black charcoal?" "Yes." Little Pomelo nodded and then looked at Zheng Tan. Zheng Tan wagged his tail and walked over to the basket and jumped on it. Because it was a children's car, it was not as high as Jiaopa's electric car. Zheng Tan felt that it was quite close to the ground. Fortunately, the space in the basket was not bad, and it was not uncomfortable to squat inside. It would be best if he could put a plush cushion inside. As Zheng Tan was thinking, little Pomelo took out a plush hat and said, "It will be better if you put this on." The wheels were covered with dust. Jiaopa and Jiao Yuan came back with little Pomelo, who was riding for the first time. With the protection wheels, the balance was stable. She could be cooked after a few pedals. Looking at little Pomelo riding, Jiao Yuan was so envious that he wanted to drag one of the parked bicycles to practice. However, no matter how he thought about it, he did not want to ride little Pomelo's children's car. If a man rode this kind of car, it would be a joke. After getting a car, little Pomelo would ride a few laps downstairs every day. Zheng Tan would squat in the basket, and with the plush hat he did not feel cold. Once Huang saw Zheng Tan squatting in the basket and jumped up, but he was slapped down by Zheng Tan. Outside cats were not allowed to enter private cat territory. There were not many children in the courtyard who had their own bicycles. When they saw little Pomelo riding, they were all envious. They asked their families to buy one for them, and if their families did not buy one, they would come over to borrow little Pomelo's bicycle. In the end, they were scared away by Zheng Tan. Therefore, within 2 days, all the children in the courtyard knew that there was always a fierce black cat on Gu Yuzi's basket. It was said that it would scratch children. Gradually, even without Jiao Yuan's intervention, no one dared to touch little Pomelo's bicycle. In the beginning, little Pomelo only rode her bicycle in the courtyard. Later, she began to ride her bicycle outside the courtyard. She did not want to attract hatred in the courtyard. There were too many people who were jealous of her. The Jiaopa followed behind her and watched. The temperature had risen in the past 2 days, and the snow had almost melted. There was no need to worry that the road would be icy and slippery. After a few times, the Jiaopa was relieved. Although little Pomelo was young, she was very sensible. A sensible child would be doted on, and adults would be more tolerant of anything. Everyone in the family could see that little Pomelo was not in a good mood recently. It was probably because of her mother's phone call. Therefore, no one said anything when little Pomelo rode her bicycle outside the courtyard every day. Today, little Pomelo rode her bicycle outside the courtyard after lunch as usual. Her children's bicycle was locked next to the Jiaopa's electric bicycle. She did not want to tire herself out by carrying it up and down every day. Moreover, there was not much space in the house, so it was inconvenient to leave it at home. The Jiaopa did not ride his electric bicycle. He followed behind and watched. Little Pomelo rode her bicycle slowly. The Jiaopa could catch up with her in a few steps. Not long after, the Jiaopa's phone rang. Yuanzi was looking for him and asked him to go to the company. The Jiaopa reminded little Pomelo not to ride too far and to go home after a while. The Jiaopa left after getting the assurance. Without the Jiaopa behind her, little Pomelo rode a little faster. They followed the main road straight ahead. Zheng Tan looked at the road. This was the road he usually ran on. If he went straight ahead, he would reach the forest at the edge of the school. Little Pomelo's destination was the forest. She had been there once with the Jiao Yuan, so she remembered it. The forest was not quiet. The various sounds from the construction site not far away could be heard. Recently, the construction site had been working day and night. The workers were anxious to go home for the new year and finish their work as soon as possible. Little Pomelo rode towards the forest for a while. She did not want to go deeper. The adults had said many times that this area was not safe. Although it was daytime, little Pomelo did not want to go in and take a look. Therefore, she turned around and prepared to go home. Just as she was about to turn, a child's cry came from the forest. There was also the sound of a dog barking. Zheng Tan could tell who the dog was. The guard dog at the side door was a German Shepherd. It was brought here not long ago and was 4 months old. It usually came to the forest to play and fought with Zheng Tan. However, after it became familiar with Zheng Tan, it did not cause too much trouble when it saw Zheng Tan. Sometimes it would run around the forest with Zheng Tan. As long as its owner whistled, it would quickly run back. However, what happened at this time? Did it scare the child? Little Pomelo hesitated for a moment. She parked the car and locked it. She took out the rolling pin from her small backpack. This was the toy that the Jiao Yuan had discarded after getting the toy gun. When little Pomelo was about to ride out, the Jiao Yuan stuffed it into her backpack. Chapter 44. In fact, Zheng Tan didn't approve of little Pomelo going into the woods. Even if it was daytime, he had seen too many dark things in the woods. Perhaps after the completion of the new buildings around the area, the teachers and students would feel safe again. There were many deciduous trees in the woods, but there were also many evergreen trees. However, secluded places would always give people a feeling of darkness. Even if they saw a lush and verdant place, it would always give people a feeling of darkness behind it. Little Pomelo held the rolling pin in her hand tightly. It could be seen that she was still a little nervous about entering this dangerous area. When she came with Jiao Yuan and the others, there were several children together. In addition, Jiao Yuan, Xiong, and the other boys were bold, so they didn't feel uneasy. However, although she was alone now, perhaps because Zheng Tan was leading the way, she was not as nervous as the other children when they came in alone. Zheng Tan listened to the sound coming from the other side. It was the sound of two children, girls, with a strong sense of fear and anxiety. Mixed in with the sound of the two children, there was also the barking of the blackback. At first, Zheng Tan felt that it didn't show any aggression, but gradually the barking of the blackback changed a little, and it began to become impatient. Children who had never raised a dog and didn't understand dogs couldn't judge their mood from the different barks and behaviors of dogs. In fact, compared to cats, it was generally easier to understand the thoughts of dogs than cats. Zheng Tan didn't understand before, but after becoming a cat, he often spent time with cats and dogs. He could also accumulate some experience from daily life. The blackback didn't take the initiative to attack people, and its barks didn't show any morbid madness. Besides these three sounds, there were no other human or animal sounds, so Zheng Tan speculated that the two children must have offended it somehow. Otherwise, with the temperament of the blackback, it wouldn't have waited until now to become impatient. In order to confirm that there were no other threats, Zheng Tan sniffed around. There was no smell of strangers. Because of the recent holidays, no students came here for a long time. The workers at the construction site wouldn't come here either. When they were tired, they would find a place to smoke. They definitely wouldn't be in the forest area. There were signs around that said no smoking here. If they were caught by the school, they wouldn't be able to get away with it. After confirming, Zheng Tan was relieved. It was just two children and a dog, and it was a familiar dog. There was nothing to be afraid of. When he finally saw the two small figures, Zheng Tan was completely relieved. The two children didn't have any obvious injuries. At most, they might have sprained their feet and couldn't walk for a while. Otherwise, the first reaction of the children would have turned around and run when they saw the dog barking at them. The two little girls didn't look much older than little Pomelo. One of them was sitting on the ground with neat bangs and dressed like a fur ball. When she saw little Pomelo, it was as if she saw her mother. Her eyes were filled with tears and she reached out for help and comfort. The other girl in a pink cotton-padded jacket was next to Furball. She didn't look like she was injured. She was waving a branch at the blackback not far away, trying to drive it away. When the girl in the pink cotton-padded jacket saw little Pomelo, she said, "Is your family's adult around? Quickly ask the adult to come and help drive this dog away." Little Pomelo shook her head. There were no adults around. Seeing little Pomelo shake her head, the two girls suddenly became depressed. There were no adults around. How could they drive the dog away? Furball? The girl covered her injured finger and trembled as she looked at the dog a few steps away. Although the dog was still underage and wasn't considered a big dog, it was bigger than the Chihuahua and Corgi in their yard. Looking at the sharp teeth in its mouth, it must be very painful to be bitten. When the blackback noticed little Pomelo and Zheng Tan coming over, it only glanced at them and then continued to bark at the two children. The barking became more and more urgent, but none of the children here knew what it was trying to say. Zheng Tan looked around and then looked at the blackback. He noticed that the blackback glanced at the furball girl from time to time. It didn't focus its attention on the girl in the pink cotton-padded jacket who was waving the branch. However, the threatening action of waving the branch really made it unhappy, so when it gradually became impatient, it became more impatient. If it were Niu Zhuangzhuang, would you dare to wave the branch at him? You would have rushed up and bitten him. Zheng Tan walked over slowly and came to the side of the furball girl. Little Pomelo wanted to stop him. In her mind, most cats and dogs could not get along well. The few in the yard were an exception. After all, they had known each other since they were young. There was not much hostility between cats and dogs. However, the dogs outside the yard were different. Seeing that her own black cat's actions did not cause the dog to rush over, little Pomelo was relieved. At the same time, she also moved over, holding the rolling pin in her hand. Jing Tan circled around the furball girl. As she circled around, she also paid attention to the gaze of the German shepherd. Finally, Jing Tan turned sideways and squeezed the furball child. "What is your cat doing? Tell your cat to go away. These are the new clothes that my uncle bought for me. It's very expensive." The furball girl looked at little Pomelo. "I want you to move." "You want me to move? Don't you know I sprained my foot? It hurts so much." Little Pomelo was about to say something, but Jing Tan had already found the source of the disaster. Pushing aside the corner of the furry jacket, Jing Tan saw a yellow plastic frisbee. The frisbee had the bite marks and smell of the blackback. "This is it." Jing Tan pulled the frisbee out. After seeing Jing Tan's actions, the blackback wanted to rush over. However, the pink jacket knocked it back with a branch, causing it to bark even more fiercely. "You're squashing something," little Pomelo reminded. The furball girl looked around suspiciously, then tried to move a little. At this time, Jing Tan had already pulled the frisbee out. He raised his paw and the frisbee flew out. Seeing the frisbee, the blackback didn't care about the three people here. Before Jing Tan could hit the frisbee, it started wagging its tail. When the frisbee flew, it ran away happily. When the frisbee was about to hit the ground, it jumped up and caught it. Then, with the frisbee in its mouth, it walked towards the construction site. The owner of the blackback should be walking around the construction site. The construction site was more noisy. No wonder the owner didn't hear the roars here. Otherwise he would have started whistling. Seeing the dog run away, the three children let out a long sigh of relief. The pink jacket didn't care about the dead leaves and mud on the ground and directly sat down. The alarm was lifted and the source of the disaster was found. The two children talked a lot more. The furball girl even apologized to little Pomelo. She was quite sincere. She was a good child who knew her mistakes and could change. This child's temperament was not bad. Jing Tan climbed up a nearby tree. He didn't stay with the three children. Because the pink jacket kept wanting to touch him, Jing Tan turned and ran. He didn't let her touch him. "Little girl, your hands are still sticky with mud." The furball girl was talking about their previous experience. Today the adults had gone shopping to prepare for the new year. The two of them were bored at home, so they came out to play. They were classmates and from the same family compound, so they had a good relationship. When they heard that there was a plum blossom forest here, the two children came by themselves. However, they didn't expect to trip on the exposed roots. They sprained their ankle and couldn't get up for a while. She was wearing thick clothes and her attention was attracted by the pain on her body, so she didn't notice the thing under her butt. The pink jacket took out a small packet of tissue from her pocket and wiped her hands. She also let the furball girl wipe her wound. The furball girl originally wanted to find some snow to wash her wound, but she found that the snow had almost melted. There was only a thin layer of white around her. There was some black dust and other debris on the snow. She didn't feel safe using that to wash her wound. Therefore, after wiping her fingers with the tissue, the furball girl looked at her finger that was still faintly bleeding and stuck out her tongue to lick it. Jing Tan and little Pomelo. Seeing little Pomelo looking at her in surprise, the furball girl taught her seriously, "I once heard from my uncle that the saliva of a mouse contains a protein called nerve growth factor. Applying this protein to your wound will heal twice as fast as if you don't apply it." After saying that, she glanced at little Pomelo proudly, which meant, "Look at how awesome I am, knowing so much knowledge." Jing Tan and little Pomelo. "Idiot?" The pink jacket girl looked around as if the surrounding scenery was very charming. She acted as if she didn't hear the conversation. "There's this in human saliva too?" little Pomelo asked. The furball girl paused, then said confidently, "Even if there isn't, it will still be useful. Trust me, it's right." The pink jacket girl continued to look at the surrounding scenery, and she became more serious. Little Pomelo sighed, took out a small box from her backpack, and handed it to the furball girl. Jing Tan looked at it. It was a first aid kit. After Jiao Ma was discharged from the hospital, she had prepared a first aid kit for everyone in the family. Jiao Yuan and Gu Yuzi always had a small first aid kit in their backpacks. The things inside were all obtained from the affiliated hospital, so they didn't have to worry about using it. "What's this?" The girl took the first aid kit, opened it and said, "Oh, I also have a first aid kit in my room, but I've never used it before." Her first aid kit was completely placed in her room as a decoration, and she had never thought of using it. When Zheng Tan took out a disinfectant wipe to wipe her injured finger, the girl screamed non-stop. It was so noisy that Zheng Tan wished she could plug her ears with her hands. When she was applying the band-aid, the girl felt that it would definitely hurt if someone else did it, so she used her other hand to apply it, which made it even more unbearable. Anyway, it wasn't a big wound. Many people couldn't be bothered to treat such a small wound. Besides, she would be going home soon, and her family would definitely treat it again when she got back, so the other two didn't say anything. "You're the second-year student who speaks English better than Chinese?" The furball girl finally remembered and asked. She had felt that the girl in front of her looked familiar. Once, a classmate told her that there was a second-year student who spoke English better than Chinese, and they went to take a look. They thought it was a foreign child, but they were disappointed and didn't pay much attention to it. When she first saw little Pomelo, she didn't pay much attention, but now she remembered. Yes, I remember your name was Pomelo or something." The pink jacket girl finally stopped looking at the scenery. Little Pomelo pursed her lips and said, "My name is Gu Yuzi. I'm Yulisha, 3rd year class 3. She's Xiaxan, the same class as me. We're 1 year older than you. If someone bullies you in your class, you can come to us. We'll support you." The furball girl Yulisha raised her fist and said, "Yes, you're welcome. You helped us this time. If you have any trouble, you can come to us in 3rd year class 3. Just say your name and the others will know." Xiaxan nodded. Little Pomelo was silent. In fact, she wanted to say that she would skip a grade next year so that she would be in the same grade as them. However, little Pomelo said that she should keep a low profile, so after thinking about it, she didn't say anything. After resting for a while, little Pomelo and Xiaxan helped Yulisha out. After they were out of the forest, little Pomelo let Yulisha sit in the back seat of the car, and the two of them worked together to push the car. Zheng Tan followed next to them. This time he didn't jump into the basket so as not to add more burden to them. After arriving at a school supermarket, Xiaxan went in and called her family. There were acquaintances there, so even if she didn't have money, she could still borrow the phone. After the phone call, Yulisha and Xiaxan sat in the supermarket and waited for their family to pick them up. Little Pomelo drove Zheng Tan home. The next day, Yulisha's parents came to thank them and brought a lot of gifts. Jiaoma didn't care about the gifts. What she cared about most was that little Pomelo could make friends. The children in the East Side compound basically didn't come to play with little Pomelo unless they were brought by Jiao Yuan. Although Yulisha and Xiaxan were from the West Side compound, the two residences weren't too far apart. At least they could occasionally interact with the children. Playing with the cat alone wasn't a long-term solution. People had to learn to communicate. 2 days before New Year's Eve, Jiao Yuan closed the door and practiced calligraphy in his room. If he was at home this year, Jiao Yuan was going to write couplets himself. He hadn't written in a long time, so he was a bit rusty, so he stayed in his room to practice. At noon, when Jiao Yuan was sleeping, Zheng Tan climbed in through the window to take a look. This little brat was quite serious. It was the posture and he wasn't playing around. When Jiao Yuan woke up, he saw Zheng Tan in his room. On a whim, after he finished writing the couplet, he dragged Zheng Tan to put 3 cat paw prints on the couplet, 1 each on the upper and lower couplet, and 1 on the horizontal scroll. Because of this, Zheng Tan had ignored him for 2 days. It was difficult to wash off the ink stains. Although the ink stains were black and the color could not be seen, Zheng Tan could smell the thick ink stains when he raised his paw. Even using little Pomelo's fruit hand soap was useless. The day before New Year's Eve, Zheng Tan went out for a walk. Many stores around the school were closed. Compared to the situation at the shopping center, the alleys from the school to Xiaoguo's pet center were much quieter. There were even very few cats. Zheng Tan heard from some people around that there were many people catching cats during New Year's Eve. A few cats around the area had disappeared. They must have been tricked and sold. When he was walking, Zheng Tan saw Li Yuanba patrolling the streets. Beside it was Peanut Candy. He didn't know if it was because Peanut Candy had only given birth to 1 cub, but when it was born, it was bigger than other cats of the same age. It also grew faster. Now, it was much bigger than other cats of the same age and it fought fiercely. Chapter 45. Chinese New Year's Eve. Jiao Pa was in his bedroom, sorting out some theses and other documents on his computer. At the same time, he was also chatting with his foreign and domestic friends. Yuanzi had gone back to her hometown for Chinese New Year. His mother was alone in her hometown. This year, she had to accompany the old lady and pay respects to the old man. Fei Hang and Celestine were taking care of the company. Jiao Pa also helped out from time to time. However, when Zheng Tan went for a walk a few days ago, she overheard Old Man Lan and the other professors talking about Father Jiao downstairs. Even though these retired professors were still influential, the news they got was always more reliable than other people's, so Zheng Tan hid beside them and eavesdropped. Jiao Pa's reputation in the university was rising mainly because he had taught an excellent graduate student. Xian's performance at the Academy's annual academic meeting before the new year had been outstanding. He had already published a high-impact factor thesis in a foreign journal, earning him the undisputed first place in the annual meeting. Not many people in the entire school could compare to him. This had overshadowed the other two students who were also named first place in the academy. Now, when people talked about Xian, they would definitely talk about Associate Professor Jiao. Without Associate Professor Jiao, Xian would not be who she was today. Everyone knew this. Therefore, Associate Professor Jiao's current momentum was comparable to the two young overseas professors that the university had recruited this year. Therefore, people in the university began to speculate when the Associate Professor Jiao would be removed from his title. After all, if Associate Professor Jiao continued to shine like this, the university would probably make an exception and promote him. In order to become a professor at Tsinghua University, apart from having an essay, there was another important condition that had to be met. That was, one had to have experience abroad. After Jiao Pa graduated, he came to Tsinghua University with Jiao Ma. Up until now, he had never done any research abroad. Jiao Pa had been spending a lot of time in front of the computer recently. This was probably the reason. He was preparing for this overseas experience. After all, a full professor would receive more benefits than an associate professor in all aspects, and they would be able to work more freely. Zheng Tan nestled on the edge of the sofa, rolled, and changed his position to continue lying down. Due to the constant reports of missing cats in the surrounding area, Zheng Tan did not go out at night for the past few days. As soon as the sun set, Zheng Tan would curl up on the sofa and watch Super Warriors with Jiao Yuan and Little Pomelo. Although it was rather boring for Zheng Tan, it was not unbearable. She lay on the sofa and thought. When she was tired, she slept. When she woke up, she was ready to eat. After a few episodes, Jiao Yuan went to change the discs. Zheng Tan was not interested in the content of the cartoon. He had seen it before and did not want to watch it again. Moreover, from the perspective of an adult 10 years later, the cartoon was very childish. What Zheng Tan was thinking now was, if Jiao Pa went abroad for 1 or 2 years, what would happen to his family? Jiao Ma's burden would definitely increase a lot. No, it seemed like there was still Xian and the new graduate students who would be accepted after the new year could help out. On the TV, the yellow leopard was running and suddenly jumped up and turned into a robot. At the same time it shouted, "Yellow Leopard Warrior, transform." Zheng Tan was thinking about his own thoughts when he was suddenly pulled up by Jiao Yuan. "Black Cat Warrior, transform." Jiao Yuan shouted. "Zheng Tan. Transform your face into a pile of sh*t. This idiot child." Slapping Jiao Yuan's hand away, Zheng Tan stepped on his pants and walked over him to Little Pomelo's side. He ignored the excited Jiao Yuan. When Little Pomelo was watching the TV, she was still helping Zheng Tan scratch his chin and comb his hair. Due to the city's ban on fireworks, it was rare to hear firecrackers in the city. Without firecrackers there would be no New Year's atmosphere. It was as boring as cooking without salt. However, in recent years the policy had been relaxed. Sometimes there would be restrictions. Some businesses in commercial plazas and other places would apply to set off fireworks. For example, on the 6th day of the new year, there would be a fireworks event organized by businesses in the central department store. Jiao Pa said that he would bring the two children to watch it. As for the days before the 6th day of the new year, Jiao Yuan would not be able to enjoy the firecrackers. Chu Xiangyang next door had gone to his parents' place to celebrate the new year. He probably would not come back until the new year was over. When he left, he took a few boxes of things with him, all of which were computers. General had followed its owner to the south a long time ago. It did not like the cold and humid winter here. It would probably wait until spring to return. Depang and the old lady were not here for the new year. Old man Lan and his wife on the 3rd floor stayed in the family building. Lan Qianju's parents were there too. They would leave after the New Year's Eve dinner. Zheng Tan did not have much of an impression of the new year. He could not remember how he spent the new year in the past. Maybe he spent it in bars or maybe he spent it with a group of friends. Now that he tried to remember, he suddenly felt that it was unreal. Who would have thought that he would turn from a human into a cat after waking up? Not long after the New Year's Eve dinner, Celestine, who was staying at the company, called to congratulate him on the new year. The Jiao Pa answered the call. After the two of them finished talking, the Jiao Pa asked Zheng Tan to answer the call. Zheng Tan jumped onto the desk next to him, puzzled. The Jiaopa placed the phone next to Zheng Tan's feet. Zheng Tan leaned over to listen. Celestine's voice came from the other side. Black Charcoal, Senior Walnut wants me to congratulate you on his behalf. Happy New Year. Zheng Tan pulled his ears and breathed heavily through his nose, indicating that he understood. Why don't you call out? It's the new year and you're going to do it like that? Celestine said. My comrades are all listening. How embarrassing would it be if I don't? After a pause, Zheng Tan finally gave him face and called out, Oh woo. Ah, Celestine, it seems like you're talking to a dog. I thought it was Teacher Jiao's child. But this dog reminds me of the old wolfhound in the team that could answer the phone. Celestine's comrade's voice came from the other side of the phone. It's not a dog. I'm talking to a cat. Celestine explained, then said into the phone, Black Charcoal, they don't believe you. Why don't you meow? Whoa. Meow my ass. Zheng Tan raised his paw and hung up. Then he went back to the sofa to wait for the New Year's Eve with the Jiao Ma and the two children. At the company, Celestine listened to the beeping sound from the phone and scolded jokingly, F***ck, this temper is still as bad as ever. Celestine's comrade next to him thought for a moment and asked, That sound just now, was it really a cat? It's true. If you don't believe me, you can ask my senior. Celestine handed the phone to the other comrade who hadn't made a call yet. They had a landline here, but there were too many people who wanted to make a call, so they were all waiting in line. Celestine didn't care about the phone bill and also offered his phone to those who didn't have a phone. On the other side, Zheng Tan accompanied them to watch the New Year's Eve for a while. When little Pomelo went back to her room to sleep, he followed her. For a cat, it was normal to spend most of the 24 hours in a day sleeping, so Zheng Tan didn't have any psychological burden at all. During the first lunar month, Zheng Tan had nothing to do with visiting relatives. However, as a cat, the thing she hated the most was those naughty little kids coming over to pull her tail. In order to avoid trouble, Zheng Tan would run out to play when there were guests at home. On this day, Zheng Tan didn't wander around the campus for long. He walked towards the pet center where Xiaogua and the others were. Xiaogua and the others stayed there for the New Year's Eve. There were also some employees in the pet center who didn't go home to have New Year's Eve dinner together. On the first day of the first lunar month, they continued to take turns to take care of the pets who were in foster care. The pet center's business was very prosperous this year. Perhaps because the scale of the pet center was larger, it felt more trustworthy, and the quality of the pet center had soared a lot. Especially the effect of the advertisements. Many people from other provinces knew about the store Mingming in Chuhua City. They knew that the store's cat food was very good, and the advertisements were very attractive. But so far, no one knew the identity of the black cat named Black Sea in the advertisements. The owner of the store, Xiaogua, said that it was a trained cat that was hired. Some people believed it and some people were skeptical. Zheng Tan didn't go directly to the pet center. He walked around a few streets from the school to the pet center. While walking, Zheng Tan heard some people talking. The general idea was that a few people's cats had disappeared in the past 2 days. Among them was the black cat that used to fight with Zheng Tan. Without the cats and with the goods that were closed for the new year, the streets looked a lot more bleak and lifeless. When Zheng Tan walked around, he met Li Yuanba, who was patrolling the streets with peanut candy. The swallow was definitely not in the pet center for the new year, but Li Yuanba still stayed in the pet center. Anyway, the swallow would come back in a few days, so there was no need to move its nest here and there. Seeing Zheng Tan, Peanut Candy, who was walking beside Li Yuanba with a serious face, made a rare meow sound and greeted Zheng Tan. Xiaogua once joked that Zheng Tan was like Peanut Candy's father. Otherwise, why would Peanut Candy not care about the other cats in the store? But when it saw Zheng Tan, it would meow a few times and occasionally roll around in front of Zheng Tan. These things didn't happen even in front of the swallow, so sometimes the swallow was jealous of Zheng Tan, who raised them. Zheng Tan didn't even lick his own fur, so he definitely wouldn't lick Peanut Candy's fur, nor would it meow. Zheng Tan didn't like to make a sound because every time it made a sound, it would stimulate the nerves in its brain, reminding itself that it had changed from a human who could talk to a mongrel cat. However, in order to show its closeness to the younger generation, Zheng Tan would raise his palm and pat Peanut Candy's head. For Peanut Candy, it was used to Zheng Tan's way of greeting, so when Zheng Tan came close, it would lower its ears and extend its head to let Zheng Tan pat it. This child was teachable. Zheng Tan sighed with emotion. What an obedient kitten. It was much more likable than those little kids who only knew how to pull his tail. However, when Peanut Candy meowed, Zheng Tan found that the little guy's two fangs had grown a lot longer. It wasn't easy to notice them usually, but when it opened its mouth it could be seen. Zheng Tan had worked with kittens before in advertisements, so he knew how big and long the fangs of kittens were. In comparison, Peanut Candy had a lot of teeth. After greeting, Li Yuanba continued to patrol the streets with Peanut Candy, and Zheng Tan didn't walk with them. Zheng Tan wasn't worried that Li Yuanba would be taken away by the cat traffickers, and with it there, Peanut Candy would be fine. When they came to an alley in an old building area, Zheng Tan heard a lot of noise in front of him. Many people were talking about something. Zheng Tan was about to change his route, but suddenly he heard words like, cat abuse, kitten, and so pitiful. There were a lot of people there and Zheng Tan couldn't get close. Looking around, Zheng Tan climbed up the broken wooden ladder by the wall and jumped from the wooden ladder to the surrounding wall. When he got close to the scene, he jumped to the balcony of a resident inside the wall. It was not easy to be found there, and it was convenient for Zheng Tan to observe the situation there. The door on the balcony of this house was also tightly locked, and there was a layer of dust on the ground. The owner of the house had probably gone out for the new year, and it seemed that there was no one in the house for a few days. This was the main reason why Zheng Tan chose this house. Zheng Tan stood on a flower pot with only soil and no flowers, looking over there through the gap between two pieces of cloth that were drying there. There were a lot of people around, almost covering the center of the incident. From Zheng Tan's angle he couldn't see much, but when there was a lot of shouting and pushing, Zheng Tan saw the situation on the ground through the gaps. There were 3 little tabby cats on the ground, less than a month old. They were lying motionless on the cold ground with blood on their bodies. Next to them was a big white cat with long fur. From time to time, it would go up and look at the 3 kittens on the ground, touching them with the tip of its nose. Then it would meow twice at the young man who was smoking and leaning against the wall 2 steps away. The sound sounded like crying to Zheng Tan, and each sound was very long like a wail. The young man who was smoking threw his coat aside, revealing his arm with a dragon tattoo. It looked scary, and maybe that was why some people around him didn't dare to say anything. Previously, someone had said something a little harsh and he was punched twice by the young man with the dragon tattoo. If it weren't for the people around him, he might have been punched even harder. A few of the older people standing around were also kicked twice by him and were helped away by others. From the noise of these people, Zheng Tan got a general idea. This cat lived next door, but its owner's family moved away before the new year. They didn't bring it because it was too troublesome, not to mention that there was a litter of kittens that hadn't been weaned. As a neighbor, the man with the dragon tattoo said that he would take in these cats. The family was in a hurry to leave. Although they knew that this fierce neighbor was not easy to get along with, and the cats would definitely suffer if they followed him, they didn't say much in the end and left with their luggage. The tattooed man took in these cats with the intention of selling them for money in the future. As for the food that he gave the cats, he would give them some of his food if they remembered. If they didn't, it was fine. Not every cat had a strong stomach like Zheng Tan. Unable to eat the food, the female cat had to go out to look for food. When she came back, she saw the tattooed man throwing the kittens.